Chapter 1. In the second year of the Kayuan era, April, the willow branches. East of Chang and 7 miles outside Tonghua Gate, the Ba River flowed. In a manor on the east bank of the Ba River. A group of people looked at a copper pipe in front of a teenager. Then, the young man placed the small burning torch on the ceramic object with many small holes on it. With a soft bang, a flame appeared on the thumb-thick, inch-long ceramic object. It's done. You can use it to light your books at night. Remember not to burn it. The teenager smiled and said to the people around him who were dressed like students. The students looked around. One of them looked and bowed deeply to the teenager. Brother Li Yi has sponsored our candlelight. We are ashamed that we can't repay you. The other students bowed one after another, their eyes full of gratitude. The teenager waved his hand. Brothers, no need to thank me. When the day comes, don't forget the poor. We will remember brothers' righteousness. The person just now said again. Everyone bowed again. Then they watched as Li Yi closed the screws on the copper pipe and the flame went out. Then they excitedly ran back to their rooms in the manor. Chang'an in April was still cold, but their rooms were warm. In addition to the different wooden beds in the room, there was also a fire path built along the wall. The rooms were connected to each other by the fire path. Every 6 rooms had a brick chimney behind them. The 6 rooms shared a stove, and the students took turns to add charcoal. The room was warm and pleasant. Not to mention the students, Li Yi, who had lit the methane blowtorch, also hurried back to the main room. He entered the room, closed the door, and locked the latch. Li Yi said silently, "Come out and see how much my lifespan has increased." As he said it, a screen that no one else could see appeared in front of him. The screen showed a number, 1550. Li Yi patted his chest. I made it. Very good. It increased by 1200. As he spoke, he wiped his sweat, his heart still palpitating. The previous number was 350. This meant that he could live for another 350 hours, which was 700 hours. If it was a day, it was a little more than 29 days. When the time came, he would disappear and his life would disappear. He had brought such a system with him when he transmigrated last October. As long as he could promote the development of this society, the system would reward him with lifespan. At the same time, his lifespan could also be used to exchange for technical information and materials that he needed. For example, he had risked his life to obtain this methane pool and the manufacturing method of the simple methane lamp. It took him 400 hours to get it. And he couldn't afford a better biogas lamp. However, he was not in a hurry. The use of biogas was a series, and there would be income in the future. This was the eastern suburbs of the capital, and the manor occupied an area of 1,000 mu. Li Yi had completed all the necessary paperwork when he transmigrated, so no one doubted him. There were 42 foreign students from Chang'an living in the manor for free, providing Li Yi with a lifespan. The students studied hard and increased their knowledge, while he increased his lifespan. In order to let the students have a good learning environment and gain more knowledge, he ordered the hired tenants and the bought servants, stewards, and servants to build a wall of fire. It's spring. We should think of ways to earn money. Otherwise, we won't be able to support people. Li looked at the numbers and felt slightly relieved. He owned 1,000 mu of land and left 800 mu of land for 10 tenants. As the master of the house, he provided the cattle and plows and collected 20% of the rent, which was 30% lower than the other houses. He also said that he would be in charge of the tenants' rent. The 10 families beat the other competitors and came over happily. After the winter wheat was planted last year, it would be harvested in 1.5 months. It was time to pay the summer grain to the imperial court. 20% of the rent was not enough to rent out, rent, and adjust. Therefore, Li Yi had to think of other ways to earn money. Fortunately, he did not idle during the winter and was prepared. At night, Steward Songde called everyone over for dinner. When he arrived at the main house's conference hall, the 42 students also rushed over. Every 10 days, Dongzhu Li would treat the students to a meal with meat to replenish their nutrition. The students' accommodation was free, and Li did not care about anything else. However, during the winter, four students caught a cold and had a fever. Li exchanged 4 hours of his life for a box of cold medicine. He secretly mixed it with ginger soup and fed it to the students. 2 pills per person was enough. There was still a lot left in the medicine box. He was afraid that the doctor would take too long to give the medicine and infect others. At this time, 5 of the 10 tenant farmers had 3 people, a young couple and a child. 3 households had 4 people, a young couple and 2 children. 2 households had 5 people, a young couple and 3 children. 1 steward, 4 male servants, and 4 female servants. The entire family had 46 people, including Li, 47. It had been less than 10 days since the last gathering, only 6 days. However, there was a biogas lamp now. It was time to celebrate. The main thing was that Li wanted to try something new and see if everyone liked it. Today, they ate prison pills, or dumplings. Pork and garlic stuffed dumplings. The garlic dumplings were distributed by Zhuangzi himself. Today, they ate garlic sprouts to plant garlic and see how it was doing. They started planting in April and harvested in September. They could plant another batch. Li set aside 100 mu of land to plant garlic, and the basic fertilizer had been applied. When one of the 3 biogas ponds was used up, they would use biogas fertilizer to fertilize. Now, the main event was here. Whether they could make money or not depended on liking these things. The steward, Songda, brought a big bowl with a yellowish-black liquid. It smelled like 5 fragrances. This is the soy sauce developed by my family's Dongzhu. You can dip it in the prison pills and taste it. Songda introduced solemnly. The students and tenant farmers looked solemn as they waited for the steward to distribute the soy sauce. The steward picked up a spoon, 1 for each person, and scooped it into a clay dish. Each person took a spoon of soy sauce and used chopsticks to hold the prison pills. Everyone took a small bite and then, delicious, incomparably delicious. Brother Li is a genius. A student praised. The others echoed. Good, delicious, it must be delicious. Even if it was not delicious, they had to say it was delicious. There was no other way. They were living in other people's house for free. Moreover, there were free lamps tonight. As for the other tenant farmers, except for the 2 children who could not eat prison pills and could only eat rare food, the other 17 children did not lack etiquette. The children were learning from the students, and Li provided them with brushes, ink, paper, and inkstone. Therefore, the 10 tenant farmers, in addition to farming, also took the initiative to ask Dongzhu to do other chores. Li tasted the soy sauce. The taste was not bad. Pure fermented soy sauce was better than blended soy sauce. After the meal, Li rested and prepared to sell soy sauce. The students returned to their own small houses and followed Li's operation method to light the lamp on the small copper pipe that extended into the house. The house immediately lit up, much brighter than the candles. Each of them held a book and studied hard, occasionally writing down their thoughts. The next morning, because they had to plant garlic today, the people in Zhuangzi began to have 3 meals a day. The children of all ages drank millet porridge, ate a boiled egg, and went to school to study. Heaven and earth are black and yellow, the universe is desolate and primitive, the sun and the moon rise and fall, the stars and constellations are arranged, winter comes and goes, autumn harvests and winter stores. The clear sound of reciting came from the school. Listening to the sound, the tenant farmers who were working were filled with energy. In a nearby manor, there was a person in his 30s who was listening attentively. After a while, he pointed at Li's Zhuangzi and asked, "Who is that?" A person on his left, who had been bending over all this time, replied in a sharp voice, "It was originally a clan. Later, they exploded and died one after another. When only a few people survived, they recruited a lonely young Li from the same clan to join the clan. Not long after, a few people went to the clan. Why is there the sound of a child reciting the 1,000-character classic? The person asked again. Answering the Grand Commandant's question, Li Yi has just entered the age of elephant dance and is weak. However, he understands learning and education. Last winter, 10 tenants were recruited, and 9 servants were bought. After that, he built a kiln and baked bricks. In the winter, he built a house and allowed the capital's rootless students to stay. The students remembered his kindness and taught the tenant farmers to learn literature. The person who was called the Grand Commandant revealed a smile and said, "There is such a youth. Why don't you and I change clothes and go take a look?" Grand Commandant. The person next to him hesitated. "Is there danger?" the Grand Commandant asked. "Not really." "Then let's go." The two of them changed into normal clothes and did not lead the horses. They turned around and went around. At this point, the 42 students all got up and washed up. They then went to the cow shed, pig house, and chicken coop to clean. The two of them had just arrived and were shocked to see a group of students doing such farm work. The Grand Commandant was interested and strolled to the cow shed. Before he saw the cows, he saw a couplet. First line, frowning coldly against 1,000 fingers. Second line, I am willing to be a cow for the children. Good couplet, good words. The Grand Commandant thought carefully and praised. Turning around, he went to the pig house and saw the same couplet. First line, without pigs, one cannot build a family. Second line, going to the country to protect the family. When the Grand Commandant saw this, he sucked in a breath of cold air. Now that the family was in front of the country, this couplet said that without the country, one would lose the family. He clenched his fists and went to the chicken coop. The chickens had already been released and the students were cleaning the 2 levels of chicken coop. There was no need to care about the upper level. They dug out the chicken dung from the chicken coop. Then, the Grand Commandant saw another couplet. First line, every morning, the phoenix cries out. Second line, the birds call home at dusk. He closed his eyes and sighed softly. He remembered that his position as the Grand Commandant was given to him by the Emperor's younger brother. The Emperor's younger brother really did not want to fight with his brothers anymore, so he put his brothers together. In the imperial court, the Emperor's younger brother was naturally a dragon, like a phoenix soaring in the sky. After the imperial court, the Emperor's younger brother threw away his other identities with his brothers. The chickens have the will of the phoenix, but they come back at dusk. Was it because he had family? One couplet is about the heart, one couplet is about the relationship between the family and the country, and one couplet is about kinship. What talent! The Grand Commandant was shocked. It was obviously an ordinary farm, but he felt a majestic aura. Who was that young man? The sound of children reading continued to ring in his ears like celestial music. Were these the people of the Tang dynasty? The words of the first generation are the clothes. Give up the throne to the Tang dynasty. The children's voices continued to ring out. The Grand Commandant suddenly laughed. Yes, give up the throne to the country. Were they talking about him and his father? Just as he was thinking, a student who had just finished cleaning the chicken coop came over and cupped his hands. Brother, are you also here for Mu Tianju? The Grand Commandant was stunned for a moment, but he immediately understood. The student was implicitly asking if he had run out of money to live in a house, so he came here. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was right. The winter wheat had not matured yet, and last year's grain reserves were almost finished. Therefore, the high price of grain was not easy for the students who lived in Chang'an. In another month, they would really be short of money. I'm here to take a look. I wonder if Dongzhu is here. He asked vaguely. He's planting garlic. If you're not in a hurry, you can wait for him to come back at noon. The student pointed in a direction. Thank you. It's better for me to go. The Grand Commandant cupped his hands and walked in that direction with the people beside him. Chapter 2. The Grand Commandant was very curious about this Zhuangzi. It was unbelievable that such a powerful young man suddenly appeared next to the imperial plantation. Yes, in his opinion, he was very powerful. Because they were both wheat, the wheat planted in the imperial plantation was not as good as Li Yi's wheat in Zhuangzi. It was obvious that there was a difference of more than 10 days. Moreover, Li Yi's wheat in Zhuangzi's wheat had grown stronger. But the varieties were the same. What was the problem? As he pondered, he looked at the eunuch beside him. In the past, the eunuch did not pay much attention to Zhuangzi. His thoughts were more focused on the palace. He wanted to go back. Now that he saw the growth of Li Yi's wheat in Zhuangzi's wheat, he was also a little confused. The eunuch naturally understood that Li Yi's wheat in Zhuangzi's fields would be harvested first. He also understood how big the difference was. Harvesting 10 days earlier meant that there would be less risk. Once the wheat reached maturity, it would be raining heavily. The early harvests would be finished and the wheat would be dried. The late harvests would either have a lower yield and the grains would not be full, or the wheat would germinate after being soaked by the rain. Grand Commandant, I. The eunuch was anxious. How should he explain? Do the same next year. The Grand Commandant, Li Qingqi, chose to forgive the eunuch. However, the eunuch felt bitter in his heart. It meant that he could not go back this year. How could managing the imperial plantation be more powerful than going back to serve the emperor? For example, Gao Lishir. Later, call me Li. Lower your voice when you speak. Li Qingqi instructed. Yes, Grand. The eunuch hurriedly lowered his voice. His voice was not so sharp. He envied Gao Lishir for this. They were both lacking something, so why did Gao Lishir's voice sound so deep? As the two talked, they came to the garlic field. It was a large field, about 100 mu. A group of people bent down and scattered garlic. Some people used shoulder poles to carry baskets of garlic to the field. Soon, Li Qingqi found Li Yi in the crowd. Li Yi's temperament was different from others, even if they were all working. He looked at the wet ground and stepped in. The eunuch grimaced and gritted his teeth. His shoes were wet immediately. Li Yi? Li Qingqi stood beside Li Yi and asked. Li Yi looked up. Ah, it's me. Brother Li, please. Li Qingqi cupped his fists. Brother, please. Li Yi returned the greeting with a pair of muddy hands. Brother Li, why do you want to grow garlic in the wetlands? Li Qingqi asked. When he knew how to plant garlic, he would first plant it and then fill it with water. The weather is cold, and the earth is short of manure. First, fill it with water and soak it in the sun for 2 days. The earth's temperature will rise, and the earth will be warm. In the north, it's best to plant garlic in spring. Li Yi explained the situation. In Chang'an, the soil was not fertile enough. If you mix the fertilizer into the soil and then fill it with water, you need to pay attention to the temperature when planting garlic. Therefore, in the north, the spring planting method was adopted. First, the fertilizer was dissolved in water, and after the temperature rose, the garlic seeds were planted. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. This was called scientific planting. The weather is cold and the water is cold. Soak in the water first, then soak in the sun before planting. Li Qingqi thought that he was good at farming, but in the end, he found that he didn't know anything about farming. That's right. Li Yi nodded and began to plant garlic cloves again. What's next? Li Qingqi squatted down to ask for advice. He felt that it was interesting. Add fertilizer. Garlic is the most difficult to plant because it has a high requirement for fertilizer. If it's a drought, add water fertilizer. If it's raining, add dry fertilizer. Li Yi answered casually. It was so simple. Was there a need to ask? Li Qingqi felt that he was being looked down upon. He took a deep breath and changed the topic. When the farm is short of manpower, do you have enough food? Li Yi looked up at him. Do you have Zhuangzi? Yes, Li Qingqi answered truthfully. Li Yi continued to sprinkle garlic cloves according to the spacing. At the same time, he said, whether there's enough food or not depends on how much you eat. If you eat too much, of course, it won't be enough. If you don't eat, won't you be hungry? Li Qingqi thought to himself. Isn't this nonsense? Whether you're hungry or not depends on how much oil and water you have in your stomach. People who eat meat all the time will eat less food. People who eat meat all the time will eat less food. Is that so? Yes. My farm doesn't lack oil. Therefore, everyone has enough food to last until the harvest, Li Yi introduced without hiding anything. He was very willing to tell Li Qingqi. If Li Qingqi followed his instructions, his lifespan would increase. Li Qingqi felt that he understood. Li Yi was rich. He nodded. Brother Li, you seem to have bought a lot of meat oil. Li Yi shook his head. I don't have that much meat oil. I'll use soybean oil. Soybean oil? Which soybean? Is there oil in beans? Li Qingqi understood, but he was even more confused. Yes, there is. After the oil is extracted, it can be used to make tofu. It's just that tofu isn't very delicious. If you don't want to make tofu, you can steam it with bean cakes. Li Yi said with a smile. Beans are fishy. Can oil be extracted? Won't it be fishy? Li Qingqi discussed in depth. The disadvantage of cooking with soybean oil is that it's fishy, especially when raw oil is added to the pot. However, we can use soy sauce or chopped green onions to fry the pot. Li Yi was in a good mood. It was good that Li Qingqi was curious. He might even be able to sell soybean oil later. If Li Qingqi was powerful enough, he might as well tell him how to extract soybean oil. Then, Li Qingqi would provide oil to many people and earn his own lifespan. It was noon. Everyone went back to the dining hall to eat without waiting for others to bring them food. Li Qingqi kept calling him Brother Li as he followed him. The female servant who stayed behind and didn't go to work had finished cooking. She put a lot of soybean oil in the big frying pan and baked scallion cakes. The bean cakes were fried in soybean oil, and the bean cakes were made with soy sauce. Bacon fried with garlic sprouts, wild vegetables and egg soup. There were also vegetables that were dried in the shade last year marinated in shrimp sauce and pickled vegetables made from pork skin. The people who had worked all morning didn't stand on ceremony and started eating. Brother Li, you're giving them this? Li Qingqi was surprised. Isn't this life too good? Ah, if they don't eat, how can they have the strength to work? Li Yi was surprised. He thought to himself, are you stupid? Where's the wheat? The eunuch understood what his boss meant and asked in a low voice. They're feeding the pigs and chickens. Otherwise, how can they have eggs? Li Yi looked at him. What he meant was, are you stupid too? Listening to the three people talking, the tenant farmers who were eating and the people who were bought unconsciously puffed out their chests and felt proud. With Dongzhu around, even if they weren't busy, they would still have 2 meals a day. Now that they were working, they would have 3 meals a day. They ate delicious food and had enough. Li Yi didn't care about this. He was used to it. In the past, he was the boss of a small company. How could the employees not eat well? In order to take care of the young female employees, he even bought a milk tea machine and ingredients for the employees to learn how to make and drink. Then, when the employees became proficient in the operation, they resigned and went to sell milk tea. How could this kind of thing be reasonable? Li Qingqi ate the biscuits and dishes made with soybean oil and felt that it was good. He asked, is the oil made from the beans? Yes, in fact, the bean biscuits after the oil is extracted can be steamed with wild vegetables and mixed with soy sauce. It's also good to go with wine. Li Yi shared his experience. The oil from the bean biscuits could not be extracted completely with the current technology. It could be eaten. How do you extract the oil? Li Qingqi asked the key question. The eunuch coughed and reminded his boss not to ask. It was his skill. Being able to extract oil from beans was a skill that could be passed down. After planting the garlic in these 2 days, I will extract the oil for you. You will know when you see it. Li Yi didn't care. As long as it could increase his lifespan, he was willing to find people to promote it. At the thought of promotion, he thought of soy sauce. This had to be profitable. Therefore, he took the initiative to invite him. Why don't we eat prison pills together tonight? It's stuffed with garlic, eggs, and dried rice. It's so fresh. Boil it and eat it. Li Qingqi was tempted. He had never eaten boiled prison pills before. He had always steamed them. Therefore, when he continued to plant garlic in the afternoon, a group of silent people dressed as farmers came. They helped to plant the garlic quickly. Then, Li Qingqi wanted to see how the oil was extracted. He felt that he should help his younger brother. If the beans could produce oil, then many people could eat oil instead of grain. He knew about oil. More than 100 newly joined people worked hard. Before the sky turned dark, 100 mu of garlic was planted. Seeing that the sun was still so high, Li Yi hurriedly ordered the female servant to cook. Everyone who came had to eat. The male servant rested for a while and also went to help. Today, everyone ate prison pills together. There were not enough garlic sprouts, so they changed to wild vegetables and added more eggs. They also made tofu soup. They couldn't let the people who helped not have enough to eat. If it weren't for the fact that they had to cultivate after harvesting the wheat, Li Yi would have killed the cow. The government would not pursue the matter as long as the cow was compensated with some money. This was actually quite unreasonable. The cow was his. Why would it be illegal to kill it? Would he be fined for accidental deaths? The people called over by Li Yi watched. They saw that the people on Zhuangzi and Li Qingqi were so happy after doing extra work. They couldn't understand. As tenant farmers, they could just rent the fields and farm. Why did they have to do other work for Dongzhu? The point was that the 10 tenant farmers weren't angry about the extra work. Then they saw a group of children wearing the same clothes and singing a song that they had never heard before. They were all confused. What was going on? The sun shines in the sky, the flowers smile at me, and the birds say good morning. Why are you carrying a small school bag? I go to school and I'm never late. I love to study and work. When I grow up, I want to make contributions to the Tang dynasty. The children sang. Their small faces were all red, and they didn't look hungry at all. Dad, Mom. The children came over and ran to their parents in different directions. At this time, the people who were ordered to help understood. Dongzhu made the same clothes and school bags for the tenant farmers' children to study for free. There were definitely pens, ink, paper, and inkstones in the school bags. Judging from the children's complexions, they definitely didn't lack food. Looking at the children's clean appearance, they were obviously children of rich families. Then they watched the children greet their parents and run to Li Yi to line up in front of him. Brother Dongzhu, thank you. The children imitated the adults and cupped their hands to salute. Li Yi smiled kindly. Have you learned well today? Yes, the children shouted together. Then tonight, each of you will have a dried fish. You can eat it when you go back, Li Yi said loudly. Okay. We have dried fish again. Brother Dongzhu is the best. The children cheered. They shouted and scattered. They went back to put away their school bags and changed into farmers' clothes. They were still humming songs as they hopped and hopped. Little boy, carrying a school bag to school, I'm not afraid of the sun or the wind and rain. I'm only afraid that the teacher will scold me for being lazy and uneducated. I'm too ashamed to see my parents. Li Qingqi trembled all over as he watched and listened. What he felt was a kind of power, a kind of majestic power that made his heart surge. He breathed hard and tried to adjust his state of mind. He asked Li Yi, what's dried fish? Dried fish. The bones, internal organs, head, and tail are removed. It's dried fish that is first steamed and then roasted. When you eat it, you use a small wooden hammer to smash it. When it's soft, you can use it as a snack. Li Yi introduced. As he spoke, he became greedy. Li Qingqi was puzzled. Isn't it better to give them meat directly? Li Yi smiled and shook his head. The children don't lack meat. They like to smash the fish themselves. Things that are obtained without sewing are not delicious. Li Qingqi's heart trembled again. Things that are obtained without sewing are not delicious. So that's how it is. No wonder I always feel bored and want to find some entertainment. Chapter 3. For a moment, Li Qingqi had an idea in his mind. Ever since his father abdicated, his aunt, Princess Taiping, was sentenced to death. Among the remaining 5 brothers, the third brother became the emperor, and the others did not dare to participate in any political affairs. They could only play during the day, so they might as well do something else. Come, my dear friend. Have a taste of my secret sauce, soy sauce. Li Yi did not know what Li Qingqi was thinking about. He was trying his best to push the soy sauce. Li Qingqi came back to his senses and dipped the meatballs in soy sauce. With a bite, he felt an indescribable comfort. His tongue, mouth, and entire body felt extremely comfortable. Li Yi looked at him and thought, now you know how powerful sodium glutamate is? It's more direct than the soy sauce, isn't it? With that thought in mind, Li Yi turned his head and saw the people hired by this brother taking small bites of the dumplings and dipping them in soy sauce. Li Yi could not help but shudder. How much water do these people need to drink when they go back? Aren't they afraid of getting stung? Li Qingqi dipped the meatballs twice, hesitated for a moment, and asked, Brother, do you have more soy sauce? Yes. Li Yi nodded vigorously. When you go back, bring 10 jars of soy sauce with you. Each jar weighs 5 kilograms. As he spoke, he glanced at the people who planted the garlic. He meant that they would be paid as wages. Li Qingqi did not refuse and nodded with a smile. He asked again, how about the soybean oil method? Brother, come back tomorrow. This method is not difficult. Chi Min has a lot of knowledge. The oil needs to be crushed. I use a wedge to squeeze it. Li Yi told him how people in the past handled vegetable oil. Sesame oil was the simplest. After grinding, the sesame paste would be formed. After settling, there would be a layer of oil on top. As for the other plant seeds, they would be crushed. When the Tiangong Kaiwu was released, there would be a method to squeeze oil out with a wedge. Li Qingqi was a little embarrassed. He asked, Brother, do you have any teachings in your family about the method of squeezing soybeans into oil? Li Yi shook his head. This method was created by me. I don't want to keep it a secret, but it's rare. Li Qingqi was stunned. He put down his chopsticks and bowed. Brother, you're so righteous. That. Dear friend, take the soy sauce back. If you meet someone who is fated with it, you can speak on my behalf. 10 caddies per jar, a shovel of copper coins, no, a bolt of silk. Li Yi, who had just been praised for his righteousness, immediately began to talk about selling soy sauce. He originally wanted to sell 10 caddies for 1 shovel, which would be 1,000 copper coins, but he felt it was too expensive. In the Kai Yuan period, a single bolt of silk was 50 feet long and 1 foot and 8 inches wide. The discount was 550 copper coins. In that case, a caddy of soy sauce would cost 55 copper coins. Li Yi felt that it was fine. A caddy of soy sauce also had a cost, which was almost 5 copper coins. The main thing was that salt was expensive. He had brewed 100 large vats of soy sauce base. This time, he had only opened 1 vat, and it was the first time the oil came out. The oil could still be produced 2 to 3 more times. The more salt was added, the more oil it would produce. Without salt, the oil would not be produced. Then, distilled water would be added. How could Li Qingqi know that the young man in front of him was planning to make a huge profit? He felt embarrassed again. 10 jars of soy sauce cost 5,500 copper coins. He had called 100 people over, and in one afternoon, each person would be paid 55 copper coins. The wage was too high. Therefore, he decided to help sell the soy sauce. A prince selling soy sauce should be considered an elegant thing, right? Younger brother, don't worry. I will find good food. I am rich. Thank you, brother. If I have good things, I will share them with you. Li Yi was in a good mood. He saw that the other party was quite rich. Maybe his family members were officials in the capital. After the meal, the group of people came in silence and left in silence. They waved their hands and did not take away a drop of soy sauce. However, the plate used for dipping the soy sauce was clean. Dongzhu, this is the account of the oil consumed today. Steward Songde came to Li Yi's study and handed him a piece of paper. Steward, thank you for your hard work. Li Yi took the paper and nodded to Songde. He expressed that he understood what he meant. They did not have enough noodles and could not invite so many people to eat dumplings. The steward left and Li Yi entered the account. The steward used the three-pillar accounting method. When he recruited people, he had to know how to read and calculate. Li Yi entered the account into his own account using the double-entry accounting method. At the same time, he also made a set of tables. For example, 3 tables were equal to 2 tables plus 1 table. He did not need it now, but the rules had to be set. Including the line chart, the compound pie chart, Li Qingqi rushed home with 10 jars of soy sauce and a jar of soybean oil. He first crossed the Ba River, then 7 miles to Tonghua Gate. However, he did not go to Tonghua Gate. Instead, he ran diagonally from outside the city to Chunming Gate. From Chunming Gate, there was a large area north of Xingqing Palace. It was originally called Longqing Square. Li Qingqi lived here, and his 3 younger brothers also lived together. This year, they were moved out and moved to Anqing Square diagonally across the street. If he returned to Anqing Square, he should go through Tonghua Gate. After entering Tonghua Gate, he passed by Yongjia Square. Below Yongjia Square was Xingqing Palace. He ran a long way and circled around. His goal was to go to the main gate of Xingqing Palace. The main gate of Xingqing Palace was in the south. He said that he had something important to do, so he asked the person with the jars of soy sauce to give him 2 jars before he went home. He thought that if his third brother did not go to Yongqing Square today, when he returned to Xingqing Palace, he would also ask him if he went to the main gate to deliver things. If he did not return to Xingqing Palace, the people in Xingqing Palace would naturally tell his third brother. In Li Qingqi's view, soy sauce was a small matter, but soybean oil was a big matter. With one more type of oil, the people would consume less food. The key was the oil extraction method. If the oil could be extracted from beans, the oil from other oil crops would be more. In the palace, Li Longji was still reviewing memorials. Since he had absolute power, he was even busier. Deploy the generals in key positions and place the people he trusted there. Buddhism had annexed too much tax-free land. The struggle for the throne was too cruel. Many people were killed, and the people were silent. He wanted to build a school to improve the spiritual civilization. Just after the new year, he sent troops to fight Khitan. He could not defeat them, but was defeated by them. A few days later, the Turks took the opportunity to attack. They could not defeat the Tang dynasty, but were defeated by the Tang dynasty. Very good. In less than 20 days, a group of Western Turks united and rebelled. Fortunately, they were dealt with. In April, the Turks came to propose again. Why were there so many things happening every day? It was going to be a time of shortage soon, and more people were going to starve. If not for the bowl of soup pancakes sent by the Empress, he would have been hungry now. Just as he was thinking, someone came to report. It said that King Song went to the Donghuang Manor today and heard the sound of children studying in the neighboring manor. At noon, he had a meal in the neighboring manor. After that, he sent 100 people to the neighboring manor to plant garlic. At night, he returned with a small jar of 11. At the main gate of Xingqing Palace, he left 2 jars of soy sauce and returned to the residence. Li Longji was feeling frustrated. When he heard that his elder brother had gone out to plant garlic and brought back something, he became interested. Before he could ask around, another person came to report. He said that King Song had returned to the residence and ordered someone to send a jar of soy sauce to each of his 3 younger brothers. The other 2 jars were sent to Baifu Hall and the Emperor Emeritus. What is soy sauce? Li Longji didn't think that his elder brother would use soy sauce to poison everyone. The person who reported the news hurriedly said, the supervisor of the Donghuang Manor said that soy sauce is like water and oil. It is more delicious than soy sauce and can be dipped in prison pills. He also said that the neighboring manor Li knows how to press beans into oil. The manor has sufficient oil and water, so there is enough food. In addition, the manor has fired bricks, tiles, and mortar to make 3 methane ponds. Copper pipes are connected to the ponds to store gas in the marsh. It can be ignited when it meets a flame. The manor uses methane as a lamp, which is brighter than candles. It can be used by the commoners to study at night. Li Longji sucked in a breath of cold air. He was frightened. There was a zhuangzi beside the Donghuang Manor. He built a kiln to bake bricks and built a pond like a marsh. Then, he inserted a pipe and ignited it. It was brighter than candles. How did he do it? In the future, won't Zhuangzi need to spend money to light the lamps? As Li Longji thought about it, he glanced at the candles around him. The rest of the hall was very dark. Only the candles around him were lit. Wax was expensive. Oil lamps smelled bad, and they weren't bright enough. How can a zhuangzi make something from the marsh be brighter than mine? Li Longji didn't know why, but he felt a little jealous. As he thought about it, Li Longji approved a few important memorials and went to find his elder brother Li Qingqi. He had to clarify this matter. When Li Longji arrived at the King's Song residence, it was already 8:00 in the evening. Li Qingqi was waiting to eat prison pills. He didn't eat much at Li Yi's zhuangzi. Instead, he asked for the condiments to make the prison pill filling. When he got home, he asked someone to make the filling and bread prison pills. The condiments were taken from Li Yi's place. A third of the condiments were mixed together, enough for 10 people. When Li Longji arrived, the others retreated. The 2 brothers sat facing each other and ate prison pills. Li Qingqi first asked his younger brother to eat the prison pills mixed with condiments without dipping anything. Then, he changed it to soy sauce. Then, he added garlic, vinegar, sesame oil. Li Longji tasted them one by one and finally understood how delicious soy sauce was. Elder brother, why are the prison pills more fragrant today? Li Longji asked. Li Qingqi smiled, Your Majesty, third brother, I took the condiments from Li Yi's place. The more meat there is, the more fragrant the prison pills are. Look, there is more oil dripping into the plate. I added the soybean oil from Li Yi's place. Not to mention the meat, even the prison pills made from vegetables taste good. He said it was good. The soybean oil mixed with the condiments was better than other oils. Needless to say, there were more condiments. What about Li Yi? Li Longji swallowed the prison pill and asked. He has literary talent, knows farming, knows how to cook, and knows how to build fortifications. It seems that he has a broad mind. Li Qingqi gave an evaluation, or rather, a compliment. He still hadn't forgotten the shock he felt when the children recited the 1,000-character classic together in the morning. That kind of power was as brilliant as the morning sun and as splendid as the clouds. Then, he saw the children of the tenant farmers wearing the same clothes and carrying beautiful school bags that he had never seen before. They gave people the feeling that they were like mountains and rivers. The majesty of the mountains and the murmuring of the rivers. It was like a painting. Then, he told Li Longji about the rules of planting garlic. There was nothing in the essential skills of Qi people. Li Longji heard it and his mind was filled with wild and fanciful thoughts. He really wanted to see that place and that young man. At night, Li Longji stayed in the King's Song mansion. Lying on the couch, he couldn't fall asleep for a long time. He muttered, "I'm willing to be an ox." The next morning, Li Longji still ate prison pills in the king's Song mansion. But this time, it was steamed and filled with pure beef. Therefore, there was a meatball in the prison pills. As usual, it was dipped in garlic sauce and vinegar. After eating it, Li Longji packed 4 portions and left. First, he went to Baifu Hall and sent 2 portions of the prison pills to his father and noble consort Lu. He also gave Empress Wang 1 portion and gave the remaining portion to Gao Lishir. At the same time, he gave soy sauce. Gao Lishir, the retired emperor, and noble consort Lu all ate the prison pills themselves. Empress Wang took a bite and called the palace maids and eunuchs around her. Each of them took one and dipped it in soy sauce. Chapter 4. Younger brother Li Yi, look what I've brought you. In the morning, Li Yi was looking after the forest that the steward was desperately trying to persuade him to leave when Li Qingqi came. "Steward, listen to me. Sell it. Dig it up and sell it to whoever wants it. Then plant grapes for me." Li Yi instructed the steward and went to welcome Li Qingqi. The 80 mu of mulberry trees were said to be used to raise silkworms and weave cloth. Li Yi firmly refused. He would hand over the land to the imperial court and sell the wheat that he could plant. He would buy the rest with money and was determined not to leave any mulberry trees. He wanted to plant grapes, a large area of grapes. When he approached Li Qingqi, Li Yi saw that this somewhat capable person had brought him a cow. A cow that had been killed and bled. "Younger brother, here's the cow. I'll eat it at your place at noon." Li Qingqi was very happy to see Li Yi's surprised expression. "I'll immediately ask them to extract the soybean oil." Li Yi didn't refuse. He took Li Qingqi to the oil extraction workshop and the manservant came to work. Li Qingqi and the eunuch next to him watched. Li Yi asked someone to serve tea while he ran to the kitchen to process the whole cow. During lunch, the 42 students all got to eat beef bones, tofu, and wild vegetable soup. The staple food became rice, which was a normal meal. It was too extravagant to eat noodles every day. Li Qingqi and the eunuch also ate this, including Li Yi. He spent the whole morning processing the cow. He wasn't a professional beef seller, so he had to do it slowly. He didn't have time to cook other dishes. Fortunately, he braised the tendons so that Li Qingqi could take away 2 large pieces of marinated beef at night. The oil extraction process hadn't been completed yet. They were making the base and could only smash the wooden wedges in the afternoon. He also used 10 hours of his lifespan to exchange for 500 grams of chili powder, not including chili seeds. If he wanted to exchange for chili seeds, he would need to spend 50,000 hours of his lifespan. Not to mention that he didn't have that much lifespan, he was reluctant to give up nearly 11.5 years of lifespan. Li Yi made some spicy beef mince and chili oil. Tonight, he would let this big brother, who had the means to get the whole cow, take away half of the beef tendons. As for the other things, he planned to freeze them on ice for 2 days and barbecue them the day after tomorrow. Because he was rich, he took away the soy sauce yesterday. Today, his brother, who had the same surname as him, said that he would bring 55,000 copper coins in the afternoon. He wanted to buy 500 kilograms first. At the same time, he discovered that his lifespan had increased by 320 hours. Li Yi didn't know why selling soy sauce would increase one's lifespan. But now that he had money, he was prepared to organize a poetry gathering for the 42 students. He invited other friends to come to Zhuangzi to eat and drink, and then helped to promote the soy sauce. There were 100 vats, and each vat could produce 200 caddies of oil at a time. "Younger brother, do you know that there will be more cows and sheep soon?" Li Qingqi took a bite of the delicious pickled vegetables and asked Li Yi. Where did the cattle and sheep come from? A map appeared in Li Yi's mind. Above Jiangxi province was the Turks, and there were grasslands there. The Turks. Li Qingqi acted as if he knew a lot about the international situation. Li Yi smiled and shook his head. That's impossible. Ma Shi is too ambitious. He took advantage of the unstable succession of the Tang Empire to attack repeatedly. How could he stop the war? Especially now, His Majesty is worried every day about the situation in the country. He has to coordinate with the generals. The local government is in chaos. The Turks, Western Turks, and Tubo are eyeing covetously. Tubo is even more so. The Tang Empire is rejecting Tubo and resisting the Turks. If I were Ma Shi, I would fight too. Otherwise, when the Tang Empire stabilizes the borders of the Tang Empire, will there be a day for the Turks to rise? Li Yi briefly explained the situation. The eunuch next to him dropped his chopsticks on the table. Li Qingqi widened his eyes, wondering if he was talking to his brother and the prime ministers. Rejecting Tubo and resisting the Turks was a matter of the imperial court. How did a young man like you, who owns Zhuangzi, know about it? Who leaked the news? Brother, how do you know so much? Are you talking nonsense? Li Qingqi asked. No? What's there to know about something that is obvious? Brother, please take a look. Tubo's workshops and agriculture are not bad. There are constant conflicts at the borders of the Tang Empire. The Tang Empire attacks more but rarely wins. The prince is young. The prince regent 2 years ago died before his mother. The prime minister, Wei Qili Su Shangnian, took over. At this time, Tubo's internal situation is unstable. Naturally, it's better to send troops to the outside world. External military affairs will gather the people's hearts. Li Qingqi was speechless. He didn't know what to say. You are a young man who finally inherited Zhuangzi. Why don't you focus on farming? Why do you think about Tubo so far away in the northwest? Is Tubo related to you? Did you buy the cattle in Zhuangzi from Tubo? Brother, why are you so studious? Li Qingqi wanted to know the purpose of Li Yi's understanding of these things. When the country is in chaos, the family will be in trouble. When the country is defeated, the family will be lost. How can there be eggs intact when the nest is overturned? Li Yi said righteously. Li Qingqi could only nod. He was speechless for a moment. The young man was right. Li Yi continued, besides, when I'm old enough to become an official and enter the imperial court, how can I not have a good plan when His Majesty asks for advice? Li Qingqi's eyes lit up. Brother, you want to enter the imperial court and become an official? Of course. If you are poor, you should take care of yourself. If you are rich, you should do good to the world. Becoming an official is not being an official. It's educating the people of the world, Li Yi answered. Li Yi was speaking from the bottom of his heart. Only by becoming an official could he better promote the development of society. When society developed, he would be able to increase his lifespan. According to his calculations, if he didn't do anything, he could live for another 108 days. Li Qingqi, whose heart was touched, finished his meal and went to watch the soybean oil extraction. The process of extracting soybean oil was not difficult at all. The difficult part was how to extract it better. Li Yi urged the steward to find someone to buy trees. He didn't want mulberry trees. He could only make a little money by planting trees and raising silkworms in 80 mu of land. He planted grapes. Grape wine was wine, which was much more expensive than turbid wine. Raisins were also fruits, so the price was not low. Using the money from selling wine and raisins to buy cloth and make wine, he only needed a small part of it. Li Yi had better planting methods and brewing techniques. What he needed now was the old vines that bore fruit. He didn't want to raise them for a few years to produce grapes. Fortunately, the people of the Tang dynasty loved to drink grape wine. Many people planted grapes. Some people planted grapes that bore few fruits, and the grapes were not sweet. Li Yi had a way to deal with these situations, but he was anxious. The grapes were about to bloom. How could they be transplanted when they bloomed? They were usually transplanted in autumn. After a winter, the warm spring would promote the growth of the roots. Transplanting the old vines in spring was very harmful to the vines. It was very doubtful that the vines could bear grapes in the past. Li Yi was anxious, but the steward, Songde, was even more anxious. Because the money came. 100 bolts of silk worth 55,000 copper coins were sent. The money was enough for 5 jars of soy sauce. There were still so many jars, and each jar could still produce oil. His Dongzhu was awesome. He could make money. Dongzhu said to sell the trees, so he sold them. Steward Songde rode the only horse in Zhuangzi and went out to find people to sell the trees and buy 3 to 5 years' worth of grape seedlings. After dinner, the sleepy students ran out to help carry the silk. They didn't have the slightest bit of arrogance when facing Li Yi, a Dongzhu. Dongzhu was not a rough person who couldn't read. Occasionally, Dongzhu would accompany him to write and discuss policy. Dongzhu's calligraphy could be written in regular script, and he could also write the kind of characters that looked very thin but were unyielding. Before dinner, Li Qingqi personally lit the methane lamp, praised it, and left. He also took away Li Yi's marinated beef, cold and spicy beef tendons, and spicy beef mince. The most terrible thing was that he didn't even let go of the brine used to make the beef mince. He took away all of it. It was a big pot. Remember to heat the brine every day. When it gets cold, ice it. Li Yi was very afraid that the other party would have a stomachache. When he sent the Zhuangzi out, he still reminded him. As for whether the other party would ice the brine, Li Yi didn't need to worry. After sending Li Qingqi away, dinner was still beef bones and wild vegetable soup, but there was no tofu. Tofu was more expensive than rice, and the yield of soybeans was low. 1 jean of beans could usually make 2 jean and 2 taels of tofu. Of course, Li Yi used the bean cakes that had been squeezed to make tofu. Then, even if he used the bean cakes to make tofu, he could make 3 jean of them per jean. If the beans had not been squeezed to death, he could make at least 4 jean of tofu. People in the Tang dynasty used brine to make tofu, but he used plaster. After cooking the tofu, the pulp was separated into the dregs, and the dregs were eaten. He cooked the dregs repeatedly. In winter, he burned coal for warmth. He put a pot on the stove and cooked it. Now that there was methane, he continued to cook it. In the end, the dregs couldn't be eaten by humans at all. They could be used to feed pigs and chickens. Cows didn't like to eat them. In this way, he was still thinking about using the bean cakes to make tofu, and picking out a layer of tofu during the boiling process. Now that the beef bones had been stewed to the soup, he had to continue cooking. Then, he would continue to stew the wild vegetables. Until nothing could be cooked, the bones would become fertilizer. In the Qi People's Essentials, it was written that in addition to farm manure, bone dregs, and the dregs of other crops other than sesame seeds could also be used to fertilize the fields. However, Li Yi wouldn't use the bones on Zhuangzi to fertilize the fields. Instead, they would be turned into bone powder and fed to the chickens. When the chickens lay eggs, the eggs would be soft-shelled when calcium was lacking. They wouldn't even lay eggs. Li Qingqi didn't know that Li Yi had a set of scientific methods to use Zhuangzi. He didn't eat dinner and hurried back with food. Fortunately, the road was not far. This time, he took the Tunghua Gate and entered the palace while the palace gate was open. He entered the Baifu Palace from the side door and met his father, the Emperor Emeritus. When he entered the Tunghua Gate, someone had already run to Onqing Market to find other brothers to go to the Baifu Palace together. When Li Longji heard the news, he also rushed over with Empress Wang. The other brothers also came with a princess consort each. After greeting Emperor Emeritus Li Dan and noble consort Lu, everyone began to taste the food that Li Qingqi brought back. Yesterday's soy sauce had opened a new window for them to become a foodie nation. Today, a new door had been opened. They had all eaten beef before, but the beef in this sauce was delicious enough without the garlic sauce. When the beef was dipped in the garlic sauce, everyone's expression was so happy. Then, they took a bite of the spicy beef tendon. Oh, how could there be such a taste in the world? This spiciness, why did the spicier it was, the more they wanted to eat it. It was so spicy. The 2 beef tendons were quickly eaten by everyone. Everyone was still hungry. Big brother, why don't we recruit Li Yi to the Shangshi Bureau? Prince Shui, Li Longye, licked his lips and said the same thoughts in many people's hearts. Yi He, don't talk nonsense. Li Qingqi disciplined his younger brother. Then, he said, that Li Yi is ambitious. Today, when we talked about the Tubo and the Turks, he said, Li Qingqi told the others what Li Yi said. When everyone heard it, they were shocked, just like Li Qingqi at that time. It turned out that the young man was very ambitious. If that was the case, why would he cook in the Shangshi Bureau's imperial kitchen? While sighing, the noodles were ready. Tonight's main dish was soup pancakes mixed with beef and chili sauce. Big brother, I heard that you bought more than 1,000 caddies of soy sauce. I wonder how much Li Yi and Zhuangzi have left. Li Longye, who had just suggested that Li Yi be a chef in the palace, was thinking about the soy sauce again. Chapter 5. Naturally, this time, Li Longye was reprimanded by his third brother, who was the emperor. He told him not to snatch other people's things. He even hinted that others shouldn't go to Li Yi's Zhuangzi so as to not expose their identities. It wasn't easy to meet a young man that caught his eye, so he had to observe him in secret. That night, Li Qingqi ordered his men to clear out a space in the King's Song residence for the soybean oil extraction. At dawn, the soybean oil was produced. However, the quality wasn't very good. It wasn't as clear as the jar Li Qingqi brought back, and it had a strong fishy smell. Li Qingqi consoled him and didn't punish him. However, he had to work hard to reach the same quality as the jar of soybean oil. Today, he didn't go to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Instead, he asked his men to help him contact buyers to buy the mulberry trees on Li Yi's Zhuangzi. At the same time, he asked if anyone had grapevines that didn't bear fruit and didn't taste sweet. Li Qingqi wanted to see how the grapevines that didn't bear fruit and didn't taste sweet would turn out in Li Yi's hands. This wasn't just Li Yi's problem. Many grapevines were faced with the same problem. Why were there only a few bunches of grapes in his house? They were all ripe. Other people's grapes were sweet, but why were my grapes a little sour? Li Qingqi knew that Li Yi was after cheap. Sometimes, no one would want such grapevines even if he gave them away. However, he didn't believe that Li Yi would dig up the mulberry trees and exchange them for grapevines. Just look at the wheat on Zhuangzi. It was better than others. Cows, pigs, and chickens were also raised better than others. At night, others couldn't even bear to light an oil lamp. However, his Zhuangzi provided such a bright lamp for free. This won't do. I have to find a Zhuangzi. I can't say that he's from the imperial plantation. Li Qingqi suddenly thought of a huge problem. At the same time, he rejoiced. Rejoiced that Li Yi wasn't willing to ask about other people's family affairs and business. He gave off a gentle and refined aura. He would listen to whatever you said. However, he couldn't keep doing this. He needed a Zhuangzi without royal background. Therefore, on this day, Li Qingqi was busy asking someone to make arrangements for Zhuangzi. It was bigger than Li Yi's Zhuangzi, and at the same time, it was guaranteed that the secret would not be revealed. Li Yi was also very busy today. He was busy with tomorrow's poetry recital. The students had already sent representatives to invite others over to play. He couldn't directly greet them. If there was barbecued meat to eat, it would be beef. This way, other people would be willing to come and play. Li Yi bought wine, but it wasn't good wine. Good wine was too expensive. He didn't have the time to distill it. He was very busy. When someone bought a mulberry tree, he would give them lime and tell them to spray the tree with lime water before putting it down. The grapevines were also here. Manager Songde reported to Li Yi with a confused look on his face. He said that for some reason, many people wanted to sell their grapevines to him at a low price. To what extent was it cheap? When other people dug up grapevines and sent them over, their wages were the money they earned from selling the grapevines. They had to spend the same amount of money as hiring someone to move the grapevines back. Li Yi said that Manager Songda was very capable. He would give Manager Song a big bonus in the autumn. Then, he turned around and led the 10 tenant families to see the rice seedlings grown on the 20 mu of land. According to the information, rice was planted in a small area during the Tang dynasty. Li Yi also wanted to plant wheat, but he didn't want to plant wheat anymore. Now, he would use the empty space to grow seedlings. After harvesting the wheat, he would seize the time to plant the rice seedlings. Shithan was in the north. Rice could only grow once a year. Where was the best rice? Of course, it was the province in the north of Hebei province. Unfortunately, people there now grew sorghum and wheat. Moreover, there were very few places that could be cultivated. There was no Nanawan with the fragrance of flowers. Therefore, most of the rice was planted in the south and then transported over by the former dynasty's canal and land route. Li Yi had eaten that rice before. It was not delicious. Its growth cycle was short and there were no veins. After harvesting the wheat, you will be very tired. At the same time, the water will be cold. I will give you wine to drink every meal every day. Li Yi looked at the cultivated rice seedlings and said to the 10 tenant families. The 20 people looked at him without saying a word, but their eyes were firm. They knew how cold the water in the field was after harvesting the wheat. But they didn't care. For the sake of their children, they were willing to freeze to death in the water. Moreover, Dongzhu also gave them wine to drink. After drinking wine, the water would not be so harmful. Li Yi looked around. Not bad. All the rice seedlings were growing well. During lunch, Li Yi asked Steward Songda to sit at the side. Steward Song, go buy oilcloth in the afternoon. Li Yi instructed. Songda nodded and asked, why does Dongzhu want to buy oilcloth? After harvesting the wheat, let the water flush the ground and plant rice seedlings. The oilcloth will be used to make boots and pants to prevent blisters. Li Yi said. Ah. Boots and pants? Use oilcloth to make boots? Songda was surprised. The spring water is cold to the bone. Without protection, you will suffer when you grow old. Li Yi explained the situation. Dongzhu, you can't do that. A bolt of oilcloth is 3 times the price of silk. It's just water, why? Songda understood and hurriedly advised. Can you still go into the water with scratches and abscesses? Oilcloth is 3 times the price of silk, but it's not as good as life. Go buy it. Li Yi interrupted Songda's words and insisted. Dongzhu. Steward Songda sat down and bowed to the ground. Dongzhu. The tenant farmers who ate with him directly knelt on the ground. Everyone, get up. Li Yi cupped his fists and said, in terms of making money, you are not good. In terms of labor, I am not good. The matters of the farm are mostly labor. From now on, I will leave it to you. Brother Donglai, you are too polite. It is indeed a place with pleasant scenery. Brother Shusheng, I trust you have been well since we last met. I didn't expect to meet you today. 16th Lang, you are still so outstanding and elegant. Can you write a new poem? 1 duck is not warm, 2 ducks together to keep out the cold. On the 15th day of the 2nd month, Genius Feng wrote a poem of sympathy for the 2 ducks. It is unforgettable. The sky brightened again. Early in the morning, the classmates of the 42 students came one after another. They met each other and exchanged greetings. Li Yi watched from the side. He could accept other things. But the poem about the ducks, in fact, he didn't want to show up. But as Dongzhu, he had to greet everyone first before disappearing. The 42 students seemed to be quite popular. They actually found more than 300 people to play with. Li Yi greeted everyone and took the initiative to leave, returning the space to the students. The children in Zhuangzi were responsible for walking among the crowd, serving tea and water. Their main purpose was to listen to how the students talked. In the future, they could also be students and learn first. The 17 children changed into new clothes. The silk used to buy soy sauce was not bad. It was a new type of silk and could be used to make clothes. It was not like many silk that were just placed there. The insides were ruined and could be used as currency. There were also some that had an earth weight inside, but it was missing the dimensions. The 100 bolts used to buy soy sauce were not new silk. Lee saw that it was good and asked about it. A bolt of silk could be used to make clothes for these children. It was just enough to make one set for each person. He took out a bolt and the children's families made it overnight. Anyway, there was a biogas lamp and it did not hurt the eyes. Moreover, the needles were good. There was a pure copper thimble to wear. The main thing was that everyone followed the assembly line. Each person was responsible for one place. The 17 children's clothes were quickly made. Among the 17 children, there were 5 girls. They looked much cuter than the boys in Confucian clothes. The 4 male servants in Zhuangzi were responsible for roasting skewers. They had roasted them once before. Now, the skewers were cooked. They could be heated and then smeared with sauce and seasoning. However, there was no seasoning. Each student had a small plate in front of them with seasoning. They dipped it in and ate. The seasoning was really too expensive. Whether it was salt, cumin, or chili oil, who would be willing to throw it into the fire? Today, in addition to beef skewers, there were also mutton skewers. 1 fat and 1 thin skewered on the bamboo skewers. However, the meat on the skewers was not big. They had been fed with ingredients in advance. Of course, the most important thing was not these. It was that each person had an extra plate to hold soy sauce. To be honest, Li himself could not accept the fact that the skewers were dipped in soy sauce. However, the students felt that it was strange. This thing was good. After dipping it in and eating it, someone actually wrote an impromptu poem to praise it. The poem said, "On the spring branches outside Chang and city, the students who came and went sighed. They searched the east bank of the Ba River village and found only soy sauce for roasted cattle and sheep." Li hurriedly asked the steward to send a skewer of roasted garlic and asked the other party to write it down as payment for the pen. To be honest, he could write 100 times better than this. However, it was useless for him to write. Only when the other scholars wrote it could it be spread. He was now thinking about writing a preface to this good poem. For example, a certain year, a certain month, a certain person had a small gathering at the Li family village by the Ba River in the east of Chang and city. He tasted roasted meat and mixed it with soy sauce. He felt that it was delicious and wrote a poem. When the other scholars saw this, they actually had extra treatment. The key was that garlic could be roasted and eaten. This would not do. Was this a problem with a skewer of garlic? Who was worse than who? Write and praise soy sauce. Li was very satisfied. He asked the steward to send all kinds of skewers and then he started to roast them himself. Because the man who could kill cattle and deliver it was here, he could not ask the servant to roast it. Li Qingqi came, and with him came his third brother Li Longji. Li Longji was really curious. A magical young man came out of Zhuangzi on the Ba River village beside Chang'an. Well, to be honest, the beef paste was finished. There was not much in total. Li Qingqi could eat it for a few more days if he ate it himself. Everyone shared it, especially when eating soup pancakes, and drank water fiercely after eating it. No amount of sauce was enough to eat it. Li Longji ate all the sauce that was given to him yesterday, but he could not stop the empress from sharing it with the people in the palace. Empress Wang managed the harem like a happy family. When there was nothing to do, she even brought the eunuchs and palace maids to play shuttlecock. If there was something good, they would share it together. Therefore, after she was killed in history, the entire harem became cold. Of course, she was still alive now. Therefore, Li Longji came with Li Qingqi with several purposes. The two sides argued for a while and became friendly. Li Qingqi and Li Longji called Li Yi brother Yi. Li Yi called Li Qingqi big brotherly, and Li Longji was naturally third brotherly. In Li Yi's opinion, third brotherly had the final say in the family. Third brotherly sent 10 cucumbers, saying that he got them from the hot spring garden through the palace. There were no cucumbers in this season, only the warm garden next to the hot spring provided them. Li Yi did not want to eat them. The hot spring water was water with a lot of substances. God knows if there were any elements that exceeded the limit. But since the cucumbers were sent, he could not refuse. Therefore, he cut the cucumbers into small strips, made garlic paste, mixed it with chili oil, and served it. The 19 children each had a strip, and the rest were on the table for the 3 of them. The 17 children did not eat it directly, but kept it. The 2 little guys who could not eat coarse food grabbed a bit and put it in their mouths, kicking their legs to show that they were happy. Li Longji watched Li Yi give the cucumbers to the children, not missing a single one. Instantly, he raised Li Yi's position in his heart. He could see that the young Li Yi did not care about the precious cucumbers in spring. He could eat them or not. Chapter 6. Just like what Li Longji saw and thought. Li Yi indeed thought so. Isn't it just a cucumber in spring? I know you guys eat cucumbers in winter too. So what? I'll plant it this winter. I don't have a hot spring, but I can make a greenhouse. I have my own kiln. If I get mercury in summer, I'll make glass. Then I'll take the mercury and use the different density of glass and mercury to make a glass plate. This is called float glass, do you understand? Li Longji didn't know who he was facing. He dipped the barbecued meat in soy sauce, took a bite, and asked with a smile, "The soy sauce is good. Can you, Zhuangzi, keep the secret recipe?" Thump, thump, thump. The sound of kneeling sounded one after another. The tenant farmers, servants, and maids who were helping as waiters all knelt down. The steward was also kneeling. He raised his head and said, "Dongzhu, I won't say anything even if I die." A tenant farmer gritted his teeth, "Dongzhu, protect my 2 children. I can die now." Third brotherly, you're in the wrong. Why are you scaring my family? Li Yi looked unhappy. He turned to the others and said, "Get up, it's just soy sauce. If anyone catches you, tell them everything you know." He said again, "Soy sauce is nothing. There are still many secret recipes to make money this year. There will be more every year. My life is more important. Without your help, I don't care how much money I have." Dongzhu. The steward kowtowed. Dongzhu. The others kowtowed. "Get up and get to work," Li Yi said. Everyone got up, wiped their tears, and went to do their work. Third brotherly, what do you think? Ask me if you want anything. Don't make things difficult for my family, Li Yi said to Li Longji. Li Longji got up and cupped his fists. Brother Yi is kind and righteous. It's my fault. Li Qingqi felt like he was dreaming. Even his own mansion couldn't be like this. One manner, one sentence, and everyone had expressed their stance. He was envious, no, jealous. How many people in his mansion were arranged by his third brother? How many of them were loyal? He didn't know what charisma was, but he knew what it felt like to be surrounded by 42 angry students. That's right, the students were eating and drinking with their friends over there. When they saw that something was happening, they immediately rushed over. Li Yi explained as quickly as he could, "This is my third brotherly. He asked me if I was loyal to my family and wanted to talk to me about the secret of getting rich." Oh, the students came to a sudden realization. They cupped their fists and went back to continue eating and drinking. From the looks of it, they seemed to be in a better mood. It was good to be rich. If Dongzhu was rich, they would feel at ease living there. Li Longji continued to size up Li Yi. He thought to himself, if this person becomes an official, he must be a good official who is close to the people. Li Yi observed the 2 of them at the same time. Judging from their bearing, they were from wealthy families. Furthermore, he knew someone from the palace and even got the cucumber out. He should get in touch with them properly and increase his lifespan through the two of them. We only killed one sheep today. There are 2 kidneys. Cut them open and the 3 of us will each have a half. Li Yi stood at the side and barbecued 2 kidneys. He took 3 and left the other half. The other half was given to a man from the tenant farm. The man's waist always hurt. In fact, it was because his stomach was not good. Li Yi saw that the stomach medicine had a lifespan of 2 hours and a big box. He decided to take out 2 pills and put them together with half of the lamb's kidney for the man to eat. This medicine worked quickly. If the man felt better, the next step would be to feed him the pig's kidney. It gave people the feeling that whatever they ate would be nourished. Li Longji took a bite of the lamb's kidney and asked curiously, "Why is it not fishy?" Li Yi was about to open his mouth when he suddenly hesitated. "So you don't know how to deal with the fishy smell? Isn't this the same as the British during the First World War asking the Germans how to remove bubbles from the lens of a telescope? At that time, the British paid a huge price and finally got the secret. One word: stir. Stir the glass, remove the bubbles, and make the telescope lens. What about now? Why is the kidney not fishy? It's the same. Soak." Li Yi hesitated for a while before deciding to say it. "Just soak the kidney in water for a night. Simple, right? I don't use ethyl maltol because I don't have it." "So simple?" Li Qingqi was shocked. Li Longji didn't say anything, but judging from his expression, he also thought so. "Simple?" Li Yi smiled. He turned back to the room and took out a boiled egg. "Brothers, how can a boiled egg stand up?" Li Yi asked. Li Qingqi and Li Longji looked at each other. Li Qingqi said, "Impossible. I can make an egg stand up on the spring equinox." Li Yi took the egg and slowly turned it in his hand, saying, "I said it's possible." Then he slammed the egg's head on the table. The head of the egg broke and stood up. "It's that simple." Li Yi spread his hands and said. The 2 brothers looked at each other again. Then Li Longji stood up, "Brother Yi, I understand." As he spoke, Li Longji's pores opened. He was shocked. He knew that it didn't matter whether the egg stood up or not. The key was how he could think like that. Li Yi said with a smile, "Simple things are that simple. The difficult thing is who finds out." Li Longji sat down and ate the kidney, saying, "Today's kidney is delicious." "It's delicious." Li Qingqi was also surprised. He was going to play this game with the concubines when he returned to the prince's mansion. He thought it was too fun. Who would have thought of smashing it? Thousands of miles of wind and cloud contract, once the heart appreciates the same. Their intents are deeply intertwined, the spirit is exhausted. The grass ribbons are cold, the flower branches are red at night. Only the general is like water, bowing to the ancient style. Li Yi and the other 2 chatted while the literati began to recite poems. Obviously, they were happy eating and drinking. Li Yi looked around and sized up his Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi's land was flat, concave, sloped, and high. He thought about taking time in the summer to build small ditches, flower beds, rockery, and draw water to a high place to play with the flowing water. Li Longji saw so many scholars reciting poems and praised, "Sightseeing's early autumn banquet at Dou Lu Lang's mansion is written quite well. Compared to his long ballad of the imperial capital, there are fewer people who have sung it." "Brother Yi, are you right?" Li Yi, he looked at Li Longji, meaning to say, "What are you talking about?" He knew that he couldn't show his cowardice at this time, so he quickly cheated with the system. He recited silently, and a screen that others couldn't see appeared. He communicated with the system, "I want to see the poem by the author of the Thousands of Miles of Wind and Cloud contract. If it's good, I'll buy one." The system immediately listed it out, "Thousands of Miles of Wind and Cloud contract, written by Luo Bin Wang, early autumn banquet at Dou Lu Lang's mansion." Luo Bin Wang, sightseeing. Poems. Then Li Yi saw that there was a imperial capital chapter. There were so many words. It was indeed a long ballad. So he immediately said, yes, mountains and rivers of 1,000 miles of country, 9 gates of a watchtower. Without seeing the magnificence of the imperial residence, how can one know that the Son of Heaven is respected? Just these opening 4 lines make one yearn for it. After reading it, Li Yi felt at ease. He actually felt helpless in his heart. He had memorized many poems and written many of them. But when it came to Luo Bin Wang, it seemed that only the goose was important. Who would recite the rest? But after thinking about it, he understood. People nowadays naturally recited the poems of the 4 heroes of the Tang dynasty. Meng Haoren, Wang Wei, Li Bai, plus Wang Zhihuan and Gao Shi, they were all only 10 years old. And Du Fu was now 3 years old. As for Bai Ji and Lu Zongyuan, their fathers hadn't even been born yet. Li Qingqi said from the side, speaking of Luo Bin Wang, it's a pity that Wang An died. Li Yi knew who this was. Wang Bo, also known as Xian, was the head of the 4 heroes of the Tang dynasty. Unfortunately, he didn't even live to 30 years old and became an official before 20 years old. Li Yi thought, sighed, and said, sunset and lonely duck fly together. The autumn water is the same color as the sky. Another poem, where is the emperor of the pavilion? Outside the threshold, the river flows on its own. As soon as he finished speaking, the 3 looked at each other and said together, 1,000 gold flows on its own. They laughed loudly. Li Longji stopped laughing and asked, little brother Yi, since you know that Wang An became an official before his age and died young, do you still want to be an official? Ah. Third brother, do you have any connections to send a letter? Li Yi's eyes lit up. According to the current rules, the imperial examination wasn't something that could be taken just because one wanted to, nor could one become an official just because one wanted to. One had to find a backer and then write a poem, song, essay, etc., and send it to the door. The other party saw your sincerity and talent and felt that you would do well in the future, so they would help you. The scholars who came today didn't have any connections. Those who had connections wouldn't go to a zhuangzi to eat barbecue. There's no hurry. Let third brother make a good plan for little brother Yi, Li Longji said with a smile. Li Yi also smiled. He smiled at Li Yi. The emperor was in front of him, and he asked who the emperor was looking for. When he found out later, it would be a wonderful story. Li Yi nodded. Yes, I'll take care of my zhuangzi first. If the tenant farmers aren't rich, how can the officials let the people live without worry? Oh? Li Longji looked at Li Yi again with appreciation in his eyes. He asked, little brother Yi, I see that the tenant farmers in Zhuangzi have ruddy complexions and children. Isn't that enough? Of course. Li Yi answered, right now, I'm the only one taking care of them. Their families don't have any extra money or food. They only stay in the village every day and don't dare to enter the city because they're embarrassingly short of money. What does little brother Yi want to do? Li Longji asked again. Sell the soy sauce and share the wages with them. After harvesting the wheat, ask them to use the wages to buy crab seedlings. Plant rice in the village so that the crab and rice grow together. Harvest the crabs in autumn to exchange for money. Li Yi gave the plan for Zhuangzi and asked the tenant farmers to use their own money to buy the crab seedlings. When the crabs were harvested, the money would naturally belong to the tenant farmers. Li Qingqi was curious. Can crabs be raised in the fields? Rice can be used as paddy fields. This is a set of raising methods. Li Yi answered. Is it feasible? Li Qingqi asked. Yes. Li Yi was certain. He didn't even need to ask the system to change the technique. He knew how to raise crabs himself. He earned a year's worth of money. Later, there was a flood and all of it was washed away. The key was that he didn't buy insurance. He was sad and changed his profession. He stopped playing. Can my zhuangzi learn this? Li Qingqi rubbed his hands. His idea was simple. Crabs were quite expensive, especially in the capital of Chang'an. They could be raised in the paddy fields. If everyone learned this, the capital of the people would be abundant. Li shook his head. It's too late. I have 20 mu of seedlings and can plant 800 mu of rice. This time, Li Longji and Li Qingqi were puzzled. What was this about 20 mu of seedlings and then planting 800 mu of rice? Are there any seedlings? Li Longji asked anxiously. Come with me. Li stopped eating skewers and took the two of them to see the 20 mu of rice seedling fields. When the three of them arrived, the rice seedlings had already grown. After a few days, they would be planted in other fields. Little brother E, why do the rice seedlings in your village look stronger than the ones I've seen before? Li Qingqi noticed the situation. Just like wheat, they grew better than others. Chapter 7. The first method is to soak the seeds in lime water to disinfect them. The second method is to compost them well. Li Yi extended 2 fingers and introduced them one by one. Poisonous? Li Longji and Li Qingqi asked at the same time. Insects smaller than fleas and ants. They are very, very small. There are some on the rice. If they are not killed, the rice will not grow well. Li Yi explained in a simpler way. Li Longji and Li Qingqi immediately understood. Li Yi continued, other grains can also be treated according to this method. Write it down quickly. Li Longji ordered in a deep voice. It was only after he finished speaking that he realized that this was Li Yi's secret method. It was wrong to take it by force. Li Qingqi hurriedly said, Brother Yi, can you tell others about this method? Okay. Li Yi was even more anxious than the two of them. He took the two of them to the side. There was a special smell drifting in the air. It was the smell of compost. He said to the two of them, normally, it is to compost it. Put the feces together with the dregs and bone powder after the oil extraction and let the cows step on it. Mine is different. I put things in layers. Tree leaves and grass sticks can also be put in it. Lime is also added to it. It will heat up very quickly. Not only can it kill the insect eggs, but it can also make the soil more vigorous. After introducing the compost, he led the two of them to another place. There were piles of stones here. They were sometimes used by the people who transported goods to weigh the ships. Then, they would be thrown by the Ba River. Some people would take the stones and build steps by the river. There were also people who built walls. Some of the stones were greenish-white and some were blackish-blue. Li picked up a stone. I call this stone phosphate stone. There are many of them around Chang'an. This stone is ground into powder and scattered in the ground. It can make rice, wheat, and other agricultural products grow faster. It can also withstand cold and drought and is less likely to fall sick. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were shocked again. Li Qingqi reacted and said, you used wood for your wheat? Farm manure is also used. Li nodded. Li Longji picked up a stone and rubbed it, it's common. You can always see it in the 22 counties of the capital. Yes. Li Qingqi echoed, yes, it's common. But I never thought that grinding the stone into powder could be used in such a way. Big brother, your zhuangzi will follow the prescription this year. Li Longji knew that his big brother made a zhuangzi to fool Li Yi. If possible, next year, no, after the autumn harvest this year, it will be promoted throughout the capital. He turned his head and looked at Li Yi again. No matter how he looked at him, he found him pleasing to the eye. The three of them went back to eat skewers. Li Longji looked at the stones he brought back from time to time. Brother Yi, what kind of reward do you want? Li Longji felt embarrassed to have taken the 3 prescriptions for nothing, so he asked for compensation. Reward? Third brother was talking about benefits, right? Remember to find someone to recommend me. I should be able to be an official next year. I've already thought about it. I'll become a county magistrate first. Just pick any county around the capital. I don't mind. Li looked like he wanted to serve the people. Cough, cough, cough. Li Yi choked on his saliva when he heard Li Yi's words. This brother Yi is really ambitious. Just find someone to recommend him next year and he will be a county magistrate directly. Moreover, he will be a county magistrate in the capital. Why don't I make you the Chang and county magistrate? Or maybe I'll have to trouble you and change it to Wanyan county magistrate. I'll try my best. Li Longji was also shocked. He said again, Brother Yi, can I ask my relatives and friends to spread these methods? Don't, you can't just ask your relatives and friends to teach the people under your rule. Li Yi was more anxious. He still wanted to increase his lifespan and enjoy life. Li Longji looked at Li Yi again and nodded, okay. Li Qingqi said at the side, to be honest, we are also close to the royal family. No wonder you were able to get cucumbers. Li Yi suddenly understood and felt that their identities matched. Yes, yes. Li Qingqi secretly sighed. He did not want to expose his identity. Otherwise, they would not be happy together in the future. Li Longji also had the same thought and said, if you want to find us in the future, you can go to Sixli village in the west of the city. Li Qingqi gave the name of the place. Anyway, Zhuangzi already had someone to operate it. It was just a name. Li Yi remembered the name. When there was delicious food and fun things, he would ask someone to send it to share. When it was almost noon, Li Longji and Li Qingqi said goodbye. The more than 300 people were still eating and drinking. They probably could not find a chance to eat beef on a normal day. Fortunately, the beef was big enough and there were other skewers to support it. Otherwise, it would not be enough for them. The wine was not good either. It was more than 10 copper coins per caddy. Li Yi tasted it and did not drink anymore. Sure enough, cheap things were not good. If it was not too difficult to get a license, he would have brewed it himself and distilled it. However, no one cared about the wine. It did not consume food. As for the Yongye fields and Kofun fields, it was not a problem to plant a certain amount of hemp or mulberry trees. Because the current Zhuangzi were all Yongye fields, the system gave a series of operations like this. Moreover, there were methods to increase the production of food and methods to raise crops. If the imperial court wanted to investigate, it could be settled. Li Yi calculated in his heart. He provided 42 students with housing for free. Normally, he would be rewarded. He also set up private schools for the children of 17 tenant farmers. Similarly, he would be rewarded. If any official did not let him go, he would make a big deal out of it. Then, he would continue to offer advanced farming techniques. Maybe Li Longji would know about it in an instant. Li thought about various ways to deal with future problems. Li Longji and Li Qingqi, who were rushing back, met up with the team and crossed the Ba River. The two brothers sat in the carriage. 2 jars of soy sauce, 2 jars of soybean oil, and 2 small jars of beef chili sauce were placed in front of them. Big brother, if only we knew about Brother Li. Brother Yi last year. Li Longji looked regretful. Last year, Li Yi had just come to take over Zhuangzi. Many things had already started at that time. Because of the leap of February this year, they only knew about Li Yi's situation half a year later. Even if we knew about it last year, I couldn't tell. Li Qingqi was optimistic. Li Longji closed his eyes and opened them after a while. Come over one night and stay on Zhuangzi. Look at the swamp at night. Oh, it's called the methane lamp. It's more obvious. Third brother, I always feel that he has more skills that he hasn't used. Look at the prescription he gave us. He doesn't care about it. Instead, he hopes that we will help him spread it. Li Qingqi analyzed. From this point of view, Brother Yi had only released a little. Indeed. Li Longji also thought about it. At least, he did not know the secret of the methane lamp. He forgot to ask about it. He originally wanted to ask about the soybean oil and the methane lamp. However, when he went to the place where the seedlings were growing, he saw something even more magical. Third brother, is the stone grinding and fertilizing real or fake? Li Qingqi was conflicted about the matter of learning from the new village. Li Longji clasped his hands together. It must be real. Brother Yi didn't know that we were coming. Why would he fake it? Yes. Li Qingqi agreed. He felt that Li Yi was very interesting. He actually wanted to get a position as a county magistrate, and it was even one of the 22 counties of the capital. Did he think that the counties in the capital were the same as those in other places? This was Jiangxi province. A little further away was Guanyi province, an important place in the capital. You're just a 16-year-old boy. Do you know how to be a county magistrate? Third brother, Brother Yi wants to be a county magistrate, Li Qingqi said with a smile. Li Longji also laughed. Ha ha ha. However, seeing that he's taking care of Zhuangzi, he can use the people's hearts. In just half a year, the tenant farmers are so loyal. He's making new clothes for the tenant farmers' children. He's also making the 4 treasures of the study for the boarding students to teach, Li Qingqi said. Why doesn't the other Zhuangzi do the same? Li Longji asked the key question. How many of the other villages can be used to make kilns? He's still making brick kilns, but he can also change them into ceramic kilns. His kilns are also extraordinary. As Li Qingqi spoke, he suddenly thought of something important. What kind of kiln was that? If he wanted to make bricks, he would make bricks. If he made some changes, he would make ceramics. After being reminded, Li Longji also reacted. That's right. The kiln is the foundation of a business. A kiln raises a village. Brother Yi can make kilns at will in Zhuangzi. He doesn't hire helpers or skilled craftsmen. He knows how to. Li Qingqi was not sure. Making bricks in a kiln and cooking in a stove were 2 different things. In a village, if a skilled craftsman helped build a kiln to make bricks, the people in the village would find work to do. On the other hand, Brother Yi built a kiln in a hurry and baked bricks to build houses for the students and tenant farmers. Then, there was no more movement. Did he stop making kilns? Did he think that buying bricks was expensive, so he burned them himself? Shouldn't he continue to make kilns and sell bricks? Big brother, find someone to buy soy sauce from Brother Yi in Zhuangzi. He helped the students entertain their classmates today and spent a lot of money. Li Longji suddenly remembered the matter of money. Li Yi's younger brother didn't seem to have much money left. Without money, there was no way to do other things. If he didn't do other things, how could he make new things? That's right. Li Qingqi agreed. Then, the 2 of them directly returned to the imperial city and gave half of the gifts they got from Li Yi to their father. The remaining half was naturally kept by Li Longji. Anyway, Li Longji was idle recently, so he could go to Li Yi to get more. The next morning, before Li Qingqi could find someone to buy soy sauce from Li Yi in Zhuangzi, many hotels in Chang and had already sent people to Zhuangzi to buy soy sauce. They were able to come all because of the scholars who participated in the poetry meet yesterday. They had seen the methane lamp, so before the curfew, each of them hurried back to the city with a small jar of soy sauce. Some of them brought it home, while others turned around and ran to Pyongkong Square. Pyongkong Square was the red light district of the Tang dynasty, where there were prostitutes and entertainers. When they arrived at Pyongkong Square, they began to show off their soy sauce and recited many poems about soy sauce. Naturally, the soy sauce they brought was shared and tasted. For a time, if a scholar didn't bring soy sauce to a shop, they would feel inferior. Not only did they give a free discount, but they also offered singing girls. This was a big deal. Preserved fruit dipped in soy sauce, dried fish dipped in soy sauce, garlic dipped in soy sauce, and poured soy sauce into wine bowls, crazy. In one night, everyone in Peace Square had gone crazy. When the curfew was lifted at 5:00, a group of people rushed out and went straight to Tonghua Gate. In the morning, when Li Yi in Zhuangzi was eating the noodles made with mixed minced soy sauce made with leftovers from yesterday, many people arrived outside Zhuangzi and asked to buy soy sauce. Li Yi originally planned to sell it after everyone finished eating. But Manager Song De disobeyed and called for everyone to put down their chopsticks and go to get soy sauce. Chapter 8. At 9:00 in the morning, the depressed Li Qingqi came over. He was indeed very depressed, so he sent someone to contact the restaurant. In the end, the people he sent returned and said that those people had already gone to buy soy sauce. Li Qingqi, who felt that he didn't help much, came over to take a look. What he saw was a group of people lining up to buy soy sauce. "Don't sell it, don't sell it. Call your Dongzhu out. I'll buy it all," someone shouted anxiously. The people on Zhuangzi ignored him and continued to sell. Each person was limited to 10 caddies. If he didn't bring a jar, it would be easy to deal with him. Back then, Li Yi felt that 10 caddies at a time was not bad, so he specially burned many small jars of 10 caddies each. Now, it had come in handy. He filled a jar, covered it with oil paper, tied it with a rope, and took it away. 10 caddies of pottery jars cost 120 coins per jar. There were no patterns on the jar, and its surface was rough. The price of the same jar in Chang'an was 100 yuan. When everyone came, not many of them had brought their own utensils. Seeing that the price wasn't too expensive, he decided to buy it. Otherwise, he would have to queue up again if he went back to get it. Li Yi, who had put down his chopsticks and waited in the dining room, was extremely regretful at this moment. If he had known earlier, he would have burned a jar with a capacity of 1 caddy and limited it to 10 caddies per person. Selling jars would be more profitable than selling soy sauce. At this time, those who bought soy sauce outside hurriedly sent people to send it back, and they lined up at the back of the line again. Nearby, there were also people rolling up silk. Previously, they had to separate a bolt of silk or silk to pay for the jar. The steward did not agree and cut the cloth into pieces. "How am I, Zhuangzi, going to use it?" If Dongzhu had not said that he could not refuse to accept silk, he would have only asked for copper coins. The steward who collected the money felt depressed. What kind of rags were these? The insides were all rotten. What a profiteer. Li Yi also knew that the layout was not good, but it did not matter. When the time came, he would make peace with the imperial court. Rent had to be in the form of food, and ordinary rent could be directly given to cloth. "Brother Yi, why aren't you eating?" Li Qingqi came over and saw Li Yi flipping through a book. The book he was flipping through was Yong Hui's Law. It was a legal book that he was currently using. Li Yi put down his book. "Big brother is here. Take a seat." As he spoke, he went to make tea for her. He used boiling water instead of boiling it. At this time, all the tea was fermented tea and there was no green tea. Lu Yu, who wrote the classic of tea, was not born yet. Even more so, no one would put the phrase, "drifting through wind and rain is not bitter, although frost and snow make one's complexion even more beautiful," into tea. After brewing the tea, Li Yi placed a plate of dried fruits on the table, and the two of them sat facing each other. "Why is Brother Yi not eating?" Li Qingqi asked again. "I haven't eaten yet. I just ate 2 mouthfuls. Those who buy oil arrive, those who are busy don't eat. How can idle people eat?" Li Yi replied. This was a habit he had developed. The boss and the employees ate together. Suddenly receiving a series of phone calls, the employees immediately went to work. Would the boss dare to eat alone? "Do you dare?" Li Qingqi stared blankly at Li Yi for a moment before nodding gently. "Little brother Yi is right. Big brother, are you free today? You didn't go to collect stones?" Li Yi tried to find a topic. "I've asked someone to do it. I wanted to invite someone to buy soy sauce, but I found out that someone had already come for supper. Last night in the Pyongkong Square, everybody said that one thing is soy sauce." Li Qingqi explained the situation. Last night was just soy sauce. Li Yi smiled. It seemed that he did not treat so many people to a meal for nothing. However, Li Qingqi did not smile. He asked, "Can little brother Yi keep the soy sauce secret?" Don't let the people in Zhuangzi go out. When I make more money and have new things, soy sauce will not matter anymore. Li Yi hesitated for a moment and gave a solution. He was afraid that the people in Zhuangzi would be put in gunny sack if they went out. If you don't go out, how can you prevent bad people from entering? Li Qingqi shook his head. Big brother, teach me. Li Yi understood that his big brother had a way. Tribute. Li Qingqi said 2 words. You have a way. Li Yi was looking forward to it. Have you forgotten that we are relatives of the emperor? Li Qingqi emphasized. Tribute? How much a year? Li Yi planned to give soy sauce to the emperor. Then, even if others snatched the method of making soy sauce, they would not dare to sell it. If they did, they would investigate how they learned how to make it. 1,000 caddies. The rest of the people in the palace will buy it from the village. Li Qingqi stretched out a finger. Li Yi did not think much when he heard that 1,000 caddies would be given for free. However, when he heard that there was not enough food in the palace, he trembled. This was because Lao Bai had written, a cart of charcoal weighs more than 1,000 caddies. Half a bolt of red muslin and 10 feet of silk are tied to the ox's head to fill the charcoal. For 1,000 caddies of charcoal, the people in the palace would give half a bolt of red muslin and 10 feet of silk. If it was his own Zhuangzi, would he just take 100 caddies of soy sauce and throw 2 pieces of rag and call it a day? Li Yi lowered his head and thought for a moment. He asked, who are the 2 imperial attendants of the Department of Household Affairs? What are their morals? Why do you ask about the Department of Household Affairs? Li Qingqi was surprised. There is not enough soy sauce in the palace. Aren't they the ones who buy it? Li Yi said. Li Qingqi smiled and shook his head. Little brother Yi, you don't know. The people who buy soy sauce in the palace are in charge of the precious Shane department of the Guanglu Temple. Ah! Li Yi suddenly understood. So it wasn't just a eunuch who came out to snatch things. It was good to be an official. They didn't dare to be too brazen. I've troubled big brother. Li Yi cupped his fists. This big brother of his was too kind. He was able to get a special quota for him. It's a small matter. It's not worth mentioning. Li Qingqi was happy. He had finally helped his cheap brother. Otherwise, he would feel guilty if he kept taking things for free. The 2 of them continued to chat about the law of eternal Hui. Li Qingqi told Li Yi about some of the classic punishments. It was already noon outside when the sales of soy sauce finally stopped. Today, each person took 10 caddies of soy sauce and sold 50 large vats of soy sauce. Each vat weighed 200 caddies, so 10,000 caddies were sold. The soy sauce earned 550,000 taels. Most of it was rag and a small portion was copper coins. Then, the jars were sold for 1,000 taels. Even if the people who came brought their own vats, they couldn't just hold 10 caddies of soy sauce. Wouldn't they have to wash the vats? Everyone simply bought the jars. Each jar was worth 120 copper coins. That was a total of 120,000 taels. The steward told them that there was no more. From the day after tomorrow, they could only sell 200 caddies of soy sauce a day. Those who didn't manage to buy any left angrily. Li Yi called for everyone to eat and told them not to move the rag for now. Everyone returned to the dining hall. When they saw that Dong Zhu was still waiting for them, they were so touched that their eyes turned red. Li Qingqi ate some noodles that had been left out for a long time and had a bad texture. Then, he filled a small jar with mixed sauce and left. Pick a few bolts of good silk and make a set of clothes for my lord. Li Yi instructed the people who were moving the silk. Once they had money, they would make new clothes for everyone. Dong Zhu. Steward Songda tried to persuade him. It's good that you know that I'm Dong Zhu. Li Yi persisted. The village was counting on these people. If he didn't give them benefits, they wouldn't work hard. What he wanted was a lifespan. What was the use of piling up money there? Yes, Dong Zhu. Songda agreed and turned to look at the others. Work hard. Everyone nodded vigorously. They had to do their jobs well even if they had to risk their lives. Li clasped his hands behind his back and strolled to the side of the students' small huts. The weather was warm today. Noon was sufficient. The students removed all the shutters from the windows of their huts and opened the windows to read. There was no window paper in the huts. There were only 3 pieces of spliceable wooden boards to block the windows. In the winter, there was a warm wall, so a piece of window board would be lowered. There were even some who read outside. When it was cold, they would enter the huts to warm themselves up. In their huts, there were 2 slender golden characters written by Li Yi for them. One was, "The land is thin and pine trees are planted. The poor children study." The other was, "Without experiencing the bone-chilling cold, how can the fragrance of plum blossoms assail the nose?" Therefore, the students were very diligent. They didn't know if they could succeed in becoming his disciple, but if they didn't have the opportunity, then there was nothing they could do. The students understood. This was the capital's Chang'an. Many people had no place to stay and could only stay in the temples. Those places didn't allow one person to live in one hut. Back then, it was this young man, Dongzhu, who strolled on the streets. He said, "Is there anyone who is willing to put down their face and work for the farmers? Come with me." Then, when they couldn't stand it anymore, they followed the young man. What was face? They didn't expect that after they came, they would have a house to live in. They didn't have to farm every day. They just helped clean up the cow shed, pig house, and chicken coop. At that time, the young man, Dongzhu, rushed to the front to build a house and work. Later on, there were people who wanted to come, but they couldn't. Only the 42 of them were left. Because Dongzhu said that there was no time to build a house, it wasn't that he didn't want more people to come and stay until next year. Now that they saw Li Yi coming over, they all greeted him. "Today we have gained a lot. Go find plum blossoms, orchid, bamboo, chrysanthemum, and measure them. Each of you will wear silk clothes. It won't be rude to entertain guests in the future." Li Yi told the students to find 4 female servants to measure so that they could make new clothes. As for who would do it, of course, it wasn't the people in the manor. There were too many people and they couldn't handle it. Even Sir Zhuangzi's clothes had to be outsourced. This money wasn't cheap. The students happily accepted it and didn't refuse. They understood that Brother Li Yi wasn't someone who didn't understand literature. Scholars helped each other. It was a matter for scholars. Of course, he still had to tidy up the cowshed. He couldn't stop teaching the children. The 17 children were practicing calligraphy. They dipped their brushes in water and wrote on the wooden board. Paper was too expensive, even if it was straw paper. Straw paper, Li Yi used straw paper to go to the toilet. He really couldn't stand the scraping of the bamboo pieces. Li Yi expressed that he couldn't accept toilet paper. The 5 girls practicing calligraphy were the most hardworking. They knew that this was their last chance. Either they studied well or they worked. Then, like other girls, they would casually find someone to marry. Give birth to children, raise children, and be beaten. Just like in the past, when their parents beat their mothers could only cry. Now, they didn't beat them. Their families had good lives and their fathers were happy. Also, Brother Dongzhu said that they couldn't beat them. If they did, they would be chased out of Zhuangzi. And if they studied well, they would find a different family. The boys were much more mischievous. There were always children who were distracted. Li saw it but didn't care. In any case, when their exam results were at the bottom, there would naturally be someone to take care of them when they returned home. I didn't let your father beat your mother, but I didn't say that your father and mother couldn't beat you together. At around 3:00 in the afternoon, someone from the palace came. A tall person led the way. This person looked especially handsome. When the person saw Li Yi, he was very affectionate. Li Yi, Dongzhu, from today onwards, your soy sauce will be a tribute. This is the official document. As he spoke, he gave Li Yi a document. It proved that the soy sauce that Li Yi served in Zhuangzi was a tribute. If others wanted to rush into Zhuangzi to snatch it, they had to think about the consequences first. Li Yi happily took it. His big brother was reliable and the key was that he was fast. Li Dongzhu, go to the imperial harem to buy soy sauce. I will be in charge. This person told him about the future. I wonder if this big brother is from? Li Yi asked. Supervisor of the Internal Servants Department. The person who came was still smiling kindly. Li Yi, didn't they say that he was someone from the Treasure and Shame Department of the Guanglu Temple? Why was he still a eunuch? Big brother, you're doing this wrong. Li Dongzhu, do you feel happy? The other person saw that Li Yi was in a daze and asked in a louder voice. Ah, happy, that, how should I address big brother? Li Yi felt his hands and feet go cold. Gao Lisher. The other person said. Li Yi, oh my god, why is it him? Yes, the current supervisor of the Internal Servants Department was Gao Lisher. It's actually Dr. Gao. Li Yi cupped his fists, left hand in front and right hand behind. I prefer martial arts. Gao Lisher said in a low voice. So it's General Gao, my apologies, my apologies. Li Yi hurriedly cupped his fists again, right hand in front and left hand behind. Li Yi was relieved. This person wasn't a supervisor at all. He was in charge of the entire Internal Servants Department. Both supervisors were present. Then there was Gao Lisher, as well as two scattered officials, one civil and one military, one minor third rank. The key point was that he was one of the emperor's people. Looking at him today, he didn't look like a eunuch at all. Chapter 9. Li Dongzhu is also a wonderful person. Gao Lisher looked at Li Yi's movements and smiled as he patted Li Yi's shoulder. General Gao, please wait a moment. Li put away the document and ran back to his residence. When he came back, he had a small jar in his hand and handed it to Gao Lisher. Chili sauce, there's not much left. Leave half at home. I'll make it in the future. Gao Lisher chuckled as he received it happily. He had eaten this chili sauce before, but unfortunately, it was gone. Li Dongzhu is like this. Gao can't take it for free. Are you willing to leave a few servants to take care of Zhuangzi? Gao Lisher turned around as he spoke. He had brought a lot of people, including palace maids and eunuchs. Can we not? Li Yi asked straightforwardly. Yes. Gao Lisher nodded. Then let's leave 2 men and 2 women. Li Yi agreed. He thought that Gao Lisher wanted to arrange people. Since the other party said that they could not stay, then they should stay. They should take the initiative to arrange people. Gao Lisher selected 2 eunuchs and palace maids. The 4 people who were selected had complicated expressions. When Li Yi saw this, he said to Gao Lisher, General Gao, why don't we rotate? Send 4 people every 10 days. It's better to have a comparison. Gao Lisher instantly understood that little Dongzhu was angry. The 4 people who were left behind did not want to stay, so little Dongzhu meant to rotate. When they knew the benefits of staying, they would not be able to stay even if they wanted to. He thought that the most interesting thing was that little Dongzhu bargained and even made the decision. Okay. Gao Lisher nodded in agreement. There was no other way. Little Dongzhu was someone that His Majesty liked. The 4 people who were left behind still had complicated expressions. They had also thought it through. This Li Yi seemed to want to give them some benefits. After the matter was settled, Gao Lisher and his group left. Li Yi said to the 4 people, the women will be called Tao Hong and Chui Lu. The men will be called Qing Song and He Yen. Write the names on your chest. In the future, you will still have the same 4 names. The 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs nodded in agreement. The 4 male servants and 4 female servants in Zhuangzi, as well as the steward, were all very nervous. These were 4 people from the palace. How cruel was the struggle in the palace? Had they not seen it before, or had they not heard of it? Would a person who could survive in that kind of environment be able to win against her in the future? Ah de, ah air, ah san, ah si, and Meilon, Zhu Zhu. Tell them about what happened in Zhuangzi, but don't tell them about the soy sauce recipe. Li Yi instructed his men. Yes, Dongzhu. The 8 people answered at the same time. In short, it represented that the 8 people in Zhuangzi had more power than the 4 people who came later. The 4 of them didn't mind. After all, it was only 10 days. It wasn't as if they couldn't return. Then that night, they would eat hot pot. The people in Zhuangzi would not bring the 10 tenant farmers. Elsewhere the tenants ate a single beef shank, the one with the sauce. Li Yi had 14 hot pots. There were mutton and wild vegetables. Then, Li Yi prepared the internal organs and tripe of the cow and served them. They were dipped in the last bit of chili sauce and garlic sauce. The main dish was noodles. Oh, now it was called soup pancake. The sliced noodles were prepared to be added to the hot pot to cook at the end. The 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs were dumbfounded by the meal. How could it be so delicious? Did Zhuangzi eat this every day? That night, the 4 people who came later squeezed into a small room and stayed up all night. There was no extra space. When dawn came, the steward took them to clean up the woodshed and a coal room that had no coal. The others drove the ox cart to the city to buy things, silk and jewelry. Li Yi decided to make a set of beautiful clothes for his men. With the status of paying tribute to the imperial family, how could they be shabby? They also had to buy cows and horses. They bought ducks and geese. When the weather was warm, they were released in the river. Money was spent like water. Li Yi was not worried because he would sell soy sauce tomorrow. He only sold 200 caddies a day. The price had increased. How much it would increase would depend on the auction. It was an auction. 10 caddies of soy sauce would be auctioned once. Whoever offered the highest price would get it. Even if they were not satisfied, they had to hold it in. If you have the ability, why don't you rob me? I will pay tribute to the emperor. Gao Lisher will work with me. Li Yi felt that he had reached the peak of his life. The next step was to continue to increase his lifespan. He could not be jolted until he was gone. When the people who went to the city at noon came back, he would kill a sheep first and eat it at night. It was too late to cook now. For lunch, the main dish was egg fried rice. There were diced carrots in it. He was so generous and rich. Accompanied by pickled vegetables, he drank wild vegetable soup with soybean oil floating in the soup. Even the 42 students had it. Everyone in Zhuangzi, big and small, men and women, was happy. There was actually egg fried rice. There was a lot of oil. Everyone was moved. Li Yi was even more moved. What a good employee. Just egg fried rice was enough to satisfy him. Back then. No, it was all tears. The palace maids and eunuchs brought the new bedding into the room. When they were eating, they were shocked again. What kind of Zhuangzi was this? Dongzhu did not treat money as money. He said that it was the turn of spring and summer and should nourish the body. So he bought a lot of sheep and killed one. It was still cooking in the pot. The 4 of them lived well in the palace. They did not dare to say that they would use so much oil and egg fried rice for a casual meal. The students did not say anything. After eating, they went back to study. The students who took turns teaching the children had a ruler in their hands. They did not have it before. Because Li Yi said that it was time for the shortage of food. The brothers who bought grain were expensive, so they ate in the village. So the students who had been teaching and did not care about other things found a thin wooden board as a ruler to beat the children. Big brother, third brother, you two are here. Just in time. Let's drink the mutton soup. In the evening, Li Yi saw his 2 brothers come and greeted them happily. Brother Yi, Zhuangzi's mutton soup must be delicious. Third brother, don't you think so? Li Qingqi said to Li Longji with a smile. Li Longji saw the palace maids and eunuchs. He narrowed his eyes and said, Brother Yi, we helped you get a local tribute. You must make delicious food for us. Big brother, third brother, just wait and see. I will make fried tripe for you. Li Yi agreed and decided to change it to some chili noodles. Because his lifespan increased again, it was probably the result of his two brothers' help to promote the use of lime water soaking seeds, fertilizer, and phosphor stone. This was not just a one-time increase. The more people who used it in the future, the more it increased. His lifespan increased by 560 hours. The four maids knew that Dongzhu's brothers were very powerful. They went to serve tea and dried fruits. The two eunuchs and two palace maids from the palace were very regretful at this moment. So it was like this? How could it be like this? Couldn't they go back to square one and not change it? How difficult would it be to stand out in the Department of Internal Servants? Now, there were only these few people in Zhuangzi. It was too easy. Why? Why would His Majesty and King Song address a young man from Zhuangzi as their brother? The four of them were filled with regret, but they tried their best to pretend that they didn't know His Majesty and King Song. They knew that if they dared to say it out loud, not only would they die, their families would die as well. Li Yi entered the kitchen and exchanged for a jean of chili noodles, the kind that couldn't be grown. A third of it was turned into chili oil, a third was used to make spicy salt, and the remaining third was reserved. He set up a wok and prepared mutton with scallions, lamb face, lamb giblets, lamb shreds, tofu with scallions, and fried tripe. There were 3 big plates of each dish. There was only one portion of lamb face and the rest were fried lamb livers. There were 3 big plates of each dish and they were distributed to the people in Zhuangzi. The others made do with the food. Li Yi, Li Longji, and Li Qingqi shared a small table. Salt, pepper, chili oil, pepper, sesame sauce, soy sauce, and vinegar were all laid out. There were several stir-fried dishes, and Li Longji and his brother were dumbfounded. How did he cook these dishes? The two of them glanced at one another. They meant that they had eaten plenty of lamb, but why had they never eaten such a dish before? Why was it so fragrant? Just smelling it made them hungry. Those from the Imperial Kitchen of the Food Bureau deserved to die. Look at the dishes they made, how could they be compared to the dishes on the table before them? Butler Songde and the 8 servants were used to it. Dongzhu would cook for them whenever he was free, and he would even give them pointers. However, they hadn't eaten the dish today. It was lamb. The lamb they ate previously wasn't cooked in this manner. It was stewed in hot pot, even though it was still delicious. The 4 from the palace felt like crying. They felt that they had missed out on their lives, wasted their time, and lost the entire world. Dongzhu could cook personally, and the dishes he made were still so delicious. Was he being unreasonable? The 2 palace maids glanced at one another, encouraging the other to speak up. For example, Dongzhu, can we not rotate? But no one said anything. If they said anything at this time, the emperor would be angry. What right did the palace maids have to speak? The most terrible thing was if the emperor asked why. If Dongzhu said something again, the emperor would definitely think about it. Ah, I'm very happy to be here, but you're not happy. Fine, I'll make you happy. This is delicious, Brother Yi. Li Qingqi picked up the best part of the tripe and dipped it in soy sauce, sesame sauce, and chili oil. Li Longji looked at the 4 people from the palace and said to Li Yi, Brother Yi, there's a difference in seniority. Let's eat together. The butler and the 4 men and 4 women next to them put down their chopsticks and prepared to change places. He was right. Li Yi also put down his chopsticks and said seriously, Third brother, when I came and bought them, they worked hard. They never cheated their master. Now that the days are better, Zhuangzi, have recovered, I eat alone. It's empty. It's easy for me to ask them to go out today, but big brother and third brother, aren't you afraid that I'll look down on you when I'm rich one day? Don't forget the knowledge of poverty, don't leave the house when you're married. When Li Yi's voice fell, the surroundings were silent. Dongzhu. The butler, Songde, left the table and knelt down. Dongzhu. The other 8 people followed and knelt down, touching the ground with their heads. Li Longji's chopsticks trembled in his hand, and his heart was beating fast. Li Yi said to the 9 people, "In the future, don't listen to the guests. Even if you hear, pretend that you didn't hear. Get up, work hard, or I'll scold him." "Yes, Dongzhu, get up. You don't know the rules." Songde stood up and said to the other 8 people. The 8 people wiped their tears and sat back down. They lowered their heads and didn't say anything, but they looked up at Li Yi from time to time. "Brother Yi, third brother is wrong." At this time, Li Longji stood up and cupped his fist to salute. "No need, third brother, I'm just saying." Li Yi got up and pressed Li Longji's hand down, then sat back down. The 4 people from the palace didn't want to cry anymore, they wanted to die. What did we miss? It turns out that Dongzhu treats the other servants as humans. Don't forget the knowledge of poverty, don't leave the house when you're married. Li Chengqi repeated, his eyes slightly red. With that said, he looked at third brother enviously. Third brother's current empress was his wife. Moreover, it was a very powerful one. Third brother's achievements today were at least half due to his wife. Li Yi saw that everyone's mood was not right, so he quickly changed the topic. His voice suddenly became low. "Speaking of mutton, even if you don't eat it often, you still know a thing or two about it. However, very few people think too much about it while eating. The more precious a delicacy is, the more ordinary it looks on the outside, because it's there. When iron and fire intertwine, the freshness of meat blossoms. Whoever stir-fried it at the most appropriate time will be able to comprehend its beauty and wonder. Take this mutton fried with scallions for example. Scallions are spicy, but it's precisely because of its spiciness that it can better neutralize the fishy smell of the mutton. When the texture of the mutton on the tip of the tongue alternates between fat and lean, the simple and unpretentious taste gradually sublimates the instinct of eating. What people pursue is no longer just to fill their stomachs." The surroundings fell silent again. Everyone was dumbfounded. The group of people listened to Li Yi's words and kept swallowing their saliva. They didn't need to eat or smell it, they just needed to listen. Chapter 10. Li Yi was addicted to talking at this time. He finally had an audience. So he continued. Plantago seeds, also known as wheeled vegetables, also quietly emerge in spring when everything recovers. It's shaped like a wheel, and it appears in front of the wheel. When it sprouts, the wheel will always mercilessly crush it. But this won't make it lose its life. It still grows tenaciously, and its green color has not weakened at all. At the same time, it's also a delicacy. You only need to pick it gently, and you can see how tempting its yellow and green parts are. Boil a pot of boiling water, and throw the crispy plantago seeds into it for a moment, and then pick it up. Dip it in a bit of chili sauce and gently put it in your mouth. People will feel the ancient breath of life and unique feelings. When Li Yi said this, everyone involuntarily reached out their chopsticks to pick up the plantago seeds next to them. Then, they dipped it in chili sauce and put it in their mouth. They felt their souls sublimate. Li Yi didn't eat it. He quickly ate the meat. He was still young and growing. What's so good about wheeled vegetables? Brother Yi. Li Longji ate 2 pieces of wheeled vegetables in a row. He reacted and cupped his fists. At this moment, he was convinced. It was just a lousy wild vegetable that could be found everywhere. Why did it sound different when it came from Li Yi's mouth? Li Chengqi also came back to his senses and looked at Li Yi in astonishment. It felt so strange. Big brother, third brother, eat fried pork with scallion. There's fat in the meat. It won't taste good when it's cold. Li Yi acted as if nothing had happened and persuaded his 2 brothers to eat. Everyone tasted and ate slowly. It was dark by the time they finished eating. Obviously, normal people couldn't go back to the city. Li Longji and Li Qingqi also pretended that they couldn't go back. They stayed at Zhuangzi for the night. Li Yi knew the purpose of his two cheap brothers at a glance. So he mixed some lamb tendons and braised the lamb tail in the pot and waited for it to heat up. Then, he took out the wine that cost more than 1,000 coins per caddy. He bought a total of 5 caddies. To be honest, the wine didn't taste good. This was the most expensive wine. It wasn't the taste that mattered, but the brand. It was a strong liquor that had been kept in the cellar for a long time and its alcohol content was between 20 to 25 degrees. The price was fixed at 1,000 copper coins per caddy. He also prepared mutton skewers, dried tofu, shredded onions, and coriander rolls for grilling. There were only 1,000 pieces of dried tofu, and there weren't any left yet. No one thought of putting in layers of cloth to cover the soy milk used to make tofu, and then taking out the dried tofu. However, he was able to easily make it because he had a lot of silk. Sure enough, it was already 7:00 in the evening, and no one was sleeping. Yes, everyone in Zhuangzi was in high spirits. There's a methane lamp. Those who were doing manual work, those who were writing for the adults, and those who were reading books were all reluctant to sleep. Including the 4 new people from the palace, they did not want to sleep after the methane lamp was lit. Li Longji and Li Qingqi, who had rested for some time, also lit up the methane lamps in their rooms. Just looking at it like that, her eyes were filled with stars. It's indeed brighter than a candle, Li Longji commented. It's indeed bright, and we don't need to cut the wick, Li Qingqi said. The candle had a wick, but the wick was too long and wasted wax, so it had to be cut. If an oil lamp was used, the wick had to be shaken. Now, they did not need this one. They felt that it was too bright, so they twisted the valve on the copper pipe. As the gas was less, it naturally dimmed. Even candles could not be adjusted so easily. If they were not adjusted properly, they would be extinguished. After looking at the methane lamp for a while, Li Longji and Li Qingqi came out again and went to the room where the students were. The wooden boards had been blocked, but there were gaps. The room was bright, and they could not see outside. It was easy to see the room from the outside. The room was not big, and the students were flipping through books. From time to time, they would write something on the paper beside them. It was probably their experience. Seeing this, Li Longji was in a good mood. Nowadays, the Tang dynasty was thirsty for talents. However, after looking at a few places, he was in a bad mood again. Because the room was too bright. Why was the methane lamp so useful? The room was the same size, but 4 candles were not as bright as this one. Therefore, Li Longji was angry and knocked on the door of a student. The student who was knocked on the door was also very angry. What are you doing? You are disturbing me while I am reading. But considering that they were Dongzhu's powerful friends, the student squeezed out a smile. You two didn't sleep either. Let me ask you. Why don't you turn down the light? It consumes methane. What will happen if the methane is used up? Li Longji asked directly. The student was stunned for a moment, then he smiled and said, Brother Dongzhu didn't allow it. He said that if the light is too dark, the eyes will get sick and you can't see things far away. Therefore, the lamp should be placed aside. It will be bright when it is refracted, and it will be helpful for learning. Li Longji listened and looked. Sure enough, the methane lamp was not facing the students, but was placed aside. Then the room lit up, and the students found an angle that was not blocked by the shadows to read and write. Is it like this? Li Qingqi felt that he could not see things far away very clearly now. But why was it still clear last night? Why did it become blurry now? Li Longji felt the same and was puzzled. They had both forgotten that they had been staring at the lamp until stars appeared in their eyes. Whoever looked at it that way would become blurry now. Big brother, third brother, I was looking for you too. How about the 3 of us drink tonight? I have already prepared delicious food. Li Yi's voice suddenly sounded at the door of the room. It was not that he was watching someone, But the people in Zhuangzi had discussed among themselves that they would take turns to keep watch at night. When they saw the two of them wandering around, they went to find Li Yi to tell him. Li Yi was afraid that his two brothers would disturb the students' learning, so he came here. Li Longji and his brother blushed immediately, as if they had been caught doing something bad. "Brother Dongzhu." The student greeted. Li Yi walked over and looked at the paper on the table. It was written on both sides. This kind of writing on both sides of the paper was too transparent. He looked at the ink stick on the inkstone and said, "Moisten the brush for Brother Xianyan." "Yes, Dongzhu." There was suddenly a voice from outside. "Coo coo, coo coo." There was the sound of birds. Not long after, someone from the village brought the ink and paper to the student and turned to leave. "Brother Xianyan has good literary talent. After you finish writing the poem, you must send it to me," Li Yi said to the student and led Li Longji and his brother out. On the way back, the three of them did not speak. They waited until they returned to Li Yi's courtyard. Li Longji asked, "That person has no money for ink and paper?" "I think his writing is not bad." "Yes, the writing is good, so I gave him some ink and paper to moisten the brush," Li Yi said. Li Yi emphasized the word "give," indicating that this was not charity. Li Longji raised his hand and patted Li Yi's head. He sighed and said, "There are so many people in the world like Brother Yi. Why is there such a sorrowful writing in the 9 states?" Li Yi did not want to talk about these things. He could not change it now. He lit the biogas lamp in the room and added charcoal to the grill. He also made an extra small charcoal stove next to it. The braised lamb tail was boiled. He took it out and blanched it with wine. "Big brother, third brother, you want to know about the biogas lamp, right?" Li Yi asked as he roasted the meat and bean rolls. "Brother Yi, is this thing worth it?" Li Qingqi did not deny it. Instead, he asked if ordinary people would gain more or lose more if they did the same. "It is not worth it in the city. There is no place to build a biogas pond in the city. It is also not worth it for ordinary people outside the city. Biogas ponds, first, there is a lot of feces, second, there is a place, third, there is a lot of firewood. It costs a lot to build a biogas pond. If you can't use it to its full potential, you will be wasting your family's money. Only families and villages can use it, especially those with a lot of livestock. I built a multi-purpose kiln only to burn bricks, tiles, ceramics, and cement. The biogas pond depends on the quality of the cement and whether the biogas fertilizer is good or not." Li Yi talked about the advantages and disadvantages of the biogas pond. He also told his two brothers that the biogas pond was a byproduct. The cement used in the biogas pond would be more effective in other aspects, such as building roads and embankments. Li Yi stretched out his hand and patted Li Yi's head. "Brother Yi is talented." Li Longji also stretched out his hand, but Li Yi dodged. "It is okay for a beauty to touch the head, but what if you two touch it like this and become stupid?" Li Longji withdrew his hand in embarrassment. He tasted a bean roll and felt that it tasted good. He then asked, "Brother Yi, what is this? Can it be popularized?" Li Yi shook his head. "It is useless. It does not have much impact on life. Many people can't even afford to eat tofu. Can it be offered as a tribute?" Li Longji changed the topic. "The emperor eats this? There should be a lot of delicious food in the palace, right? Oh, the food in the palace must be tasted by others first. For example, the food bureau of the Imperial Household Department must distinguish the time of day and night." Li crammed the new book of Tang yesterday, so his speech was more refined. He was confused, but he understood a lot. Can it be offered as a tribute? Li Longji did not care about this or that or this or that. He only cared about whether or not he could eat in the palace. Then I have to find someone to make it. It is quite troublesome. This is not like tofu. It needs to be watered layer by layer and then removed layer by layer. Li Yi did not want to make it. Dry tofu could not increase his lifespan. The key was that it was laborious. If he did not remove it well, the tofu would be spoiled. He could only roll it up and make something else, such as vegetarian chicken. Then Brother E can make some for us to eat every day. How about it? Li Longji still did not give up. I will teach you how to make it. Li Yi was more straightforward. This thing was not difficult. He could understand it at a glance. I will learn it. Brother E, I will learn it. We will split the profits 50-50. Li Qingqi agreed. Third brother is the emperor. If the emperor wants to eat it, he can make it. Li Longji nodded, yes, let big brother do it. Okay, it doesn't matter if we split the profits or not. Big brother, send someone over tomorrow. I will teach them how to make it. I will also teach them how to make a few dry tofu dishes. Li Yi was not interested in this aspect. He could not earn much money and was not as good as soy sauce. That's good. Li Qingqi also ate a dry tofu roll and dipped it in chili sauce. It was refreshing, especially the taste of spring onions and coriander, as well as the slightly fishy taste and texture of the dry tofu. Brother E, I will find you a job in the prince's mansion. You? Li Qingqi wanted to get Li Yi to work in his mansion. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Longji glared at him, Big brother, you can't. Asking the prince's mansion for help will weaken our integrity. Ah. Yes, I won't ask the prince's mansion. Li Qingqi felt wronged. What do you mean by backbone? Can't I work in my mansion? You are the one who doesn't agree. As your big brother, you don't allow me to ask for help. Li Longji did not feel guilty about letting his big brother down. He thought to himself, this Li Yi is really something. He seems to have something new every day. Big brother, what do you want him for? If one day he comes up with something that can usurp power, do you still want to be the emperor? I don't want to work in the prince's mansion. I want to be an official. Li Yi made his attitude clear. He knew that the power of the current princes was restricted by the emperor. There was no future in the prince's mansion. If you don't show your ability, you should just stay alive. If you show your extraordinary ability, you will not be able to become the emperor's spy for free. Brother E, you are right. But do you need manpower to harvest the wheat and pound the grains? Li Longji was delighted. He wanted to borrow some people from Li Yi to process the grains, peel the skin, and grind them into powder after the wheat harvest. There's no need. I have a good idea. My house is next to the Ba River. I can get a water wheel to process the wheat. 3 to 5 people will be enough. Li Yi already had an idea about this. Li Longji and Li Qingqi stared at each other. What kind of thing can 3 to 5 people process 800 mu of wheat? Li Longji glared at his big brother again. You want to get such people to work in the King Song mansion? Are you too arrogant, or am I too weak to lift my blade? Chapter 11. Brother E, I know about the water wheel. Is the thing used to grind grains a water pile? Li Qingqi hurriedly tried to salvage the situation. He couldn't let his third brother have other thoughts. This family had killed too many people, so much so that people's hearts were weak. Li shook his head. The principle is similar, but there is a difference. If I don't grind the grains, they will lose their husks. It's not easy to preserve them, and I can't pay the rent. Yes. Li Qingqi knew about this. When paying the rent, they had to bring the husks with them. If the wheat was ground into powder, they couldn't be stored in the granary. Brother E, you have to hurry. Li Longji wished he could get into Li Yi's head and learn all the good methods. Li Yi sighed and said, Third brother, to be a general, the first thing you have to do is to treat your heart. Even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you, your countenance will not change, and your eyes will not blink. Then, you can control the situation and wait for the enemy. Upon hearing Li Yi's words, Li Longji's hair stood on end and he couldn't help but shiver. Li Qingqi also swallowed his saliva and said in a trembling voice, Even if Mount Tai collapses in front of you, your countenance will not change, and your eyes will not blink. Brother Yi, you. Li Longji felt very cold at this time. He had goosebumps all over his body and stared at Li Yi without blinking. He was a general who could fight. His wife, oh, the Empress, could also fight. That was why he had his current status. Recalling the past, it was really as Brother Yi said. This Li Longji didn't know how to define him. As Brother An said, Brother Yi was familiar with the affairs of the surrounding countries. He was also proficient in craftsmanship. He knew farming methods. He knew poetry and calligraphy. He knew how to manage the troops. Now, he even knew about military affairs. You are only 16 years old, how can you be so capable? What else can you do? No, what else can't you do? Big brother, third brother, eat. The meat will not be tender if you heat it up again when it is cold. Every time you heat it up, the meat will shrink a little. Li Yi persuaded his two cheap brothers to eat the meat skewers. It wasn't easy for him to feed the meat with the wheat starch, rice wine, and seasonings that he made himself. The meat was always hot, and it was so hot that it started to twitch. When Li Longji and Li Qingqi ate the mutton skewers, they found that the taste was indeed different from before. The main thing was that they were tender but not raw, fresh but not smelly, thin but not dry, fat but not greasy. Eating the mutton skewers, Li Longji felt even more helpless. My brother Yi, don't you have any shortcomings? Brother Yi, you are a perfect person. Li Qingqi helped his third brother to express his thoughts. What? Perfect person? Am I a saint? Big brother, don't mock people. If people don't have selfish desires, are they still human? Li Yi jumped in fright. Don't treat me like a saint. I gave all kinds of methods to benefit the people in order to live a little longer. I'm not selfless. I haven't reached that level yet. Then what do you want? Li Qingqi asked again. Being an official. So many people can live a good life, and then they praise me. When I get promoted, they cry and send me off. Li Yi said. This was a kind of spiritual gain. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were stunned. But after thinking for a while, they found that there was nothing wrong with it. Li Longji secretly heaved a sigh of relief. Yes, it's good to have desires. Li Qingqi scratched his head. Do I really have to give Brother Yi the position of county magistrate? If I don't give it to the county magistrate, I will throw it far away. No one else would be able to make those dishes. Today's mutton skewers taste different. Li Longji's mood returned to normal. He thought it through. Li Yi is right beside him. He won't fly away. In the future, I will ask more. Asking the officials is the same as asking Li Yi. Brother Yi, can you still eat these dishes tomorrow? Li Longji drank a mouthful of wine. No, especially the dry tofu rolls. I can only eat them if I freeze them. Li Yi shook his head. The tofu rolls will spoil after a long time. What if they have diarrhea? Then make more tomorrow. I will bring them home for your sister-in-law. Li Longji remembered Li Yi's words. A wife who has gone through hardships should not leave the house. Okay, I will ask someone to kill the sheep. I made a lot of money today, so I bought 12 sheep. Li Yi agreed. He called out and someone immediately came in. Asen, find someone to kill the sheep with you. Follow my method. Tomorrow, bring it to big brother and third brother. Also, make some dry tofu. Li Yi instructed. Understood. The Asen servant turned and left. Why is it 1, 2, 3, 4 for men? Li Qingqi was still puzzled. Women should be gentle while men should be strong. I remember the number 1, 2, 3, 4. When it's time to fight, no one can be left behind. Li Yi said. Li Qingqi took a deep breath. He didn't want to talk anymore. Why does this Li Yi and Zhuangzi always treat their servants like this? Li Longji was also moved. Li Yi always thought about the people around him. He felt that if anyone wanted to touch his people, he would fight them to the death. Fortunately, Princess Taiping didn't win him over at that time. Otherwise, who knows what the outcome would be. If Li Yi was given an army, he might be able to fight to the last man. What he provided was not only food, drink, and clothing. What was more terrifying was that he was loyal to the people in Zhuangzi. Under such circumstances, no one would be able to find a place to bribe him. The three of them continued to eat and drink. Li Longji and Li Qingqi finished eating and went to sleep. There were new bedding. Li Yi didn't tidy up. He was young and sleepy. He yawned and took a cold shower. Then, he shivered and got into bed. The next morning, he woke up first. He went to take a look at the things that were going to be taken away by his two brothers. He took out the seasoned meat skewers and put ice cubes on them. He also took out the dried tofu and made tofu skin soup for breakfast. The palace maid and 4 female servants made dried tofu rolls and threaded them with bamboo skewers. Then, Li Longji and Li Qingqi didn't eat breakfast. They took a lot of things and ran away. It's boring to be busy all day. Come, let's eat. Li Yi invited everyone to eat. The mutton soup from yesterday was still bubbling in the big pot. The meat that wasn't removed from the bones in time was all broken. Today, everyone ate flour rolls with a little chopped green onion inside. The 42 students also came to eat. They had agreed that they would eat together every meal since they were rich. It was free. The price of rice was very high now. 300 copper coins for a bushel and 30 copper coins for a liter. The students couldn't support themselves anymore. Li Yi didn't agree. What kind of joke is this? I took good care of them all winter. If there was a problem with hunger now, my food and coal would be wasted. I exchanged my life for medicine. Therefore, he simply provided everything for everyone to eat and drink well. Then, he would write a poem or song to praise me, just like how he sells soy sauce. While everyone was drinking the mutton soup, Gao Lisher came with a group of people. The 4 people in the palace had a lot to say, but they didn't dare to say a word. They looked at one another and realized that they were all regretting it. Last night, the emperor and King Song stayed in Zhuangzi. They even ate supper together with Li Dongzhu. Li Yi was puzzled when he saw Gao Lisher. Are you that free? Why did you come to my place so early in the morning? You don't care about Li Longji anymore? Without Li Yi saying anything, the manager shouted, "Hurry up and bring 1,000 caddies of soy sauce to the emperor." General Gao, have you eaten? Li Yi greeted. No. Gao Lisher was very calm. Let's eat together. Okay. General Gao, try this. It's a lamb spine, also known as lamb scorpion. There's meat on it, so it's best to make soup. Was the sauce from yesterday delicious? Li Yi called out to Gao Lisher. The other party was old and was a capable official who could help him increase his lifespan. Li Yi realized that if he lived every day as if it was his last day, he would definitely have a smile on his face. If he could live another day through hard work, he would definitely be motivated. This was how he was now. With a smile on his face, he worked hard to survive. Chapter 12. Gao Lisher was not polite at all. He washed his hands, rolled up his sleeves, and directly grabbed a lamb bone to eat. After eating 2 mouthfuls, he dipped it in the soy sauce and revealed a satisfied expression. After finishing a bone, Gao Lisher said with a smile, I came here to inform Li Dongzhu that other people in the palace cannot sell soy sauce at a fair price unless I personally come. Li Yi understood. The price of soy sauce in the palace was still 55 coins per caddy. How others bid had nothing to do with the palace. If someone came to buy soy sauce at a fair price in the name of the palace and resell it, the village would not sell it. That's good. Li Yi praised. The other palace maids and eunuchs who came with Gao Lisher were also eating. From time to time, they would glance at their 4 colleagues who came first. The 4 of them were depressed. They knew what those people meant. They hoped that they could replace them when it was time to rotate. Because the emperor would come, they might have a chance to climb up the ranks if they showed their faces in front of the emperor. If the palace maids were to be visited once and had a child, their quality of life would immediately change. After finishing the meal, Gao Lisher left with 1,000 caddies of soy sauce. Li Yi continued to arrange things in Zhuangzi, which was to make the pole horse. It was used when plucking and transplanting seedlings so that their feet would not sink so deep into the mud. The pole horse looked similar to the 2-headed wooden horse that children played with. Its feet slid on the mud. When he lost another 14 to 16 hours of his lifespan and sold soy sauce at dawn, Li Qingqi came with people. "Brother Yi, I brought you phosphorus stone, lime, and 10 cows." Li Qingqi said happily to Li Yi. Li Yi frowned, but when he turned his head to look, he smiled. The cows were actually living cattle. There were 10 cows in Zhuangzi and 800 mu of land. With the cows plowing and raking, 1 cow plowed 2 mu a day. 10 cows plowed 20 mu, and 800 mu were plowed by the cows for 40 days. People had to rush to work, so most of the time, they did not transplant seedlings. Instead, they threw the seeds after filling the paddy field with water. In the Qi Minyao Shu, it was written, "First, throw the water. After 10 days, reel 10 times. The more times, the better. When the land is ripe, the seeds will be washed. When floating, the grass will grow in autumn. After 3 nights of soaking, the soaking comes out, the grass is in the middle of the soaking. After 3 nights of recuperation, the bud grows and grows by 2 points. 3 liters per mu." For 3 days, he ordered people to drive the birds away. The seeds did not grow into long rice seedlings. Instead, they were thrown into the paddy field once they sprouted. 3 liters of seeds were thrown into 1 mu of paddy field. If an ox plowed 2 mu of land a day, it could plow 3 mu with all its might. Needless to say, a human could do the same. Of course, the current mu area was a little smaller. 3 mu was less than Li Yi's 2 mu. Moreover, not all of the land was planted with wheat and rice. There were also trees, vegetables, and hemp. Unless it was fertile land, like Li Yi's manor, which was a good piece of land. If it weren't for the low rent and the fact that they had cows, the 10 tenant farmers wouldn't have brought them here even if they were beaten to death. If one didn't have any auxiliary tools, they wouldn't be able to finish farming even if they didn't sleep all year round. Right now, there were 10 young adult cows. The tenant farmers were holding them in their hands, looking at them and touching them. It was as if they had seen their family. Each family had 2 cows on average. It was simply unimaginable. Cows were yellow cattle. They were not as good as water buffaloes when plowing paddy fields, but they were much better than humans. "Big brother, you came at the right time. I made a new plow and changed the straight and long plow into a short one." When Li Yi saw the cows, he remembered that there were auxiliary tools. Fortunately, the wheat they planted last year was plowed deeply the year before. Otherwise, the 10 families would have been exhausted. This year, the wheat harvest was changed to paddy fields. They couldn't use the straight plow anymore. The short plow was invented in the late Tang dynasty in the East River, the main stream of the Pearl River. The curved plow mentioned in Qi Minyao Shu was not the same as the one mentioned in Tiangong Kai Wu. "Brother Yi, quickly tell me about it." Li Qingqi pulled Li Yi's sleeve impatiently. Li Yi took Li Qingqi back to his room and went into his small tool room next to it. There were many small components on the table. Like putting together building blocks, he put the 11 components together with a click-click-click sound. A toy curved plow appeared in front of Li Qingqi. Li Qingqi held it in his palm and looked at it closely. He asked, "Is it feasible? There are no craftsmen in Zhuangzi." "Big brother, you can find someone to make it," Li Yi said gloomily. He was the one who commanded the people in Zhuangzi, including the construction of the kiln and the construction of the methane pool. He guided them step by step. Li Yi knew that the root of the problem was the lack of knowledge. If the tenant farmers in Zhuangzi were replaced by a junior high school graduate, they didn't need to have a high education. If he gave them the drawings and ideas, they could fumble around and make it. There was no need for an accountant. They could just ask one to do the accounting and the other party would do it. If they asked someone to draw a curve, the other party would draw it. 9 years of compulsory education was enough to support them. Unfortunately, Li Qingqi didn't know about Li Yi's complaints. He ran out with the small curved plow, grabbed 2 people and said, "Send them back quickly and ask the craftsman to make a big one." The 2 horses broke into a gallop. This thing. Li Qingqi suddenly remembered the function of it. Li Yi said, "From 2 oxen carrying the pole to 1 ox pulling the plow." Li Qingqi gestured. 2 oxen, 1 ox. Then he said, "It saves the oxen. Besides, the oxen don't need to cooperate with the other oxen to keep a distance. The oxen feel very comfortable too, right?" "I think so. The oxen feel uncomfortable as long as they work." Li Yi spoke for the oxen. Ha ha ha, Li Qingqi laughed. Brother Yi is indeed a wonderful person. The 2 of them went out while talking. It was very lively outside. The people buying soy sauce were bidding. Steward Songdo was in charge of the auction. 200 caddies of soy sauce were placed in 20 jars. A group of people were bidding against each other. Li Qingqi said to Li Yi, "Brother Yi, your soy sauce is now spread to the border of Chang'an. Those who don't have soy sauce are not allowed to enter." Li Yi looked at the sky and thought of garlic. He asked, "Like garlic?" "Of course," Li Qingqi said. Nowadays, garlic was popular in the Tang dynasty. If any restaurant said that there was no garlic, the customers would turn around and leave. Eating meat, eating garlic, eating fish, eating garlic, eating noodles, eating garlic. It was elegant to take a sip of wine and a bite of garlic. Therefore, many people grew garlic and made money. Li Yi was going to grow a lot of garlic today. Many dishes needed garlic. Now it was the soy sauce's turn. If one didn't dip their food in soy sauce, it would feel less ritualistic. That was how fast it spread. The key was that soy sauce could be eaten with garlic. Garlic paste was a classic. And it could be eaten with vinegar. Brother, soy sauce, vinegar, and sesame oil together make a triple oil. When eating crabs and shrimps, add shredded ginger and the taste will be even better. Li Yi provided another classic use of soy sauce. Really? Li Qingqi swallowed his saliva. Of course. Li Yi nodded. While the 2 of them were talking, 6 jars had been sold. The most expensive one was 1,780 yuan, and the cheapest was 1,000 yuan. The cheapest one was the first one. Someone shouted 1,000 yuan at the beginning. When others saw that there were still so many jars left, they didn't bid. When it came to the 6th jar, everyone realized that the situation was not good because more people rushed over. Not only the restaurants and brothels in Chang'an, but also the people of the nobles and officials' residences. If they hesitated, they wouldn't be able to buy it today. A total of 10,000 caddies of soy sauce was sold the day before yesterday. Not to mention the local residents, how many merchants were there in Chang'an? The restaurants that served soy sauce had made it clear that they wouldn't give out soy sauce if the order was less than 100 yuan. They would give out a spoonful of soy sauce if the order was less than 100 yuan. Even so, the diners still flocked to the restaurants that served soy sauce. Some big restaurants didn't care about the cost. They only charged 20 yuan for a bowl of soup pancakes. They would give out soy sauce if they went in. But ordinary people didn't dare to enter those kinds of restaurants. They were too luxurious. "Thank you, brother." Li looked at the situation and thanked Li Qingqi again. If it weren't for the fact that the soy sauce was turned into a tribute as soon as possible, someone would have come knocking on his door. Moreover, Gao Lisher also came and told those who were tempted what to do. "Brother Yi, you don't have to be so polite. As a relative of the emperor, I can still do this." Li Qingqi understood and patted his chest. On the other side, the seventh jar was bought at the price of 3,000 yuan. The people in Zhuangzi saw this and decided not to go out for a while, afraid that they would be put in gunny sack. If they needed help, they would ask the palace maids and eunuchs to do it outside or ask the students for help. At the same time, the people in Zhuangzi were happy that Dongzhu was willing to spend money. They didn't need to make new clothes for everyone and buy brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones for the children. They just needed to get some stones. Brother Yi, you should buy guards. Li Qingqi was worried about Li Yi. The official guarantee was one thing, but there were always people who wanted to take a risk. Li Yi lowered his head and thought for a moment. After a while, he said, "Brother, do you know anyone? People who don't have permanent property, elders, or a wife and children. Move your family here." Li Yi made a request to find guards who didn't have fields or houses. Then they would move to Zhuangzi. Their children would go to school and their wives would be arranged to work. He could rest assured with such people. If strong people rushed in, they would fight with their lives. How many people do you need? Li Qingqi agreed. 20. It's easy to build a house when the weather is warm. I want to flatten houses and build tall buildings. With bamboo as the backbone and concrete as the meat, I want to build a house with more than 3 floors. Li Yi said the number and plan. He wanted to build a 4-story house with a doorway and 2 households. Copper pipes would attract methane for cooking. In winter, the heating would be on the high platform. This way, there would be no need to pressurize the house. The pipes would all be made of copper. It didn't matter if it was expensive. The radiators could be made of cast iron. There was no need to think about heating the floor. He didn't have the means to go to the toilet or outside. To take a bath, he would build a big bathhouse. It would be free of charge and employee benefits. He wasn't afraid of building a house like this. When the 6 precepts of the Tang dynasty came out, there would be people looking for trouble. Although everyone was breaking the law, it was not a problem to investigate you alone. 100 square meters of land would be 400 square meters of building area. In winter, there would be heating. In summer, open the windows. There was no need to worry about mosquitoes. He would use undyed gauze as screens. He would weave it himself. The gaps would be slightly bigger so that mosquitoes couldn't get in. Li Yi wanted to build a happy manor. He didn't need so much wood to build a house. It was too expensive. He couldn't afford it. Li Qingqi didn't know about his cheap brother's great dream. He frowned slightly. Can you afford to raise them? Yes. Li Yi nodded. Why can't I afford to raise them? I'll find jobs for them. When the grapes ripen, how many jobs do you think there will be? The greenhouse in winter would require more manpower. Also, find 10 households of craftsmen. The conditions are the same. Li Yi added. Do you really have money? Li Qingqi was still worried. To raise such a large group of people and build a 3-story house, would it be enough to sell soy sauce? Yes. Li Yi said with certainty. To him, it was hard to earn lifespan. It was easy to earn money. Cucumbers in winter were so expensive. Selling a few caddies in the greenhouse would be enough for everyone to eat for a day. Moreover, it was the kind with meat. Are you assured that I will arrange people for you? People who are slightly injured, missing fingers, and blind. Li Qingqi thought of manpower. Injured Tang soldiers. Li Yi immediately knew who it was. Yes. Li Qingqi nodded. Really? Where did they come from? Li Yi was puzzled. The Tang dynasty's military system was different from his. Injured soldiers couldn't be discharged. They had to wait until they were old. You will know when I find them. Do you want them? Li Qingqi was deliberately mystifying. Yes. Li Yi nodded vigorously. This kind of bodyguard was the most powerful. What was there to be afraid of? They could kill if they could breathe. If there were 20 veterans who fought on the battlefield to be Zhuangzi's bodyguards, he would be at ease. 6,000, who wants to compete with me? Someone shouted over there. 6,000 for 10 caddies of soy sauce. Chapter 13. Brother Yi, you can indeed afford it. Li Qingqi was enlightened when he heard the price. The 12th jar of soy sauce was bought for 6,000 coins. It was 600 copper coins per caddy. His brothers had taken it for free before. He would be lying if he said it was cheap. But it wasn't expensive either. 300 coins per caddy of rice and 30 coins per liter. Usually, 1 liter could be weighed in at 8 taels per caddy. 16 taels per caddy. That was 20 copper coins per caddy. They couldn't eat half a caddy of soy sauce in the restaurant. It was about the same price as the staple food. If I didn't sell it for 5,000 caddies the day before. Li Qingqi felt that he had sold it cheaply. If I didn't sell it for 5,000 caddies, how would everyone in Chang'an know about soy sauce? Li Yi was open-minded. He was just advertising. That's true. Li Qingqi thought it through. Anyway, Brother Yi could continue to make soy sauce. Others had to figure it out themselves or buy it. It was impossible to rob. If the government wanted to rob, third brother would find an opportunity to do it. If the strong people robbed, they would find the veterans and equip them with bows and crossbows. What they were protecting was not soy sauce but other things that were beneficial to the people's livelihood. Brother Yi was always able to come up with good ideas. The agricultural temple and the imperial household supervisor should learn from him. The last jar of soy sauce today. 7,600 copper coins. Is there any higher price? If you come again tomorrow, it won't be the same people anymore. Supervisor Songda shouted. His body was trembling at the moment. He had sold it for a lot of money. The average price of a jar was 4,630 copper coins. It was easy to make soy sauce. They didn't even need to pay the capital. 8,000, I'm selling it at Guangjiang Tower. 8,000 coins. Someone shouted. 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs, dressed in the palace clothes, stood at the side. They used their identity to tell others not to have any evil thoughts. The 2 palace maids carried a tray and sent the jars of soy sauce to the people who bought them. When the people buying soy sauce saw this situation, they understood. Brother, do you like to eat chicken? Li Yi suddenly asked a question that had nothing to do with the current situation. Yes, it's delicious stewed and roasted, Li Qingqi said while looking at Li Yi expectantly. I'll buy some chicken and smoke it for brother, third brother, and other brothers who have never met, Li Yi said. What are you buying? I'll bring it to you. You, go, catch 30 chickens and bring them back. Quick. Li Qingqi was waiting for Li Yi's words. Sure enough, there was good food. There was no need to doubt or hesitate. Third brother was already prepared to call the people from the imperial kitchen over to learn how to cook from Brother Yi. There was actually a way to prepare vegetables called stir-frying. Why are the dishes so delicious? Li Yi looked at the sky and the height of the sun. He calculated how long it would take to make the smoked chicken. If he wanted to bring it back before tonight, he would have to find someone to help him. In less than an hour, 50 chickens were brought back by several fast horses. Li Qingqi said 30, but the people who went to do the task couldn't really bring back 30. What if it wasn't enough? The soy sauce puffs on the other side were sold out. Everyone was tidying up the money and cloth. The mistresses of the 10 tenants came to help kill the chickens. Prepare the earthenware basin, put in water and salt, cut the chicken's neck, let out the blood, and stir in one direction. When the chicken stopped struggling and there was no more blood left, he switched to the next one. The students who were studying came out to watch. They did not seem to have the awareness that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. They knew that they probably wouldn't be able to eat at noon, but they would have chicken blood to eat at night. Maybe there would even be chicken stewed with yam. Li Yi also asked his elder brother Li Chengqi to kill the chicken. He was very skilled. When he plucked the feathers from the chicken's neck, blood spurted out. "Brother Yi, do you fish?" Li Chengqi was frightened by the scene of killing the chicken and tried to find a topic to talk about. "I don't fish, but I use a net. I fish for food, not for pleasure," Li Yi said frankly. He did not regard fishing as entertainment. If he wanted to eat, he would cast the net. If it was prawns, he would fish and nest. Everything was for food. Li put down the second chicken that was killed in his hand and said, "Mortals who have committed no evil crimes can be killed, but not abused. What if they have committed a serious crime?" Li Chengqi asked. "Abuse them thousands of times as a warning to future generations." Li Yi said. He turned around and saw that everyone was using boiling water to pluck the chicken's feathers. He said happily, "The plucked feathers can be dried and used to fill clothes in the winter. For others to wear. Don't the people on Zhuangzi fill their clothes with chicken feathers?" Li Chengqi felt that Brother Yi did not care about Zhuangzi. "I bought duck down in autumn. Duck down is better than chicken feathers to keep out the cold," Li Yi said confidently. Li Chengqi nodded to show that he was convinced. "You can do it if you have money." Speaking of warm clothes this winter, Li Yi thought of something. "Elder brother, do you have any seeds for the tribute by Dizzy? If you do, I will plant them in the paddy field." Li Yi asked about the cotton seeds. He knew that cotton cloth was being sold at a very high price. People in Chang'an planted them as flowers. Some places in the south were already weaving fabrics, but the varieties were not good. It was better to sell cotton fabrics from the western regions to Chang'an. Yes. Li Chengqi knew about this. He also knew about cotton, but that cloth was not as good as silk. It was expensive because there were fewer of them. It was better than clothes made of hemp. Everyone planted it to look at the flowers. It was quite fun. "Why don't you plant more?" Li Yi was puzzled. "It's no use. It's not as smooth as silk, and the yield is not as good as mulberry hemp." Li Chengqi explained. Li Yi took a deep breath and understood. It turned out that the weaving process of cotton was not good enough. At the same time, the yield per mu was low. Everyone knew that cotton could be used to weave cloth, but they did not use it. Especially north of the Yangtze River. What was the point of planting cotton? Wasn't it good to plant food? South of the Yangtze River, there was kapok. The winter there was not very cold. It was good to stuff some kapok into the clothes to get through the winter. "Elder brother, get me some seeds. I will plant them. They can be used as fillers to keep me warm in winter." Li Yi requested. He planned to reduce the planting area of rice and change it to cotton. In other people's eyes, cotton was used to weave cloth. Then, it was compared to silk, hemp, and other fabrics. But its real purpose was to keep people warm. The fur was also warm. But fur clothes were heavy and expensive. Only a few people could afford to wear it. There was no need to use cotton to weave cloth. Silk and hemp cloth could be stuffed into the clothes. Moreover, cotton had a special feature. It was not as smooth as silk, but it was not as harmful to the skin as hemp. Using cotton to weave cloth and fill it with cotton as a quilt, it was very comfortable to cover. In winter, it was warm to sleep with the quilt. In summer, it was cool to sleep with the quilt. Yes, a quilt could be used in summer. It could be hugged in the arms. Compared to a pure cotton quilt, space quilts and air conditioning quilts could not be compared. Li Chengqi, who had never covered himself with a quilt, first thought was to follow. "Brother Yi, how much do you plan to plant?" Li Chengqi asked. He did not think that there would be a problem. 200 mu. Li Yi decided to reduce the paddy field to 600 mu. It was not a matter of money. If the cotton was handled well and planted more, especially at the border, it would be planted together with the paddy field. Then, it would increase the paddy field's lifespan. In that case, I will plant it too, Li Qingqi said. He now had a kind of mysterious confidence in his brother Yi. Whatever brother Yi wanted to do, he would never go wrong following him. So, he sent people to collect seeds. At noon, in the big restaurant, everyone ate fried chicken offal and scallion fried chicken blood. Some of the hens still had eggs in their bellies. They steamed eggs for the children to eat with soy sauce. Some of the tenant farmers opened their mouths and wanted to say something. Li saw through them and said directly, "Don't tell me that it's not good for the children who haven't seen the sun to eat. Also, the children who eat pig's tail will be scared after eating it, and the children who eat fish roe will not know how to count." When he said one, the farmer nodded in agreement. That's because the adults are shameless. They eat the good stuff themselves and don't let the children eat it. In Zhuangzi, I won't allow it, Li Yi said flatly. The farmers suddenly understood. So it was the adults who wanted to eat it, so they lied to the children. Was that really the case? They absolutely believed in Dongzhu's words. What Dongzhu said had to be right. What they heard from others in the past was wrong. The people brought by Li Qingqi also ate together. Their meal was rice. However, they found that this dish was too delicious. It was obviously chicken blood and chicken offal, so how could it be so fragrant? Then, they went to see the food the children were eating. They were even more envious. The children were eating mutton shumai, leftover mutton from the day before yesterday. They made steamed buns and fried boxes for the children. Today's last dish was steamed shumai. The children were even dipped in soy sauce. The people who came with Li Qingqi felt their hearts ache when they saw this. The last serving of soy sauce cost 9,200 coins, 920 coins per caddy. After the children ate this meal, it would probably be gone in 3 taels. 16 taels per caddy, 170 coins. Moreover, they were eating garlic sauce. Are you sure they are the children of the tenants? Are they not Dongzhu's biological children? The tenants ate the rice in big mouthfuls. They ate vegetables, salted vegetables, and drank chicken soup. They knew that if they wanted to repay Dongzhu, they had to work more. If they had the strength to work, they had to eat well. Next time, fry it with garlic sprouts. Li Yi ate the chicken blood without the spicy taste. It was not convenient for him to take out the chili sauce as there were too many people. Brother Yi, your family's chicken blood is delicious. Li Qingqi was puzzled. He had eaten chicken blood and mutton blood before. Use the soybean oil. Use the black bean sauce to make the pot explode. Everyone should have black bean sauce, right? Li Yi said. Oh, Brother Yi, I will also get someone to prepare the soybean oil. The soybean oil has a fishy smell. Must the pot explode? Li Qingqi had already learned how to extract the soybean oil. Now, he was learning how to eat it. Li Yi shook his head. Raw oil will explode. Don't use the cooked oil. Put the soybean oil in a big pot and turn off the fire when it is about to smoke. This way, the pot won't explode when you cook. What if it's already smoking? Li Qingqi asked. It's okay. It won't affect anything. Li Yi understood. The soybean oil that his elder brother took from his house was not controlled well in the pot and started smoking. Put some vegetables in it and burn it. Li Qingqi was in a dilemma. Can't you wait for it to cool down after it starts smoking? Cook it directly. You can't cook it like that even if you cook it with meat. Li Yi was distressed. Why is this person so stupid? Chapter 14. After lunch, Li Qingqi did not leave and stayed by Li Yi's side. Li Yi asked someone to set up a big pot and began to cook the chicken. Li Qingqi looked at it and suddenly asked, Brother Yi, are you cooking herbs in the pot? Sure. Li Yi put his index finger in front of his mouth. Then, he whispered, some herbs are used as seasoning, such as star anise and fennel. Li Qingqi nodded, I see. Secret recipe? You added herbs to the spiced beef, right? Yes, I asked someone to buy the herbs according to the prescriptions. After buying the herbs, put aside the ones that can't be used in cooking and use the ones that can be used in cooking. Li Yi explained the source of the herbs and grabbed a bunch of herbs according to the prescriptions. Excellent, then the pharmacy will not know the ingredients you used. Li Qingqi knew what was true and what was false. Brother, do you want the recipe? Li Yi looked at the seasonings in his hand and asked. I want something good. Li Qingqi waved his hand, indicating that he was not interested in the recipe. He thought it through and asked Brother Yi to cook, and then he would be responsible for eating. If he took the recipe and still had to keep it a secret, why bother? At this time, the 50 chickens were all put into the big pot. Li Yi did not keep any raw chicken. After more than 2 hours, the fragrance of the chicken spread. Li Yi asked someone to fish out the chickens and hang them up to dry. After a while, the water was drained and the big pot was heated again. Then, he used a fine-toothed grate to brush the chicken with sesame oil and put it on the fine-toothed grate. Then, he threw the caramel sugar to the bottom of the pot and covered it with a lid. There were several ways to make caramel, all of which were written in the Qi Minyao Shu. Li Qingqi did not know this. He could not have memorized the Qi Minyao Shu for no reason. However, Li Yi had memorized it. He needed to know what this era had and did not have. About 5 or 6 minutes later, the pot was brought down. He opened the lid and took out the chickens. The chickens were red as if they had been brushed with soy sauce. Just looking at them was enough to make one hungry. Then, he smelled the slightly bitter aroma of smoked sugar, like coffee and tea. It was addictive. Brother Yi, is this smoked chicken? Li Qingqi swallowed his saliva as if he had discovered a new continent. Chickens can be cooked like this? How can they smell so fragrant after smoking in the pot with some sugar? Why didn't others think of it? Li Qingqi said in a muffled voice. Li Yi, because other people don't want to throw sugar into the pot. It was getting late, and the children were lining up after school. Just as they walked past Li Yi, the 17 children stood up and saluted to Li Yi. Hello, Brother Dongzhu. Good, good, just in time. Come here, I'll give you a chicken. Share it, don't fight. Li Yi said as he hugged a smoked chicken despite the heat. Then, he clenched his fist and smashed the smoked chicken a few times. The whole chicken loosened up. The 12 boys moved aside, and 5 girls appeared. A girl stepped forward, tore off a chicken leg and a chicken wing, and ran away with the other 4. The boys rushed forward, tearing off a strip and grabbing a piece, stuffing it into their mouths. They laughed and joked around. Li Qingqi's eyes suddenly became blurry as he watched. The boys didn't grab a large piece of meat, so no one touched the drumstick. Big brother, the skin of the smoked chicken is actually the most delicious. Li Yi said to Li Qingqi with a smile as he watched the children eat the chicken. They love each other so much. Li Qingqi sighed. Li Yi shrugged. Who knows? Maybe when they grow up, they'll still kill each other for a chicken. After saying that, he went to look at the other smoked chickens. Li Qingqi was stunned and couldn't speak for a long time. Before dinner, Li Qingqi left with 30 smoked chickens. Li Yi gave the 42 students 7 smoked chickens, 1 for each of the 6 students, and wine. The chickens here weighed 7 to 8 catties each, which was enough for the students to eat a few mouthfuls. After returning, Li Qingqi hurriedly sent the smoked chickens to his brothers and his father. The chicken wrapped in oiled paper was still warm. When he tore off the paper, the fragrance assailed his nostrils. Li Longji, Empress Wang, and Gao Lishir were the last to eat. They had to wait for others to taste the poison before they could eat. The people who tasted the poison were all very happy. This chicken is delicious. Do you want to eat a few more mouthfuls? Gao Lishir coughed. The people who tasted the chicken sat at the side and waited. An hour later, they felt even hungrier and wanted to eat more. Only then did it become Li Longji and Empress Wang's turn to eat. Tomorrow, take 100 chickens and bring back 50. Watch them cook with your own eyes. The chicken Li Longji ate was completely cold. He was very unhappy, so he instructed Gao Lisher. Since Gao Lisher watched them cook, he could naturally eat them directly when he brought them back. Fortunately, the smoked chicken was still delicious when it was cold, especially the skin. Early the next morning, Gao Lisher ran away. Li Chengqi hurriedly found Li Longji. Third brother, Brother Yi taught me something yesterday. It's called a curved plow. The craftsman made it in a hurry. Today, I tried plowing it and it saved twice as much effort as the second bovine. Li Chengqi reported the situation. The curved plow was very useful. Everyone agreed that it was good. After the imperial court meeting, Li Longji took Yao Chong to see it together. When they arrived, they saw an ox pulling a plow. Behind the ox was a person holding the plow. The ox was moving forward in the field. When it reached the end of the field, the ox turned and the plow turned. The speed was very fast. Yao Chong ran over and watched from the side. When they arrived at the end of the field, Yao Chong said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, we should ask the agriculture temple to promote it to the world. This thing is a divine tool for farming." Li Longji clenched his fists. He was also excited. It was a good thing. 2 oxen could pull 2 plows in the future. The key was that the person holding the plow didn't have to always ask the oxen to stop and lift the plow to adjust it. When the new plow was plowing the field, it would rarely get stuck. It was not like the old plow that always stopped moving forward. It must be promoted. It must be promoted now. Even if it was too late for farming in the distance, there would be time to make the plow and use it next time. The agriculture temple made the blueprint with the fastest speed and sent people to the 22 counties in the capital to promote it. So when Li Yi saw Gao Lisher, who brought 100 chickens, the system gave a prompt of 3,000 hours. Li Yi was stunned. Who gave it? 3,000 hours, he could buy more chili noodles. Li Dongzhu, someone presented smoked chickens yesterday. His Majesty was happy. Today, he sent 100 chickens. Bring back 50. Gao Lisher still had a gentle appearance. Li Yi hurriedly arranged people to deal with it. 80 chickens were killed and the other 20 were left to be raised in the chicken coop. When the chickens were cooked and smoked, Li Yi didn't keep a single one and gave all of them to Gao Lisher. The extra 30 chickens were to be given to Gao Lisher. According to historical records, Gao Lisher brazenly accepted the gift. Gao Lisher looked very satisfied. He patted Li Yi's shoulder and left with the team. At noon, Li Yi took everyone to eat. Another group of people came. Everyone came out to take a look. Some of them were missing an arm, some were blind in one eye, and some were lame. Another group of people didn't stand together with these people. They were also carrying boxes and dragging their families. Brother Yi, I found the retired soldiers and craftsmen you wanted. These people in the House of Subjugation can't fight, so the imperial court didn't give them many things. After that, the House of Subjugation was dissolved and merged. They stayed in the fields to farm. Last winter, the snow destroyed the houses and caused many casualties. This spring, the snow turned into rivers and the land was destroyed. Li Chengqi stood out and pointed at the crowd. Li Yi understood. The House of Subjugation was a large military camp. Some of them were merged, and the people who couldn't fight lived on their own. Then, there was a heavy snow. Then, the snow turned into a flood. Brother Li knew that they were escaping and brought them here because he needed people. Are there any more? Li Yi asked. There are 16 more households. Li Chengqi said. Come. Li Yi didn't care about taking care of a few more households. He didn't rely on farming to survive. Someone beside Li Chengqi rode away. Let's eat first. Put down the things. After eating, build a shed. Starting tomorrow, we will build a house. Li Yi called out. The people in Zhuangzi came forward to help. Someone ran to make the dough soup. This was the fastest. There was a big pot of boiling water for drinking. It was just right for the dough soup. The leaves of the wild vegetables were washed and thrown into the pot. A few eggs were beaten to make egg drops. He stirred the flour and began to stir it into the pot, small pieces by small pieces. When the people who came later finished washing their hands, bowls of dough soup were ready. Together with the chicken offal left behind by the 80 chickens, they scooped it into bowls and ate. There were bowls and chopsticks, but tables and stools were missing. The people who came didn't care if they sat or not. They held their bowls and found a place to squat. Some even stood and ate. This was noodles, white flour, egg drops, and a big spoon of chicken offal and meat. Many people couldn't bear to eat and kept sipping the soup. The people in Zhuangzi persuaded them. Eat. It's ordinary food. If you don't eat it today, there will be more tomorrow. Who should we leave it for? The people who came later opened their eyes wide in disbelief. There was such good food every day. Was it fake? Was it a dream? Among them were the craftsmen and their families. The craftsmen's life was slightly better. But they couldn't eat meat every day. It was a good day to see meat once or twice a month. Why was it that when they made mistakes and were sent to Zhuangzi, they could eat meat immediately? Each person ate a bowl. Li Yi called for them to stop, not allowing them to eat anymore, especially those who had escaped from the wilderness. After eating, they made a few temporary shelter with wooden boards. They boiled hot water and mixed it with cold water for everyone to take a bath. Before they finished bathing, another group of people came. There were 16 households. They continued to make the dough soup. The craftsmen made temporary shelters for the people who finished bathing. Manager Songda was busy. He registered, asked for their names and ages, and compared them with their birthplace. Seeing how happy everyone was, Li Yi's mood was even better. The system showed that he helped 46 households, 207 people. His lifespan increased by 2,070 hours. This was 172 days. Moreover, everyone had a good life and could continue to live longer. As for spending money, they could only enjoy life if they were alive. Tonight, we will eat fried chicken offal, rice, and fish soup. Li Yi mumbled. He was thinking about dinner. 3 meals a day. He had to recover first. Chapter 15. Manager Songda was sweating profusely. There were too many people, how could he manage them? Li Yi didn't care at all. It was just a few hundred people. As a small community, he could use both administrative and business management. It would be even better if there was a computer. He could input the information and deal with it however he wanted. However, there were too many people. Li Yi had to write down various management regulations in Zhuangzi. It included no urination or defecation, public baths opening hours, husbands not beating their wives, drinking water, and so on. This time, he used regular script and used a brush to draw various pictures. For example, he didn't write down the requirements for garbage sorting. There were no plastic or metal bottles. The manager was so busy that he slapped the back of his head. It was a mess. Li Yi couldn't stand it anymore and called out to them personally. Everyone, come here. Men who can work, listen to the craftsmen. The craftsmen are here to ask and choose people. All the men stood properly. None of them thought that they couldn't do it. The 10 craftsmen asked about the situation one by one. Those who felt that they were suitable for their job were called to the side and asked to do it later. Li Yi continued to shout, all the women, choose 10 who are best at taking care of children and bring the children to the side to rest. The women were usually together and knew each other well. 10 of them were chosen to lead the children to play. 5 women who are good at cooking come out from each family and form teams, Li Yi said again. The women were quickly divided. They looked at Li Yi with yearning for a better life in the future. Songda, I'll leave it to you, Li Yi said and turned back to the house. Li Qingqi stood at the door and watched in a daze. He also felt that it was a mess before, but Li Yi solved it with a few words. "Brother Yi, you're a genius," Li Qingqi couldn't help but praise after entering the house with Li Yi. Li Yi waved his hand indifferently. "It's a small matter. Leave the professional things to the professionals. Today, the newcomers need to adapt. In 2 days, I'll come up with a management incentive and punishment plan." "Leave the professional things to the professionals," Li Qingqi repeated and took a deep breath. "It's getting late. Brother, why don't you stay for dinner?" Li Yi was afraid that his brother would be noisy, so he asked if he wanted to leave. "I'll stay here tonight." Li Qingqi was even more straightforward. "I have to keep an eye on the people I brought here." "That's great." Li Yi decided to cook a few dishes to accompany his elder brother to drink. Zhuangzi was much safer now that the veterans had been sent over. When the sky turned dark, temporary sheds were set up one after another. Zhuangzi immediately pulled out the silk cloth that was used as currency and laid it out on the floor. The so-called mat was made of dried grass laid on the ground. The size of the cut silk was just right to be used as a bedding. After the house was repaired, the silk used to pave the floor could be used to make bedding, so it wouldn't be wasted. Dinner was as Li Yi had said, fried chicken offal, rice, and fish soup. Li Yi didn't eat with them. He ate with Li Qingqi. Dong Zhu said that he's afraid that you won't have enough to eat for a long time and will get sick if you suddenly eat too much, so he's still limiting the amount you eat at night. The steward said to the person who came to get the food. Everyone nodded. They knew that there were cases of people who had been hungry for a long time eating themselves to death. On Li Yi's side, the two of them sat opposite each other. There were 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table. The soup was fish soup. The dishes were spicy fried chicken heart, braised chicken feet, dried bean curd with garlic sprouts, and soy sauce chicken liver with garlic sauce. There was no staple food. They didn't need to eat staple food when drinking at night. Li Qingqi looked at the dishes and then looked at Li Yi. He couldn't wait to capture him and bring him back to the prince's mansion. At that time, he wouldn't have to worry about anything in the prince's mansion. However, he also knew that if he captured Li Yi today, his third brother would come knocking on his door with a knife. This younger brother Yi gave out all kinds of good things as if they were free. His third brother would probably dream of younger brother Yi even in his sleep. Elder brother. Li Yi held the bowl. Li Qingqi drank a mouthful and was about to speak. Li Yi spoke first. "Elder brother, that stone needs to be used differently in different places. It's not good for the crops if it's used incorrectly. We must try it out in different places when we go back." "I know. Someone in the village said that it's not good to have this kind of stone." Li Qingqi expressed that he understood. "Elder brother, can I use wooden spears and swords in this village?" Li Yi wanted to arm the retired soldiers. "We're originally soldiers of the Chong estate. We have to prepare some weapons." Li Yi was surprised by Li Qingqi's answer. "Ah! I can buy weapons for them. Cloth armor." Li Yi was surprised. "Private soldiers? Younger brother Yi, your Zhuangzi is different from other places. Therefore, you can equip yourself with crossbows." Li Qingqi said something that Li Yi didn't dare to think about. Li Yi had checked the system's information in this regard. If they could equip themselves with crossbows, they were allowed to equip themselves with armor. However, he understood after thinking about it. His Zhuangzi was a key research institute and needed armed protection. Therefore, he asked, "What about military horses?" "What do you need military horses for?" Li Qingqi asked. "Let's drink. Elder brother, try this chicken heart." Li Yi directly changed the topic. He picked up the chicken heart and ate it. Li Qingqi picked up the chili. It was so spicy that he kept spitting out his tongue, but he still kept eating. While eating, Steward Songde called out from outside, "Dong Zhu, there's a child who's hot all over. She might have caught a cold while bathing during the day." "How old is she?" Li Yi asked. He said she's 7 years old. "She's a girl." "Got it." Li Yi replied. After saying that, he got up and went into the kitchen. He took out the box of cold medicine stored in the system's storage space and broke off half of it. Then, he found ginger and brown sugar bought from the pharmacy and chopped the ginger into small pieces. Then, he pressed the pill into foam with a knife and put it into a bowl with the brown sugar. He scooped up half a bowl of boiling water from the stove and mixed it with cold water. He went back to open the door and handed it to the steward who was waiting outside. "Feed her." The steward left happily. Li Chingqi was confused. When Li Yi sat down again, he couldn't help but ask, "Why did the steward look for you?" "Ah, that. I have a secret medicine. One of them is for colds." "Oh, typhoid fever." "I told the steward that anyone who falls ill can come to me for medicine, but it's a secret." "You can't say that it's medicine." Li Yi hesitated for half a second and said. Li Chingqi sat up straight and looked at Li Yi in disbelief. "Brother Yi, you're also proficient in the art of medicine?" "I know a little." Li Yi wasn't modest at all. He had a lot of medicine to change. He also knew what medicine to take for ordinary diseases. As long as it wasn't too difficult to tell what the problem was, he could change the medicine and feed it. This was because his previous company sold this stuff. And he was a specialist in this field. However, it was too difficult for him to make a name for himself in this industry. In particular, he wasn't proficient in this field and didn't have the talent. Therefore, he left the hospital at first and did other things. Later, he found a way to sell some equipment and so on. He wasn't good at his profession. However, if he were in the Tang dynasty now, he dared to crush his peers as long as he had medicine in hand. Li Chingqi didn't know what his cheap brother's major and education level was, nor did he know how many setbacks he had experienced. He was trembling with excitement at this moment. In his opinion, as long as Brother Yi took out something and guaranteed something, it would be amazing. "Brother Yi, why don't we go take a look at the baby?" Li Chingqi wanted to confirm again. With that, he pulled Li Yi and ran out. Chapter 16. They went outside and asked someone. Soon, they found the place. When the two of them arrived, a girl with yellow hair and a thin face with many cracks was drinking ginger soup with her eyes squinted. Next to her, a woman was wiping her tears. "Don't be afraid. It's just a cold. Drink the ginger soup and you'll be fine tomorrow." The housekeeper looked confident. As soon as Li Yi arrived, the people who were concerned about him all looked at him. "Does your throat hurt? Do you cough?" Li Yi squatted down and asked the girl. As he spoke, he put his hand on the girl's neck to feel her pulse and temperature. The girl swallowed a mouthful of ginger soup and shook her head. "It doesn't hurt. The water is sweet." Li Chingqi also reached out to touch the girl's forehead and confirmed that it was hot. "Have you vomited?" Li Yi asked again. "I vomited just now. After vomiting, I said I didn't feel so bad," the woman whispered. Li Chingqi widened his eyes in surprise. How did she know to vomit? "Go to the ice cellar and get 2 frozen pears," Li Yi said to the housekeeper. Frozen pears were usually frozen in winter. Generally speaking, sour pears would be frozen hard in winter and their skin would turn black. Then, after being frozen, the sour pears would become sweet and taste good. In winter, a lot of frozen pears were thrown into the ice cellar when the weather was warm. Now, this was a good thing, a fruit. The housekeeper asked someone to get 2 and soak them in cold water. When the ice melts, cut them into small pieces and feed them to her. Remember to steam a bowl of steamed egg soup for her tomorrow morning. Add salty brine and don't put garlic sprouts. Li Yi instructed again. He knew what children liked to eat when they had a fever. The housekeeper nodded to show that he understood. Li Yi looked at the stunned woman and said, "Dip a handkerchief in cold water and apply it to her forehead." The woman nodded vigorously. Li Yi called Li Chingqi and went back to eat and drink. "It's just a small problem. Judging from the child's breathing, she doesn't have lung disease. Her throat is probably a little uncomfortable. Vomiting and stomach acid. It'll be good if I can exchange for a stethoscope. But that thing sounds like a girl. Li Yi thought and shook his head. He dared to exchange for a stethoscope that cost 500 hours of life. But would the people of the Tang dynasty accept that thing if he pressed it on a girl's body? The sun rose. There was no need for others to urge them, and everyone got up on their own. Breakfast was ready: millet porridge, wild vegetable buns, and salted dried tofu. Later on, the group of people kept scooping porridge for themselves. Steamed bun only ate one bowl of porridge after every bowl of porridge. They were reluctant to part with it. Normally, they ate porridge as their staple food, which was thicker. Now that the porridge was thin, there was an additional staple food. He didn't dare to think about it. Eat steamed buns. This is called steamed buns. Remember, it has stuffing, not steamed biscuits. Don't just drink rice soup. It won't fill your stomach, and you won't be able to work. The steward held a steamed bun in his hand and let the others eat the staple food. He also emphasized that the pleated bun was called a steamed bun. Li Qingqi also came over to check on the girl from yesterday. The little girl ate the steamed egg with a spoon in small mouthfuls. Li Yi approached and reached out to touch the child's forehead. He turned around and said to Li Yi, who was holding a spoon, "It's not hot anymore." Li Yi reached out and touched it. "It's hot, and there's still a lot of pressure in the stomach. My heart is beating fast." As he spoke, he scooped up some gravy with a spoon and brought it to the girl's mouth. "Eat it." It turned out that there was powder in the spoon. The girl opened her mouth and ate it without thinking. Then, she smiled. "Brother Dongzhu. What do you want to eat for lunch?" Li Yi asked. "Soup, meat, the girl said what was in her heart. "Kill a sheep and have mutton soup for lunch," Li Yi said to the steward. Li Qingqi left reluctantly. He left reluctantly with Li Yi's newly made chili sauce. He actually wanted to stay. He felt that staying in the prince's mansion wasn't as warm as staying here. He thought that Li Yi killed the sheep because of the girl's words. He didn't know how to feel. The people in Zhuangzi worked harder. They knew what they were eating. They knew better than anyone else how good Dongzhu was to the girl. Dongzhu asked what she wanted to eat. The girl said she wanted to drink soup with meat. So he killed the sheep. What else was there to say? They just had to work hard. Today, Dongzhu was good to other people's girls. What if he was good to them tomorrow? In fact, they were wrong. Li Yi wouldn't kill a sheep for a little girl because there was no need. It was just a cold. Li Yi considered that everyone had traveled a long way to eat and take a bath. When they relaxed mentally, their bodies would give them feedback. They were going to fall sick. The spring cold was bone-chilling. They had to withstand the cold. So they killed a sheep and drank mutton soup together. The main thing was to drink the soup and the hot water. They could only drink the soup and raise the sheep. There were 258 people in the manor. Together with the 42 students, there were 300 people. There wasn't enough meat. So they took out the lamb chops, head, trotters, tail, and offal. The rest of the meat was boiled. Of course, the staple food couldn't be bad. They went to buy noodles and make scallion pancakes. The steward didn't care about the money anymore. Because, number 11, 10,000 coins. Everyone, do me the honor and don't compete with me. At the place where the soy sauce was auctioned, the first jar weighed 10 kilograms. As soon as the steward shouted 550 coins per jar, someone offered 10,000 coins. Steward Songda's entire body trembled uncontrollably from head to toe in that small but large area. When Li Yi heard this, his expression was calm. It didn't matter. Was 10,000 coins a lot? How much was a serving of caviar auctioned? How much was a serving of truffles? How much was a bottle of red wine? How much was a tale of tea leaves? A medical device with a material cost of 5 yuan was sold for 5,000 yuan. Was it surprising? Was the brand not money? Was the technology not money? Was the patent not money? Was the marketing cost not money? Songda wasn't as open-minded as Li Yi. He knew how much the cost of soy sauce was. Zhuangzi could eat that stuff as much as he wanted. It was crazy to take it out and sell it. Number 7, 11,000 coins. Someone raised the price and it suddenly increased by 1,000 coins. There was no longer a situation where it was 550 copper coins. It was impossible to buy a jar with 1,000 coins. The businessmen and the rich and powerful were about to fight. The main reason was that everyone had squeezed into small compartments made of cloth. Others didn't know who was who. They could only hear the voice. If you asked others to give you face, others would know who you were. If you dared to shout out your identity, you would immediately be eliminated and not be allowed to participate in the sale. The key was that it was useless to know who you were because you still had to know who was bidding with you. Someone pinched their throat and shouted, shouting out the number and price. They couldn't find anyone to retaliate. They could only increase the price and get soy sauce. At the same time, the students were dividing the children into classes. There were too many children and everyone had to teach. There were originally 17, but now there were 81 more. The pressure suddenly increased, but they couldn't ignore it. The students also had a share of the mutton soup at noon. They ate and stayed for free, made new clothes, gave ink and paper, and even paid for the poetry recital. They were not willing to teach children. Was it because they didn't have enough knowledge to teach, or did they not have the heart to educate? They couldn't say no to either. Otherwise, if they couldn't teach children, how could they teach the people? If they couldn't do either, the problem would be even bigger. Therefore, the students discussed and divided the children into classes. There were too many people in a class and they couldn't manage all of them. Everyone felt busy. Li Yi wasn't idle either. Li Yi was writing a textbook. He was writing a textbook on children's enlightenment. One of them was the 3-character classic. The 3-character classic couldn't be copied completely. Something would happen. The main thing was that it couldn't be explained. Chapter 17. Man's nature is good at birth. Their natures are similar, but their habits are different. Dou Yenshan was righteous. His 5 sons were famous. Delete these. Things from the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms are not suitable for the present. Under the equator, it's warm. I'm from northeast China. Delete these too. 20 generations, 300 years. When the Liang dynasty was destroyed, the country changed. Isn't it a joke to say that the Tang dynasty ruled for 300 years? Do you think I'm Jiang Zia? Also, I've deleted all the information about the dynasties. Li Yi compared the content given by the system and deleted what needed to be deleted. It didn't matter if there were fewer words. The main thing was to tell stories and reason. He couldn't write the 100 surnames. The first character of the 100 surnames was Zhao. Now, it was Li under the heavens. However, there was no problem with the disciple rules. It didn't involve historical matters. Li Yi wrote as he read. He didn't spend a single cent. There was a loophole in the system. He didn't know if it was a deliberate loophole or a real loophole. Let's leave it at that for now. I'll write enriching virtue later. The content inside is actually very interesting compared to the others. Li put down his pen, rubbed his wrist, and muttered to himself. Enriching virtue says that people leave their names when they pass, and wild geese leave their voices when they pass. But vegetable root tan also says, wild geese cross the cold pond, and the pond leaves no shadow when they pass. The wind blows away the bamboo, and the wind blows away the bamboo leaves no sound. Therefore, a gentleman's heart appears when things come, and his heart is empty when things pass. In fact, both are chicken soup for the soul. The former is to motivate people, and the latter is to comfort people. The former says that people have to struggle. The latter says that when you encounter unhappy things, don't take it to heart. The former is a politician, tenacious. The latter is a scholar, compromise. The former is a kite, soaring into the sky in adversity. The latter is duckweed, drifting with the tide. Li analyzed and then said, Enoch, choose the former and disdain the latter. I don't want to be moderate because I want to live. I can't give in, and I can't retreat. As he spoke, Li waved his fist, fight. 10,000 years don't belong to me. I only seize the day and night. The stronger I meet, the stronger I become stronger. As soon as he finished speaking, Li threw down the brush and walked out. He said to manager Songda, who had just sold 200 caddies of soy sauce and was so excited that his face was pale, tell them that after tomorrow, the price of soy sauce will be reduced by 90%. What Li meant was that if they brought over chickens and ducks to bid for soy sauce, the soy sauce would be 10% off. A flock of ducks that were worth 9,000 yuan was treated as 10,000 yuan when buying soy sauce. It was the same for chickens. Songda didn't understand what Dongzhu wanted to do, but he knew what he should do. Therefore, he ran to those people and told them to bring live chickens and ducks over. 9 copper coins for 10 copper coins. A 10% profit gap. When the others heard this, they were immediately tempted. Dongzhu, there will probably be a lot of chickens and ducks coming tomorrow. Songda found Li and replied. All right. Li nodded. Songda turned around and went to find people to work. He didn't even ask why Li was doing this. He had already formed a habit. Whatever Dongzhu said, it was guaranteed that it wouldn't be wrong. According to Li's words, if you can understand, then do it. If you can't understand, then do it in the process of doing it. Li walked back to the house with his hands behind his back. He didn't care about the chickens and ducks. There were managers, craftsmen, retired soldiers, and tenants. They would take care of these. Songda shouted while looking for people to carry the copper coins and silk. In order to let us eat enough eggs, Dongzhu gave up 10% of the profits in exchange for chickens and ducks. If you want to slack off, then touch your conscience. Li, who had already walked far away, heard the manager's words. He immediately stopped and muttered, I don't think so. Those who bought soy sauce left in high spirits. Those who didn't left with their heads down. They were going to bring more money or poultry tomorrow. Noon arrived. The mutton soup in the big pot was boiling. The scallion pancakes were packed in big bamboo baskets. They were like small hills. 42 students came to scoop the soup first. The person who scooped the soup scooped as much mutton as possible into their bowls. The others didn't have any objections. The children counted on the students to teach them. Li didn't say anything. He had to let the children know that educated people had priority. Only then would the children study hard. Not to mention anything else, at least they would be proficient in addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. In the future, they would help to calculate the accounts. After the students finished scooping the soup, it was the turn of the people in Zhuangzi. Li still supported it. This was status. A certain status must be given to the old people. Unless the newcomers showed enough ability, they couldn't be above the old people. If the newcomers were treated well and the old people were treated badly, then the newcomers wouldn't be loyal. Because the newcomer would wonder whether he would be as neglected as the old comer had been, waiting for the newcomer. Then it was the craftsmen and the selected leaders. The pyramid system appeared. If they wanted to stand out, they had to work hard. Finally, it was the children's turn. The mutton giblets that had been taken out before were chopped up and placed in a child's bowl. Li personally brought a bowl of soup to the sick little girl. Then, he passed a spoon of medicine to her. The little girl opened her mouth and ate it. She didn't feel bitter at all. Li poured a lot of pepper into her soup bowl. She blew on the soup and drank it. She sweated and immediately felt comfortable. There were no outsiders today. Li Yi ate the same soup, scallion pancakes, and pickled vegetables. He found a random seat, but he was still the center of attention. Everyone looked at him. Let's eat. Drink the mutton soup. It's best to eat it with sweet or salted garlic. When the new garlic comes out, we will pickle more this year. Li Yi stood up and said to a large group of people. Everyone's eyes lit up. They believed him. Because this young man, Dong Zhu, would definitely eat whatever he said. No matter how expensive the garlic was, if Dong Zhu said there would definitely be. Open the kiln, the housekeeper shouted. The kiln that was simmering the cement was opened. The person who fetched the cement put on a mask and went over to fill the cement. Then, according to the housekeeper and the previous owner's instructions, they started to build the house. All the people who came later felt warm in their hearts. Zhuangzi actually built a kiln. They all knew that this was a technical foundation. Not everyone could build a kiln, let alone a big one. The new eunuchs and palace maids were excited. It was finally their turn to enjoy. The mulberry trees on the other side were all sold. The grapevines were moved over with large pieces of soil to be planted. Li Yi instructed the people to replenish the soil. He spent money to buy the soil on the mountain and then mixed it with grass and wood to fertilize. No one felt that the soil on the mountain could be sold, but Li Yi spent money to buy it. Many people went to dig. Songda wanted to organize people to dig but was stopped by Li Yi. No. Our people have work to do. Don't waste their energy. Water. Li Yi instructed. Everyone poured the water that had been dried for a few days into the grapevine field. This grapevine field was different from other grapevines. The grapevines were clearly layered and lined up vertically and horizontally. In 2 days, we'll cut the branches and prune the branches. Dig a drainage ditch on the high ground above and also below. Li Yi said one by one. He hoped that the grapes transplanted this year would bear some good fruit and he would use it to make wine. The grass and wood ash was the potassium fertilizer, the farm manure was the organic fertilizer, and the phosphorus fertilizer was sprinkled in according to the situation to adjust the pH. I've tried my best. I hope there will be a good harvest this year. Li Yi looked at the group of people picking mulberry leaves on the other side of the forest and murmured. Li Yi's Zhuangzi field was north of the imperial plantation and south of it was a group of people's villages. The people in that small village had always lived well. It was close to Chang'an city. Many people who didn't have money to live in Chang'an looked for a place to live. Before the Kaiyuan era, Buddhist temples were good places to live. However, now that Buddhism was suppressed, Taoist temples were better. But they were all affected. The outsiders ran out of the city to find houses and built many shacks. Will they steal my grapes? Li Yi thought of a very practical problem. There were no surveillance cameras or barbed wire. What could he do if the people opposite came to pick a few bunches of grapes and ran away? Picking grapes was not a problem. He was just afraid that the grape seedlings would be damaged when picking them. If they were not ripe, he would secretly pick them. If they were too sour, he would throw them away. He would pick them again. If they were still sour, he would throw them away again. Steward Songda thought of the same problem. He asked, Dongzhu, send someone to guard with bows and arrows. Is that okay? It's just stealing grapes. Bows and arrows? Should I bury landmines? Li Yi objected. He didn't want to fight to the death. What's a landmine, Dongzhu? Songda was puzzled. How about this? After a few days, when the grapes are grown, you go over there and ask if there's anyone who is willing to come over to help. Then ask their village chief to arrange for people to come over and work for us. Pay them. Li Yi said to the steward. The steward was unhappy. Why, Dongzhu? We have enough people. There are enough people to work, but there are not enough grape fields. It's a waste of manpower. Ask the village chief to arrange for 10 people to come over. Each person will be paid 30 copper coins a day. They will be provided with lunch. Li thought of a good idea. Hire 10 people to work. Who would care about the village chief's opinion? If there was a problem, they would go to the village chief. In the Tang dynasty, the village chief cared about his reputation. Many cases were in the hands of the village chief or the village elder. Under such circumstances, they should not be contradictory but mutually beneficial. Chapter 18. Man's nature is good at birth. Their natures are similar, but their habits are different. If you don't teach, your nature will change. The way of teaching is to specialize. The weather was clear today, and even the morning was much warmer than usual. Zhang Xiao, the village chief of Zhang village, was invited to visit the Li family Zhuangzi. As soon as he entered the village, he heard the sound of children chanting. Then, he and the 2 elders who came with him were all dumbfounded. What is this? Zhang Xiao had goosebumps all over his body. The crisp children's voice and the content of the lesson that he had never heard before made him shiver. The 2 elders who came with Zhang Xiao were even more stunned. They were shocked by what the child was chanting. In layman's terms, it was too good to listen to. They only hated themselves for being so uneducated. Children's enlightenment could be played like this. The Li family Zhuangzi was going to ascend to the heavens. The 3 of them stood and listened for a long time before they came back to their senses. The elder who looked a little older slowly exhaled and said to the village chief, Xiao Lang, have you ever seen this village in Dongzhu? 9th uncle, no. Zhang Xiao shook his head gently. Maybe they invited a master from somewhere, the other elder said. Zhang Xiao nodded. I think so too. Then he said, I wonder if we can learn this. The children in the village will have another book to learn. The 2 elders nodded their heads in agreement. Zhang village was close to Chang'an, so there was no shortage of teachers. However, the only lessons that were taught were the 1,000-character classic, the classic of filial piety, and the Analects of Confucius. After that, there were the Arya and Li Sa. After that, there were the 5 classics. What was the Li family village teaching? The 3 words were easy to read, and it was even more comfortable than the 1,000-character classic. It was scary. The 3 of them continued to walk along the gravel road. Li Chengqi, who had hurried over early in the morning, was also stunned. He followed and said, in the past, Mother Meng chose a neighbor. If you don't learn, you choose to change. Then he looked up to the sky and sighed. What a good lesson. Who in the village is so talented? He clenched his fists and led his men to the students' houses. Some students were holding a piece of paper, shaking their heads as they recited the words that the children were reciting. Where did you come from? Li Chengqi stood aside and asked without any trace of politeness. Ah. This is called the 3-character classic. Brother Li felt that there were not enough books for children, so he personally wrote it. The student knew Li Chengqi. He shook the paper twice and answered with a look of admiration. Written by Brother E. Do you think that children don't have enough books for enlightenment? Did he feel that humans walk slowly and make wings? Li Chengqi felt that Brother Yi's opinion was somewhat unreasonable. What do you think? What do you do? Resolve it? The student blinked and said uncertainly, maybe. Li Chengqi didn't pay any more attention to the students. After asking a few people, he finally met Li Yi at the construction site. Li Yi was squatting down and talking to the craftsman. Look at the picture. Make a bamboo basket with a large hole. This is the long handle, this is the handle is connected to the rope, and the last is the blade. As Li Yi spoke, the blacksmith watched and listened attentively. Li Chengqi, who had trotted over, swallowed his words and squatted down to watch. The blacksmith pointed at the picture and said, it's simple and easy to make. It's just that the blade is big and it consumes iron. It's okay. The sickle is slow to harvest wheat. If you swing it, you can harvest a piece of wheat. Li Yi assured the blacksmith that there was iron. Brother E, can this thing harvest wheat? Li Chengqi understood. Yes. It's faster than the sickle. Li Yi gave an affirmative answer. This thing was called the divine tool for harvesting wheat. Li Chengqi, he didn't know what to say. The child's voice was still coming from the other side. He wanted to ask about the books, but it turned out that there was another good thing in front of him. How many things are in Brother Yi's head? Thinking about this, Li Chengqi reached out and touched Li Yi's head. Li Yi turned his head and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Why are you touching my head again? Li Chengqi retracted his hand. Brother Yi, listen. Li Yi said, I don't need to listen. I'll write the 3-character classic. Take a copy when you leave. Can such a good thing be taught to outsiders? Li Chengqi was puzzled. In his opinion, whoever had this book must protect it. How could he give it to others so easily? There will be more in a few days. It's not difficult. Li Yi waved his hand indifferently. Anyway, he didn't write it himself. He just copied it, changed it, and deleted it. There are more. Not difficult. Li Chengqi raised his hand and touched his forehead to see if he had a fever. Yes. Since you're here, you can take one of the things for harvesting wheat with me. Li Yi hadn't seen his cheap brother for a few days. He even wanted to ask someone to go to the Liuli village to have a look. He wanted to promote the 3-character classic and new farming tools to increase his lifespan. Li Chengqi stared fixedly at Li Yi, wondering how his younger brother Yi could be so calm. He threw out all kinds of good things without any hesitation. How could he be so generous? Brother, why are you looking at me like that? Li Yi was annoyed. What do you want? Li Chengqi asked what was on his mind. Want? I don't want anything simple. There are many more. If you have 100 storehouses full of grain, you won't give out a single porridge. If you have a lot of money, you won't give up a single coin. Li Yi explained the reason with a smile. Li Chengqi, am I being looked down upon? There are many more. Why can't I figure it out? You have too many ideas. Do you find them too heavy in your head? Won't you be tired if you take them out? But Li Chengqi still wanted to say something. Dongzhu, people from Zhang village are here. They are the village chief and 2 elders. Song De ran over. He was covered in cement dust. He had just paved the playground with cement. But he could let the children play and wait until the wheat was harvested to dry. I'll go and take a look. Li Yi stood up. Song De ran away first. Li Yi walked less than 100 meters away. 2 eunuchs and 2 maids chased after him. The 4 people in the palace clothes caught up with Li Yi and stood on his left and right. It was a grand scene. As expected, the 3 people from the Zhang family's manor were stunned. Damn, why are they people from the palace? Li Yi smiled and cupped his fists to salute. Zhuangzi has been busy these days. I didn't pay you a visit in person but asked the village chief to come. Please forgive me. Li Dongzhu, you can't say that. Li Dongzhu has been here for many days. The people from the village should have been here long ago. Zhang Shao returned the salute. Then he introduced, this is 7th uncle and 9th uncle. Li Yi said to the 2 elders again, 7th uncle and 9th uncle, you are healthy. I'm very happy. The 2 elders returned the salute and regarded Li Yi as their junior. Old 9th, who was 9th uncle and 9th uncle, directly asked, just now, I heard the children reciting. Who taught them? Thank you for asking, 9th uncle. It was taught by Yi. When 9th uncle returns to the village, bring a copy for me to correct. Li Yi modestly asked them to give him some pointers. The 3 people were speechless. Old 7th and Old 9th saluted again and bowed to the ground. Li Yi returned the salute. This was tiring. The eunuchs and maids also returned the salute. They stood up with their chests puffed out and their heads held high. Let's find a place to sit and talk about the matter of asking the villagers to look after the vineyard. Li Yi didn't say anything. He had a lot of things to do later. Very good. Zhang Xiao agreed. The group entered Li Yi's living room. The maids served tea and the eunuchs helped wipe the table. The three of them felt a pressure as heavy as a mountain. After living for so many years, this was the first time they were served by someone from the palace. When they returned, they would brag about it. Half an hour later, the three of them happily left with the three-character classic. The matter was settled. The village chief and the elders acted as guarantors. Li Yi and Zhuangzi hired 10 diligent people from Zhang village to help take care of the vineyard. Each person was paid 30 coins a day and they were given a lunch. The people from Zhang village and Zhuangzi were very satisfied. The salary was not low. The most important thing was that they were given a meal. They had heard that Li Yi and Zhuangzi were given meat to eat every meal. The village chief and the 2 elders felt that they had gained face. When we go to Li Yi and Zhuangzi, we will bring back good jobs for you. We will also bring back the 3-character classic for your children. There, we will be served by the eunuchs and maids. If any of you dare to destroy or steal the grapes, we will break your legs. Step over and break the leg, stretch out the arm and break it first. Li Yi sent them to Zhuangzi. When he saw the 3 of them leave, he heaved a sigh of relief. It's settled. In the future, we don't have to worry about the people from Zhang village stealing grapes. Li Yi said. The eyes of the 2 maids were filled with stars. Dongzhu was so awesome. Unfortunately, when the time came, they would be replaced. When they returned to the palace, they wouldn't be as free as when they were in Zhuangzi. Chapter 19. Ha! 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 Roar! Ha! When Li Yi found his cheap brother, Li Qingqi was riding on a stallion and waving his newly made suazi. He was shouting as if he was going to fight the enemy. A circle of people was watching. They were not looking at Li Qingqi's antics, but at the suazi. They already knew that Dongzhu had made a new tool for harvesting wheat. It was said that it was very useful, even better than a sickle. Brother, do you want to have lunch before you leave? Li Yi went to the side and asked. Li Qingqi, who was playing happily, stopped and jumped down from the stallion. Brother Yi, give me the 3-character classic. I'll leave now. I don't want to eat. Li Yi took out a piece of paper from his sleeve and handed it over. Li Qingqi took the paper, carried the suazi and shouted, "Let's go," and really left. More than a dozen stallions galloped in the direction of Tonghua Gate. Steward Songda changed his clothes and went to carry out the soy sauce sale today. The eunuchs and palace maids turned around and ran to support the business. Today, the people who bought soy sauce came late, so the chickens and ducks were delayed. Especially the chickens, they were not obedient. Therefore, there were fewer chickens and more ducks. Of course, when the sale failed, they still shouted for money. In the end, they would get a 10% discount. They would not weigh the chickens, but only the chickens. There were people in Zhuangzi who knew about chickens and ducks. They could not accept sick chickens and ducks. At the same time, they did not want too many roosters and drakes. They wanted to see how many hens and ducks there were. Li Yi did not need to worry about this. The people in Zhuangzi were very smart. The sale of chickens and ducks was slow. It was not until 2:30 in the afternoon that a large group of chickens and ducks were driven to the temporary enclosure. The children and students ate lunch first. Li Yi accompanied them and starved. Those who laid the foundation drank a lot of water and did not eat. In the future, we can't wait for some people and let everyone starve. Li Yi said to Steward Songda during lunch. Dongzhu, if you don't eat, how can the others eat? Songda also thought that it was better to take turns eating. There are a lot of women in the manor, so we can work in 3 shifts. 8 hours for one shift, and every 10 hours for one day off, Li Yi suggested. Dongzhu, rest? Songda was the first to object. How can you not do anything? You can't even rest when you have your own work to do. Rest is for better work. Li Yi stated his reason. Then, am I Dongzhu, or are you Dongzhu? Li Yi was unyielding. Rest. Songde immediately compromised. Raise the chickens and ducks, and ask the children to take turns cleaning up the feces. Li Yi found work for the children. He used a small shovel to collect chicken and duck feces. When the biogas pool ran out, he cleaned it up and threw it in. Spring and summer, autumn and winter. In these 4 seasons, one's luck was boundless. They call it north and south, west and east. These 4 directions should be the center. In the palace, Yao Chong held a piece of paper and read aloud while the other ministers listened. If it was the imperial examination, any examinee who wrote this would be immediately dismissed. What was this? There was no literary talent at all. 3 words in a sentence, 3 words in a sentence. Was it fun? However, when this content was written by a child, it was simply a work of God. It was easy to understand, and easy to read. It was easy to remember, and fun to read. Although it was just these words, astronomy, geography, human relations, and morals were even more accurate. It contained everything. The ministers wished that they could make a copy right now and take it home for their children to use. This 3-character classic could be learned by a child who could talk. 3 or 4 years old was no problem at all. Who compiled it? Who? Which almighty was it? Li Longji stood there with a smile on his face. However, he did not say who provided it. He was afraid that the ministers would run to Zhuangzi and expose his identity. If Brother Yi knew his identity, it would be impossible for him to go to Zhuangzi in the future. Zhuangzi made people feel relaxed and at ease. If you said it was a peasant, it was traceless. If you said it was solid, it was contentious. If you said it was complicated, it was warm. If you said it was scholarly, it was bowing. It was very contradictory. It was obviously a Zhuangzi, but it gave people the feeling that it was floating. When you entered, you would immediately relax and return to the world. Li Longji thought, what is going on? Zhuangzi was only 7 miles away from Changfen. It was very close. It was so close that walking in was like a dream. Everyone was so happy. There was no place like Zhuangzi. It was like the paradise in the peach blossom spring. Yes, that was it. Li Longji found the location. But then he shook his head. No, the paradise looked beautiful, but it was actually useless. However, Brother Yi's Zhuangzi did not hide from the world. Instead, he was very down-to-earth. He sold soy sauce at a very high price. The soy sauce in the palace was 55 yuan per caddy. It was impossible to get it outside. Diligence brings merit, but acting brings no benefit. It is better to work hard to avoid it. While Li Longji was in a dilemma, Yao Chong finished reading. The entire hall was silent. Everyone was thinking about the matter mentioned in the 3-character classic. After a while, Yao Chong sighed. Your Majesty, who did this? Why didn't you tell us? Engraving, take it for enlightenment. Li Longji didn't respond to Yao Chong's words. Your Majesty, I want to see this person. Yao Chong insisted. No need. He doesn't want to see others. Li Longji refused. He did not know why, but he did not want others to know about Li Yi. If possible, it would be best for his brother to forget about Li Yi. Then he would go to Zhuangzi alone to play. That place belonged to him. The ministers looked at each other. What was the emperor trying to do? What was the point of keeping an author a secret? The summer harvest is coming. I have something for you to take a look at. Li Longji changed the topic and signaled to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher ordered someone to bring the reaper over. This thing can reap wheat with a sweep. Li Longji introduced while everyone was looking. Yao Chong looked and asked, Your Majesty, is this the same as the curved plow from a few days ago? Li Longji smiled but did not answer. The ministers were helpless. What was wrong with the emperor today? When it was time for dinner, Empress Wang was curious. She was also curious about what had happened to His Majesty today. Why was he so happy? Your Majesty, did you encounter something happy? Empress Wang asked. Li Longji thought for a while and suddenly said to Empress Wang, let's stay outside today. I will bring you to a place. Don't expose your identity. It's like this. Li Longji introduced Li Yi and Zhuangzi to the Empress. Empress Wang was shocked when she heard this. Ah! Is that so? How is that possible? How can there be so many things? Only 16 years old? It's fun. Let's go. Then the two of them brought the palace experts and hurriedly left the palace and the capital. They did not eat dinner and prepared to go to Li Yi's Zhuangzi to eat barbecue, the kind that barbecued skewers. Gao Lisher wanted to go but was left at home. What if his attitude was too respectful and Brother Yi saw it? The group left Tonghua Gate and ran for a while before arriving at Ba Shui. In the past, Li Yi's Zhuangzi appeared in front of them. At this time, Zhuangzi was brightly lit with torches and methane lamps. The sky was dark. It was now 5:30, 7:30 in the evening. In another half hour, it would be 5. 2 hours and 8 quarters. The first 4 quarters was the beginning, and the last 4 quarters was the beginning. Usually, midnight and noon were not called the beginning. Chapter 20. Li Yi and Zhuangzi had just eaten dinner and it was already 2:30 p.m. Dinner was postponed. Today, they killed a big fat pig and a sheep. Li Yi personally used a spade to make the braised meat in 2 big pots. He boiled the eggs of the new chickens, peeled the skin and fried beans, and braised the braised meat. The sheep continued to drink soup, and the rice was the staple. Just as everyone was eating, Li Longji came with his wife. There was also a large group of bodyguards who brazenly revealed their identity. Of course, they did not wear the uniform of the Yulin Royal Guards or the Qianyo Guards. They looked very strong and were bodyguards. Brother Yi, don't eat yet. I'm here with your sister-in-law. Li Longji shouted at Li Yi. Li Yi quickly put down his chopsticks and saluted, hello, sister-in-law. No need to be so polite. I'm here to eat with San Lang. He said that your food is good and the skewers are delicious. Empress Wang was still so lively. Li Yi turned his head and ordered 2 palace maids and 2 eunuchs, go wear the skewers. Do you know how to wear them? What are you waiting for? This is my 3rd brother and my sister-in-law. The 4 people trembled in unison and did not dare to have any extra expression. They bowed their heads to wear the skewers. Li Yi shook his head, they're from the palace. They're left behind by General Gao. They usually look very smart, but they're probably tired today. He explained the situation to Li Longji and Empress Wang. Yes, uncle. San Lang and I will stay with you today. Empress Wang said with a smile. Okay, no problem. I'll get someone to bring you new bedding and pillows. Li Yi did not object, because after dinner, they could not go back to Chang'an. Empress Wang jumped with her hands behind her back and looked at others eating. What are you eating? Wow, it smells good. The taste of the braised meat was so charming. The little baby's face was covered in oil and his head was almost buried in the bowl. Sister-in-law, this is braised meat and eggs. Actually, it would be even better if there were quail eggs. Add oil bean bubbles, Li Yi introduced. Without waiting for him to finish, Li Longji interjected, Brother Yi, let's put it another way. That day, I ate plantain. Li Yi nodded, indicating that he understood. Taking a deep breath, he spoke in a low voice. Pigs have been the most commonly eaten livestock since ancient times. Braised pork is specially selected from the fat and lean parts of the pig. The layers of fat and muscle here are distinct and have a unique marble pattern. We call it the 5-flour 3-layer meat. Before cooking, you have to cut it into strips of meat 1 inch wide and cook it in a big stove. Don't blanch it. When the pieces of meat are slowly fried in the pot, the fragrance of the fat will inevitably waft out. It's a natural taste. From eating raw meat and drinking blood to farming, people have learned how to eat more delicious meat. When the oil in the fat is fried, it will gradually spread along the wall of the pot, revealing the essence of the ingredient. Frying sugar is a technical job. In the process of the sugar melting and gradually changing color, the control of the heat has always been the most important. If roasting in a big fire can bring visual enjoyment, then simmering in a warm fire will definitely give people a pleasant smell. The moment the cover of the oily braised meat is lifted, it's destined to be a delicacy, fat but not greasy, thin but not dry. Leaving a fragrance in the mouth and teeth are just the most basic characteristics of braised meat. When you chew slowly, you will find that you can't help but secrete saliva. That's the passive feedback of the human body. The saliva mixed with the fat goes down the throat. The smooth and tender touch has a rich fragrance. Eat a mouthful of rice and let the rice grains mix with the finely minced meat. Wonderful, Li cooperated with Sang-gu. When he turned his head, he found that his sister-in-law had snatched someone's chopsticks and was already eating. Sister-in-law, let's eat skewers later. Li hurriedly persuaded her not to eat. The child was about to cry. It's delicious. Empress Wang put down her chopsticks reluctantly and touched the head of the child whose chopsticks were snatched away. Uncle, add another dish for him. Yes, sister-in-law. Li agreed and said to the child, I'll cut a piece of mutton liver for you. The child nodded vigorously and continued to pass the chopsticks to Empress Wang. He meant that the child should eat it. Then, he would have more good things. Is it delicious? Li Longji also asked. He found that as long as Brother Yi talked about food, his tone would make people want to eat it. Empress Wang nodded her head repeatedly. It's delicious. It's not fishy or smelly. Brother Yi, why? Li Longji knew that pork was not very delicious. It also had a foul smell. Last time, I said that soaking and marinating it with salt will remove the excess water stains in the meat. Just put a little more wine in it. Li gave the answer. When the pig was not cooked, the hormones would have a smell. The technique of cooking pigs had been around for a long time, but not many people had mastered it. The mutton liver was cut into a plate and sent over. The child took it to his parents to enjoy. Li Yi and the other two found a place to start a charcoal barbecue skewers. Li Yi was the main barbecue. Li Longji and Empress Wang were the judges. Li Yi roasted the tofu roll first. This was the fastest. He placed it on the charcoal fire, brushed it with oil, and took it down. Then, he dipped it in the seasoning on the plate and ate it. It was impossible to add seasoning when roasting. It was too expensive. Brother Yi, you have to give me your methane pool and lamp. I want them too. Li Longji said. There were 2 copper pipes beside the stove that were spitting fire. It was so bright, much brighter than candles. Big brother, you don't have cement? Li Yi wondered. I can't wait. Give me cement. I'll build the methane pool. Li Longji could not wait. Okay. Li Yi agreed. His kiln's efficiency of burning cement was not high. It was not a rotary kiln, but it could still burn cement. Uncle, is this sugar? Empress Wang seemed to have discovered something mysterious. Li Yi looked at it. It was sugar. It had not been purified and crystallized, so it was not rock sugar. He planned to wait until winter to make candied haws to sell. This method would not be spread out. It would not have a big impact on social development. What was the difference between eating brown sugar and rock sugar? Anyway, he could not afford it. Li Longji also saw it. He picked up his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. It was sweet. It was sugar. But why was it like that? Without Li Longji asking again, Li Yi directly said, I braised the charcoal and then used the charcoal to filter the brown sugar water. It was similar to using mud to boil salt. Li Yi mentioned boiling salt. The sea was boiled as salt and filtered with mud. This way, the salt was better. Li Longji and his wife instantly understood. It was so simple. Empress Wang pinched a bit of white sugar with her hand and looked at it. Suddenly, she smiled. "Uncle, you can make money by doing this," Empress Wang said honestly. "Winter is profitable," Li Yi admitted. "Count me in. I don't have much money at home," Empress Wang said pitifully. Li Yi, he looked at his third brother. "What do you mean?" Li Longji's eyes lit up. He did not have much money. His share was not much. The emperor had a small treasury. It was called different in each dynasty. Now, it was called internal treasury. It could also be called internal treasury because there were left and right treasury. "Brother Yi, you can't leave me behind when you are doing business," Li Longji said shamelessly. Li Yi blinked and handed over a string of lamb kidneys. "Okay, when I make money, I will give you a share." "I will give you money," Li Longji said. Empress Wang nodded vigorously in agreement. "No need. Third brother, you help me settle the official matters. Leave the rest to me. We will split it 50-50. "Oh, and big brother, this," Li Yi thought. He had 6 brothers. How should he split it? "Let's split it 30-70. I will give you 70. You can split it among yourselves. What do you think, third brother?" Li put in a lot of money. The relatives of the emperor had already shown their ability. When they said that they would pay tribute, they would get craftsmen. When they said that they would get retired soldiers, they would get retired soldiers. Even Gao Lisher was affected. This meant that their ability was not small. 30-70. Naturally, it was the net profit and not the gross profit. He would take 30%. The other 70% would be divided among his brothers. "Okay, brother Yi. Don't worry. If anything goes wrong in the official matters, it is because I am not capable. I will not have the face to see others in the future," Li Longji guaranteed. Empress Wang nodded continuously. She said, "That's right. We promise to settle the official matters for you." She was so confident. Chapter 21. Third brother, sister-in-law, I have a business deal now. Do you know about herbal tea eggs? Li Yi said. He thought there were no herbal tea eggs in the Tang dynasty. Li Longji and Empress Wang nodded at the same time. Li Yi, there were herbal tea eggs now. Li Longji said, usually, when you boil tea, you add salt and ginger. When you are hungry, you boil the eggs inside. It tastes very good. Li Yi was enlightened. So it was like this. In ancient times, when you boiled tea, you added salt and ginger. When you were hungry, you boiled the eggs together with the tea. The herbal tea eggs were produced as a byproduct. It was just like boiled eggs and noodles in a hot pot. The ancient people were not stupid. When they were hungry, they couldn't make another pot to boil eggs. What about spiced beef? Soy sauce beef and smoked chicken? Li Yi asked from a different angle. The two shook their heads at the same time. They did not know what was in the eggs. Anyway, they were quite delicious. Li Yi was relieved. You can't throw in aniseed and cinnamon when boiling tea, right? What kind of smell was that? I want to make spiced eggs. The eggs can be boiled directly. The duck eggs have a fishy smell and need to be pickled. I will boil a batch of eggs tomorrow and record it. I will show you the account then. Li Yi said. He also knew the price. The current situation was special. 300 coins per bucket of rice. 1 bucket was 10 liters of rice. 1 liter of rice was 8 caddies of rice. 1 caddy was nearly 17 coins. Eggs were divided into different sizes. Basically, there were 10 eggs per caddy. One caddy was 16 taels and 660 grams. One caddy of eggs could not be cheaper than one caddy of rice. Then everyone would be eating eggs. According to the current situation of non-professional laying hens, eggs were 2 to 3 times the price of rice. Therefore, Li planned to sell a spiced egg for 500 coins and a spiced duck egg for 600 coins. This thing was not for ordinary people to eat at all. Only the rich could enjoy it. For ordinary people, even if it was a boiled egg, they would not be willing to buy it at market price. Is it delicious? Empress Wang was the most direct. Let's eat and drink slowly. I'll cook first. Li said and then went to look for something. He didn't wait for tomorrow. Then, he cooked eggs in a pot beside him. Inside, he added soy sauce, salt, 5 spices, and tea leaves. 15 minutes later, he picked up 2 pairs of chopsticks. One pair of hands held the egg, while the other gently tapped on it, creating a texture. Li Yi's use of chopsticks surprised Li Longji and Empress Wang. It was too steady. Li Yi did not think much of it. No matter how bad he was at performing routine operations, he still had the basic skills of a doctor. If he couldn't even control his hands, how could he perform the surgery? It was just picking up and cracking eggs, not the kind that peeled the shell raw. When he knocked, he deliberately used a lot of force to break the membrane. Otherwise, it would take a long time for the color to come out. There were a total of 50 eggs. Li cracked them all and threw them back into the pot to cook on high heat. The speed at which the flavor seeped in was very fast. Li Longji and Yi Zichen were not in a hurry to go to bed after eating. Today was a relaxing day for the two of them. It was time for a vacation. Li chatted with Li Longji about everything: politics, culture, the current international situation, and the analysis of the main figures in the upper class of Tubo Turks. He talked openly, and Li Longji listened. Then, Li Longji wanted to hold a small court meeting at this moment and call the ministers over to listen and analyze together. Empress Wang blinked her big eyes. She was not ordinary. Half of the credit for Li Longji becoming the emperor should go to her. She also knew a lot of things, but after listening to this uncle, she realized that she was still not very clear. Third brother, let me tell you. The tougher the Tang dynasty is, the more they compromise. They sent people here to test us. Why test us? The emperor has just dealt with Princess Taiping, and it gives people the feeling that politics is unstable. That's why the emperor set up a pear garden. What's his purpose? Singing and dancing to promote peace and prosperity, putting on a show for the world to see. The emperor is anxious now. The price of goods is high, and the combat effectiveness of the army has decreased greatly. So he has to appease the people and seize the time to change, especially the army. Believe it or not, I know what he's thinking. He wants to form a cavalry unit, and the most powerful of them should be the winged cavalry of the Yulin Royal Guards. This winged cavalry is not only good at riding, but also proficient in bows and crossbows. They belong to the light cavalry, and they pay attention to coming and going like the wind, and running like shuttles. Li blabbered. Li Longji's forehead was full of sweat. He was scared. In his heart, he said, "Damn, you can even guess what I'm thinking." For a moment, Li Longji wanted to kill someone and learn from Cao Cao to kill Yang Xiu. But he couldn't bear to do it. Brother Yi was too powerful. Not to mention killing him, even when he ate in the palace and found that the taste was not good, he felt empty when he thought of Brother Yi. That was why he brought the Empress to play today. When he saw Brother Yi, he felt at ease. Now, he really felt at ease. Brother Yi was simply not human. Am I right, third brother, sister-in-law? Li Yi drank a little too much. His body couldn't withstand alcohol. Yes, uncle is right. Empress Wang praised. Uncle knows military affairs. Li Longji asked, Brother Yi, what's next? Li Longji's body was numb. He felt that he was facing an existence like Jiang Zia or Zhuge Liang. For a moment, Li Longji realized that Prime Minister Yao Chong was even more useless than Brother Yi. The surrounding situation was very clear, and the situation within the country was also very clear. Why was it like this? Who did Brother E learn from? Gui Guzi. The chicken eggs are ready. Let's take them out and soak them for a night. They'll taste even better. Li Yi rubbed his face with his hands and got up to fish the eggs. He fished out 3, 1 for each person. Li Longji and Empress Wang blew on the eggs to cool them down. Li put the cracked eggs on the table and pressed them down. The entire eggshell fell off, revealing the eggs with soy sauce inside. The two also learned how to do it. With a few moves, they peeled off the egg. When they ate it, Li Longji and Empress Wang found that compared to sauced beef and smoked chicken, the eggs tasted different. At dawn, Li Yi woke up from thirst. He drank a large cup of water and shook his head. Third brother and sister-in-law can drink too much. I almost drank until I blacked out. When he got dressed and was about to find third brother and sister-in-law to eat, he was told that the two had left half an hour ago. They didn't even eat breakfast before leaving. They came and went in a hurry. Li Yi muttered and went to find something to eat. Today, Zhuangzi began to work in 3 shifts. They made bricks, selected coal, laid cement on the playground, dug a hole to lay the foundation, made a magical tool for reaping wheat, drove ducks to the river, enclosed the land and released chickens. There were so many people in Zhuangzi, but it was not enough. Li Yi found charcoal and drew clothes. According to the system, clothes for work could not be robes. Especially when the wheat was harvested and threshed, it was easy to get injured. As for accidentally getting hit on the hands and arms, there was no risk of death. Li Yi could deal with this, but his skills were not good. There was no problem in reattaching a finger. As for restoring the original function, Li Yi expressed his regret. The people from the clothing store came and measured the people in Zhuangzi. They looked at the drawings given by Li Yi and said that they could make it. They even saved money. The people in Zhuangzi were in a bad mood. Why did they have to spend money to make clothes? They could make it themselves. Not only did Li Yi spend money, but he also paid more. Bring all the clothes here in 5 days. 1 day in advance, I will give you an extra 10% of your salary. Li Yi said to the people in the clothing store. The people in the clothing store agreed. A woman from a military family boldly said, "Bring us the leftovers." Understood, understood. The people in the clothing store continued to nod. Chapter 22. Wang Laoqi, you haven't made the new plow yet. In early May, in a village in Yunyang County, someone ran to the craftsman Wang Laoqi's house early in the morning to shout. The person who was shouted had just eaten breakfast. He didn't dare to eat normally as he didn't have any food. Now that he was making curved plows, he was paid more and had an extra meal. Hearing the shout, he wasn't in a hurry. He took out the tools in an orderly manner. Laoqi, hurry up. After harvesting the wheat, we have to plow the fields and plant the other crops. The person was anxious. I know, everyone is waiting. We won't delay you from plowing the fields. Wang Laoqi said slowly. I've already negotiated with the cows, how can I not be anxious? The person sighed. Then, a smile appeared on his weathered face. I'll borrow a cow. I've agreed to feed it 1 liter of beans a day. With a new plow, you really don't need to borrow 2 cows. The person who came up with the new plow is very capable. Wang Laoqi praised sincerely. He had been a plow his whole life, but he didn't think of the current plow. Not only did it save materials, it also worked faster. That's right. There's also a dustpan for harvesting wheat. Someone used it to cut weeds, and a piece of grass was scooped into the dustpan. The person who came talked about the magical tool for harvesting wheat. His murky eyes showed his yearning for life. Wang Laoqi said as he worked, there are still capable people in the imperial court. Have you been harvesting wheat? Why don't I? No need, I've asked blacksmith Feng to make a knife. I can do it myself. The person who came refused. Harvesting wheat was simple and didn't cost money. Yunyang County was like this, so were the other 21 counties. Today, the Li family Zhuangzi was ready to harvest the wheat. The sun had been shining for the past few days, so the wheat could be harvested 2 days in advance. The previous 10 tenants had already signed the contract. From the original tenancy, they became attached. They were afraid that after Li finished, he wouldn't want them anymore. If the adults went to be tenants, what about the children's studies? Therefore, they signed a contract to sell themselves and received a monthly salary, just like the others. On the other hand, the stewards, the male servants and the female servants signed a death contract. The master bought them, raised them, and they worked. If the master was happy, he would reward them. However, the allowance that Li Yi gave them was several times more than that of others. Each and every one of them had a small fortune. Under the arrangement of Steward Songda, Li Yi held a sacrificial ceremony for the harvest. He thanked the heavens and whoever he thanked. Li Yi was in a very good mood. His system page kept adding +1, +1, +1, he was very satisfied. +1 was not a lot, but it was a lot of times. The total lifespan was 9,578 hours, which was 798 hours per day. With a heart full of gratitude, the ceremony was completed. Songda shouted. The people in the village who could harvest wheat picked up the divine weapon and opened it with a shwa 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 sound. Scholars, children, people from the Zhang family village, and people from the imperial plantation next door all gathered around to watch. The person who bought the soy sauce and asked someone to send the soy sauce away also watched. At first, everyone was not used to it, so they took turns. As he worked, he found the trick and became more and more familiar with it. Li Yi took the lead. The onlookers looked on and tried to find extra divine artifacts to help collect them. After an hour, Li Yi stopped playing. He was tired. I have to work hard for all the divine artifacts. I want a combined harvester. Li Yi mumbled as he wiped his sweat. His whole body was sticky. Dongzhu, Zhuangzi, everyone's rent has been collected. The rent is not good. Songda waited for Li Yi to stop working and reported in a low voice. As he spoke, Songda's eyes revealed a trace of pride. It was not because of the bad silk, but because the wheat had not been harvested and the rent was easily collected. Rich, Zhuangzi was rich. I trust Steward Song to do things. Li Yi praised. In fact, he did not care about the rent at all. Zhuangzi not only made money from soy sauce, but also made a lot of money from spiced eggs. There were still many rich people in Chang'an. They did not eat eggs, but status. There were also merchants who bought soy sauce and 100 boiled round eggs to sell elsewhere. Yes, the spiced tea egg. Li Yi named it 100 boiled round eggs. He could not tell anyone about the spiced tea and the spiced tea. What if someone else researched it based on the name? Brother E, I brought people to help you collect the wheat. Li Chengqi's voice came. A large group of people brought their own harvesting divine artifacts. Without any instructions, they joined the harvesting team. According to the current manpower, all the wheat could be harvested before dark tonight. Thank you, big brother. Have you eaten? Li Yi asked casually. I was just about to tell you. Quickly cut the pig ears into a plate. Let's drink. Li Chengqi did not hide it at all. Li Yi looked up at the sun. There was still some time before noon. Drinking now. Therefore, he went back to his kitchen and took out 2 braised pig ears. He cut them into shreds and mixed them with scallions and chili oil. Oh, there was also the coriander that had just sprouted from the ground. It was now called coriander. After pouring 2 bowls of 20% wine, Li Yi frowned and took a sip. He said, Big brother, has the farm been settled properly? Someone will take care of it. I don't need to care. Li Chengqi took a sip of wine and chewed on the pig ears. After he swallowed, he said, Brother E, after harvesting the wheat, It's time to threshing, right? Li Yi understood the purpose of his big brother asking for help today. He wanted to see the threshing by hydraulic power. Big brother, tomorrow morning. My threshing by hydraulic power can also be stepped on by humans. It requires iron, at least 5 caddies of iron per grain. The rest can be replaced by wood. Li Yi made it clear first. It was good stuff, but it was just scrap iron. Li Chengqi picked up the pig ears. How is it compared to the past? It's fast. Usually, if you have a stone mill at home, you can use the stone mill to grind the grain. If you don't have a stone mill, you can only use a flail. My method is more than 100 times faster, but it also requires a shovel. Li Yi told everyone how to deal with the wheat. Not everyone had a stone mill. 100 times? Li Chengqi didn't listen to anything else. You will know when you see it tomorrow. Li Yi didn't want to say more. Seeing is believing. He didn't buy this technology from the system. He knew it. When he was young, he used to step on the wheat with his feet and didn't let go. He let the equipment beat the grain down. Okay, I will drink with Brother Yi tonight. Li Chengqi looked like he wouldn't leave tonight. At 5:00 in the afternoon, the sun slowly set. The people in Zhang family's village looked at the sky and smiled when they saw the gorgeous sunset. It would still be sunny tomorrow. All the wheat in the field was harvested and piled up in bundles. The steamed biscuits they ate at noon were already gone. The workers picked the grains and grass on their bodies, washed their hands and prepared to eat. Food was always available and provided 24 hours a day. The women who cooked worked in 3 shifts. When they saw that the vegetables were gone, they would cook and put the food on the trough for people to eat. Dinner was the most sumptuous. There were braised pork, tofu, and no wild vegetables. The rice was steaming hot. There were also fried salted fish and black bean sauce. The wild vegetable and egg soup was placed on the table. This wasn't specially made for today. It was part of Zhuangzi's daily life. With money, he bought pigs, beans, and fish. He was too busy to fish in the Ba River. Then, Zhuangzi drove the surrounding industries. The villagers dug up tasty wild vegetables and caught fish and sent them to Zhuangzi to sell. Seeing the food, the workers didn't feel tired anymore. They ate so well every day. How could they dare to dream before? Guan Yi, what's wrong with your arm? Why didn't you say anything? Let's go and find Dongzhu. During the meal, a woman who was helping to carry the food saw a man bleeding from his arm and a hole in his clothes. She dragged him to Li Yi's house. The man smiled bitterly. I'm eating. I don't want to disturb Dongzhu. I want to talk to him after the meal. What did Dongzhu say? If you have an injury, you must tell him immediately. You are disobedient and dare to talk back. The woman reprimanded. The rest of the group followed him. Chapter 23. Li Yi was indeed eating, gnawing on pig trotters and drinking with his brother. Dongzhu, Guan Yi has a big cut on his arm. It looks scary, someone shouted outside. Come in. Li put down the pig trotter and ran to wash his hands. Guan Yi was brought in. His coat had been taken off, revealing his arm that was casually bandaged with a cloth. Blood was dripping down. Let's go to the treatment room. Li looked at the bandaged area and the speed of blood dripping. He was relieved. It's okay. He won't die. Everyone in Zhuangzi knew about the treatment room. More than 30 people had come in to treat their wounds. They were all superficial wounds, such as cuts, broken nails, and scalds. As for fever, typhoid, and cough, they could be cured with medicine. Li Yi followed them in. He had seen Li Yi treat wounds twice. It was so satisfying that he could treat them in such a way. The treatment room was indeed a treatment room. Li Yi gritted his teeth and exchanged 800 hours of his life for the things inside. Every doctor dreamed of being a divine doctor. Unfortunately, he was far behind his peers in the past. When he came to the Tang dynasty, he felt that he was far ahead of his peers in the state capital. If someone in Zhuangzi was sick or injured, it was not a big deal to ask others for money, but it was a big deal to lose face. Li Yi untied Guan Yi's bandage. Blood immediately gushed out. Li Yi was not in a hurry. He debrided the sore, injected anesthetic and sutured it. After 20 stitches, he put on gauze and wrapped it again. He injected a tetanus shot. Don't eat spicy food, don't drink and don't touch water. Come to me tomorrow at this time to change the bandage. Li Yi habitually gave medical advice. He missed it so much. I know, Dongzhu. Guan Yi smiled foolishly and nodded. Everyone went out. Li Yi tidied up and came out to continue eating the pig trotters. Guan Yi went out and showed his arm to others. He puffed out his chest and raised his chin to show others the bandage. He gave others the feeling that he was not being treated, but was treating others. Seeing him like this, Zhuangzi's people also showed a proud look, especially to those people brought by Li Qingqi. Did you see that? Our Dongzhu's medical skills are superb. If someone is sick or injured, they will all be treated by Dongzhu. The last time I coughed, Dongzhu gave me medicine. After 2 days, I spit a few mouthfuls of phlegm and I'll be fine. Someone in Zhuangzi said to the helpers. Sure enough, the other party showed an envious look. Dongzhu was an amazing doctor. He did not need to spend money to treat patients. They were both in Zhuangzi, but she could go to Dongzhu when she was sick. Oh my God. And looking at the situation, with Li Yi and Dongzhu's abilities, they should be medical doctorates. Brother Yi, your medical skills. Sigh. Li Qingqi shook his head and sighed. He believed that Li Yi's medical skills could enter the palace and manage the entire imperial medical department. Unfortunately, Brother Yi's ability was not only limited to medicine. When other doctors, physicians encountered the same wound, they would apply ointment and wrap it up. When it came to Brother Yi, it was stitched up. The bandages were all different, and they looked so clean and white. When others bandaged the wound, they would say, if there's no fever, then there's nothing serious. What about Brother Yi? He did not mention anything about fever at all. He just told the farmer to come back tomorrow and see if the bandages needed to be changed. The first 2 times he saw Brother Yi treating wounds, he did the same. There was a big cut on the foot and it looked scary. In the end, after Brother Yi cleaned up, he was alive and kicking again in less than half a month. It seemed that Brother Yi did not care about those injuries at all. Also, the tools and medicine in Brother Yi's room were not available in the Imperial Medical Department. Thinking of this, Li Qingqi suddenly felt no regret. At least he knew Brother Yi. If he was sick in the future, he could go to Brother Yi. Big brother, drink. Li Yi saw his big brother in a daze and urged him to drink. Ah! Li Qingqi came back to his senses and drank the wine. After a mouthful of wine, he slowly exhaled. Brother Yi, if other people are sick, can they come to you? Big brother, it's fine as long as you know them. If you don't, then forget it. Li Yi chose the patient. He also wanted to treat all the patients in the world, but he did not have the ability. Can intestinal abscess be treated? Li Qingqi asked a serious question. At least, he thought that if this intestinal abscess was treated, the possibility of survival was very small. Even if there was medicine, less than 1 in 10 people could survive. Li Yi nodded indifferently. Yes, it's easy to treat. It was just appendicitis. Unless it was a special case of appendicitis, everything else was not a problem. Appendicitis was a grade 1 surgery among the grade 4 surgeries in medicine. It was the simplest, and it was classified as wound debridement. Pht! Li Qingqi spat out a mouthful of wine and coughed. Intestinal abscess is easy to treat? After coughing, Li Qingqi almost shouted. Of course, it's not a serious illness. Li Yi still had a relaxed expression. What about tuberculosis? Li Chengqi asked another serious question. Tuberculosis? It's a little troublesome. It's easy if you just get it, but after a long time, you have to take medicine for a long time. Li Yi frowned. He needed to exchange his life for the medicine for tuberculosis. If it was in the late stage or the tuberculosis was too large and required surgery, he could not do it. Of course, as long as the other party was not afraid of death, he would dare to do it. Anyway, if he lived, it was his medical skills. If he died, it was fate. There was no need to trouble the doctor. Li Chengqi was speechless. He heard it clearly. Little brother Yi said that it was troublesome and that he had to take medicine for many days. What was troublesome? Troublesome meant that it could be treated. He did not give up and asked again, difficult labor, little brother Yi, as long as it's not a special case, such as amniotic fluid embolism or heart complications, I can give birth to a normal patient. Li Yi guaranteed that if it was a cesarean section, there was a high chance of success. If there was a small chance, it would still be fate. The premise was that he had enough life to buy equipment and medicine. Otherwise, he could not do anything. Li Chengqi picked up the wine bowl and drank the remaining half of the wine. However, he was very conflicted. Little brother Yi, you're a man. Why do you know about women's illnesses? You can solve difficult labor, but what about women? No, Li Chengqi automatically ignored the words amniotic fluid embolism and wondered if he should ask little brother Yi for help if his woman had a difficult labor. For a moment, it was difficult to make a choice. Li Yi understood what his brother was thinking at a glance. He shook his head and did not say anything. He drank wine and ate pork trotters. Li Chengqi could not get over it and simply asked about other illnesses. Li Yi answered and introduced them one by one until he finished drinking and rested. Li Chengqi lay on the comfortable bed and recalled. He realized that after listening to so much, he still did not understand. The only thing he understood was that little brother Yi seemed to be able to treat any illness. When the sun rose again, some of the people in Zhuangzi had already finished eating. Food was served 24 hours a day. Those who woke up early and wanted to work went directly to the big restaurant to find food. The women who worked in the middle of the night fried youtiao, made soy milk, and served it with pickled vegetables. The people who came had a good meal and turned to work. The people who helped work yesterday also huddled in the shed to sleep. When they woke up, they saw fried noodles, soy milk, and tofu pudding. All of them wished that they could be a member of Zhuangzi. They could eat good food every meal, be treated by Dongzhu when they were sick, and be able to study. It was like a dream. The children got up and prepared to go to school after eating. There was an extra fried egg. After eating it happily, they lined up to sing to school. When Li Yi and Li Chengqi rushed over, Li Longji and Empress Wang also ran over. The two of them greeted Li Chengqi as the younger brother and sister-in-law. Li Chengqi tried his best to act like the older brother. Little brother Yi, I heard that you used a water wheel to remove the wheat grains today. Li Longji took a bite of the braised tofu pudding and asked about business. After dinner, third brother and I will go and see. Li Yi was eating wonton. It was not popular in the Tang dynasty now. There were also some called soup pancakes and soup dumplings. Uncle, do you have candy? I am willing to put the candy I took from your house in my tofu pudding. Empress Wang requested. Li Yi. Was the battle between the salty and the sweet starting? Chapter 24. On the bank of the Ba River, 5 water wheels were rotating. Each water wheel was connected to 3 connecting rods. The connecting rods moved with the rotation of the water wheel, giving people the feeling that they were extending and contracting. In front of each connecting rod, there was an old-fashioned rice threshing machine from Li Yi's time. The threshing machine was connected by several wooden bearings and connecting rods. The most crucial part was a hollow barrel made of wooden planks. On top of each wooden plank was an iron wire ring. When it rotated, these rings would be used to beat down the rice or wheat grains on the stalk. In addition to the threshing machine that was driven by the hydraulic system, there were also 2 foot-operated machines. A large group of people were watching. Zhuangzi's people were very unhappy. How could they let others see their treasures? But they had no choice. Dongzhu allowed others to see. Zhuangzi's craftsmen checked the equipment and dripped soybean oil on the shaft and connecting rods to lubricate them. You can also use other vegetable oils. Li Yi introduced them to his big brother and third brother. Li Longji and Li Qingqi expressed that they understood. The axle of the water wheel they were riding in also had to be dripped with oil. Otherwise, the wood would be burned by the grinding. Of course, the water wheel didn't need to do that. The water wheel had water as lubrication. However, the axle of the water wheel had to be soaked in oil before it was used. Everything was ready. Li personally picked up a handful of wheat stalks. He went to the foot-operated threshing machine and stepped on it. The connecting rod moved, causing the wooden barrel to rotate. He put the wheat stalks in his hand on it. Crackling, rumbling, rumbling, the threshing machine's sound and the sound of wheat grains being beaten down sounded at the same time. After a few breaths, a handful of wheat grains on the wheat stalks were beaten down. Li Yi took another handful of wheat stalks and repeated the operation. Crackling, rumbling, rumbling, it was solved again. Li Longji personally learned from Li Yi and operated another foot-operated threshing machine. After a few times, he put down the wheat stalks and stood there without saying a word. Start. Li Yi ordered. The 15 people guarding the threshing machine connected to the threshing machine at the fastest speed when the connecting rod of the water wheel reached over. In fact, it was just a loop that was put into the protruding part of the rod, and then the water wheel would drive the thresher on the connecting rod to operate. One person stood in front of each threshing machine, took a handful of wheat straw from someone else, and put it on the threshing machine to remove the grains. One person passed it to the other, and the other hit it. Their coordination was very good, and their speed was very fast. For a moment, the entire riverside was filled with crackling and rumbling sounds. The other spectators looked on in a daze. Some had their mouths wide open, some had their eyes wide open, some were scratching their ears and cheeks, and some were clenching their fists. None of them dared to speak for fear of offending the sacred scene. Li Longji raised his head and 2 streams of tears flowed down. Empress Wang pursed her lips and her eyes turned red. The people watching from Zhuangzi tried their best to stand up straight. At this moment, the glory belonged to their Dongzhu. A moment later, Li Yi broke the silence. Big brother, third brother, can you make this thing with 5 caddies of iron? Ah! Li Qingqi was startled. Then, he nodded his head vigorously. Yes, yes, it's worth 50 caddies of iron. It can be done so fast. Third brother, the Tang dynasty doesn't need to spend a lot of manpower on threshing anymore. Li Longji punched the palm of his other hand. Treasure, the treasure of the Tang dynasty. This thing can be shared by several families or even more than a dozen families. 5 caddies of iron is not much. Big brother, third brother, if there is no iron, bamboo can also be used. But after it wears out, it needs to be replaced with bamboo strips. It's best to cut the bamboo tube horizontally and fix it on top. Li Yi said as he thought of a way. There was no circle made of iron wire. Old bamboo was cut out in circles and connected to the wooden barrel board with the method of riveting. The result was not bad. Good idea. Brother Yi is a genius. Li Longji reached out and touched Li Yi's head. Li Yi also touched it. Empress Wang naturally rubbed Li Yi's hair. Li Yi, he tied his hair again. It was long and almost reached his shoulders. Puff! Zhang Xiao, the village chief of the Zhang family village, came to Li Yi and knelt directly. Mr. Zhang, what are you doing? Get up. Li Yi stepped aside and reached out to help him. Zhang Xiao turned and continued to kneel. Li Dongzhu, what do you want? Anything that the Zhang family village can offer will be given to you. Alas! I don't want anything. You can ask someone to learn it later. Li Yi said and went to help him again. Zhang Xiao was stunned. Until he was helped up, he still stared at Li Yi in disbelief. Li Yi turned his head and said to Li Qingqi and Li Longji, "Big brother, third brother, please help to promote this thing." "Brother Yi, you don't want any benefits?" Li Longji stared at him. "Of course, why wouldn't I?" Li Yi said. Then he said, "The benefit I want is to be in a good mood. In the Tang dynasty, there is no cold everywhere. There are tens of thousands of buildings. The summer is cool and the winter is warm. The old can raise the children to smile." Okay, brother Yi, I believe you." Li Longji patted Li Yi's shoulder again and again. Li Qingqi nodded and agreed. If it were someone else who said this, he would have slapped him. "Why are you so noble?" But brother Yi must be right. Because before brother Yi said this, he did it. Brother Yi's Zhuangzi raised scholars. He gave meat to the villagers every meal, made beautiful clothes and school bags for the children, and studied together. When they fell sick, brother Yi would do it himself. When others came to Zhuangzi to sell things, Zhuangzi would always give a high price. Brother Yi brought out all kinds of good skills and never said anything in return. "Li Dongzhu, you said you would give it to us for free?" Zhang Xiao finally recovered. His face was pale and he was sweating. He asked in an uncertain tone. Li Yi said in his heart, "How can I give it to you for free? If everyone uses it, I can increase my lifespan a lot." Although he was thinking about it, he still asked, "Village Chief Zhang, do you have a copper coin?" "Ah. Yes." Zhang Xiao didn't know what Li Yi meant and took out 1 copper coin. Li Yi took it and said, "1 copper coin. I'll sell this method to your village." Zhang Xiao was stunned again and then bowed deeply. "Li Dongzhu, if you have any orders in the future, the Zhang family village will not dare to disobey." The other merchants who came to buy soy sauce were tempted. It was a good thing. What was this thing? It threshed wheat as if it was flying. Wheat was fine, but rice was even better. With this treasure, they didn't need stone rollers or flails. They stepped on it with their feet and a lot of wheat fell down. How much labor was saved? They didn't need to waste so much time and energy. They could do other work for the rest of the time. Compared to flails, 1 person with this treasure was equal to 100 people. As for stone rollers, they didn't need animals to pull them. It was simply terrible. If the animals were tired, they would eat more. If there was a river near the village, they could set up a water wheel and everyone in the village could use it. Everyone looked at the threshing machine. They were even more shocked than the people in Li Yi's village when they first saw the combined harvester. The water wheel turned slowly, and 15 water-powered threshers kept threshing the wheat. The people in Zhuangzi felt very proud of their work and had a sense of superiority. As for the other 2 threshing machines, there were also some farmers who came over and stepped on them to use. The others carried the wheat stalks over and the threshed ones were taken away to clean up the field. There were only a few small pieces of foam, and it was much easier to clean up than the crushed ones and flails. The others looked on enviously and waited for Li Yi to take out the production method. The scholars and students were also watching the show. They were stunned and tongue-tied. They turned their heads and began to think about how to write an article to praise, because there would be more wheat flour to eat. During the summer harvest, Zhuangzi wouldn't sell grain. Naturally, everyone would eat it. Moreover, it had already been decided that after the wheat was planted, they would plant rice. The rice harvest was white rice. Therefore, they had to praise Dongzhu. They had to praise him to the heavens and let everyone know. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to live in a house for free and eat for free. They had to be loyal to the ruler. They couldn't let Dongzhu's heart turn cold. Chapter 25. The water wheel was still spinning. Li Yi listened to the sound of the threshing machine and felt that it was too noisy. But in the ears of others, the same sound was so beautiful. There wasn't a single person who didn't know how useful this divine artifact was. In the past, the family would farm from the beginning of the year to the end of the year. There were those who collapsed from exhaustion from plowing the fields, those who collapsed from exhaustion from harvesting, and those who fell sick after harvesting. However, things were different now. There were many good things. There was a new curved plow after plowing the fields. With just one cow and one man, they could plow 3 to 4 mu of land in a day. The large dustpan used for harvesting wheat could be swept out easily. Now, there was actually such a heaven-defying item that shouldn't have appeared in the world. How many people had it saved? They didn't have to worry about the wheat and rice being damaged by the rain. They also didn't have to worry about people collapsing in the middle of the work. This item is made of wood and is worn out. It needs to be replaced with more parts. Li shouted loudly so that his voice could be heard above the noise. He pointed out the flaws. Using the principle of lever and gear, there was no metal bearing. The wooden parts were easily damaged. When everyone heard this, they didn't care at all. Wasn't the water wheel made of wood? Weren't the wheels made of wood? If they made more, they could remove and replace the parts that were damaged. It was better than using rollers and chains. Li looked at everyone's expression. No one felt that the item was bad. He shouted again, near Zhuangzi, after harvesting the wheat, you can come over and threshing it. It's free. Hua! Discussions broke out. The people in Zhuangzi felt their hearts ache. Why should they let others use their things for free? To borrow a mill, one had to give grain. To borrow a cow, one had to give it grain. Moreover, one had to feed the cow well. Their Zhuangzi's water wheel and threshing machine should also be charged. The others didn't think so. Upon hearing that it was free, the people in Zhuangzi were the most tempted. It was troublesome to make it themselves and even more troublesome to make the water wheel. It wouldn't take much effort to transport the grains over and bring them back. The eunuch in charge of the imperial plantation looked at the emperor, empress, and King Song. He wondered if he should come over when the imperial plantation harvested the wheat. As soon as the eunuch had this thought, he heard Li Longji speak. Brother Yi is truly a kind person. If only the imperial plantation above could also make water wheels and threshers for the neighbors to use. The eunuch was enlightened. Not only could he not use Li Yi's things for free, but he also had to make them for others to use. Li Qingqi chimed in, third brother is right. It's all because of Zhuangzi. Brother Yi's Zhuangzi has raised a lot of people and made a lot of money. The imperial plantation, he shook his head. The eunuch's heart instantly turned cold. King Song, did I offend you? Are you trying to push me to my death? Li Yi's Zhuangzi is powerful, but aren't you all brothers with him? I'm just a eunuch. You want to compare me with him? Should I compete with Prime Minister Yao Chong again? How could anyone bully someone like that? When the eunuch saw that the emperor was deep in thought, he felt unwell. Emperor, your majesty, you can't be serious, right? Li Yi has soy sauce to sell, but I don't. Why don't you squeeze me dry instead? At this crucial moment, the eunuch was quick-witted. He walked up to Li Yi and said, Li Dongzhu, why don't the imperial plantation cooperate with the Li family Zhuangzi? Shua, Li Yi retreated 5 steps as quickly as he could and looked at the eunuch warily. He refused. Cooperate with a eunuch? How could he explain himself if he was pushed to his death? Li Yi knew that there was something fishy going on in the imperial plantation. If he made money for the palace, the people in the imperial plantation would take advantage of him. If he cooperated with the imperial plantation, how could his Zhuangzi escape? Li Dongzhu, what do you mean by this? The eunuch was taken aback. It wasn't easy for me to come up with a solution, so why are you hiding so far away? Oh, the imperial plantation is too busy and can't be bothered with other things. Please, forgive me. Li Yi clasped his hands. The eunuch's face was full of resentment, as if he had been ruthlessly abandoned. Brother Yi, the cooperation isn't urgent. I want to take away 2 threshing machines. Third brother, what do you think? Li Qingqi said. He wanted to take one of the threshing machines powered by water and the other by foot, but he had to ask the emperor first. Okay. Li Longji nodded. He would take it back and dismantle it. He would ask someone to learn how to make it and use it in the capital office first. He would learn how to make a few useful things in other places. Songde, bring the prepared 2 threshing machines over. Li Yi ordered the steward. The steward shouted and someone pushed a cart over. It was a flatbed cart with wooden wheels. It followed the cement road. Zhuangzi's main road to the Ba River was a cement road that led all the way to the sports field. Transportation was convenient and there was no need to worry about mud. It was also easy to clean when it snowed in winter. Li Yi even wanted to make a pedal tricycle if it wasn't for the fact that his smelting and manufacturing skills were not up to standard. There were 2 pieces of equipment on the flatbed cart. One of them had a stack of paper on it. Li picked it up and handed it to Li Qingqi. Big brother, this is the blueprint. Li Qingqi took it with both hands. After thinking for a while, he handed it to Li Longji. Third brother, you take care of it. Li Longji was satisfied. Good things must be kept in his hands. Big brother, third brother, sister-in-law, why don't we go to the manor and have lunch before leaving? Li Yi invited. No, I'll go back and find someone to make it now. Li Longji refused. He couldn't leave the imperial court. A group of people carried the equipment and left. The people who came to buy soy sauce and 100 boiled eggs also received a blueprint. They discussed among themselves what to do. The eunuch of the imperial plantation continued to complain and ran back to the imperial plantation with his blueprint. Zhang Shao, the village chief of Zhang village, didn't ask for the blueprint. He said that the craftsman in the village couldn't understand it because he couldn't understand it after flipping through it a few times. His request was simple. The villagers came to threshing and when the harvest was over and no one was using it, he would take it back and dismantle it. The people in Zhuangzi carried the wheat and threshed it. Songde sold it. The pigs that came were penned up one by one. Which family's pigsty was together? The village didn't buy chickens and ducks anymore. There were too many of them. They had been buying chaff and grass. The poor people didn't have chaff and it was all eaten. Even so, sometimes it wasn't enough. The rich people had more land at home. They used it to feed the animals and the servants. Li Yi bought it in Zhuangzi. The price was 10% higher, so the rich people sold it to him. The poor people took advantage of the grass and collected it to trade for grain in Zhuangzi. Li Yi's lifespan would increase by 1 or 2 years. Trading was a form of trade. Zhuangzi could feed the chickens and ducks with grass, but other people could live better lives with grain. Now that they were buying pigs, they could get a 15% discount. If they bought 100 boiled eggs, they could get a 20% discount. With a 20% discount, a spiced tea egg was still 400 coins, which was more expensive than a bucket of rice. The duck eggs were still pickled and hadn't been cooked yet. Seeing that the summer grain was harvested, the price of grain would fall. There was also more chaff, which was just right for the pigs. They stored a lot of manure and straw for the biogas pool in the winter. The flop sale began. Li Yi strolled back to the courtyard with his hands behind his back. Li Longji hurried back to the imperial city with the things he needed. Li Qingqi went to his mansion. Empress Wang went to the harem and told the palace maids and eunuchs about what happened today. Li Longji didn't enter Zichen Hall. He missed the meeting time. He had people carry things to Xingqing Hall. The important ministers would meet Li Longji here. At the moment, the ministers were working. The emperor didn't have morning court, so the ministers were in a bad mood. How could the emperor run out for no reason? He even brought the empress with him. Your Majesty, you've changed. You used to call the 3 ministers here. Oh, the Minister of Works, the Minister of Finance, and the junior supervisor, Li Longji said to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher's eyes were fixed on the 2 things he had never seen before. Hearing His Majesty's order, he quickly went to call for them. A moment later, 5 people arrived. Yao Chong, Zhang Shuo, and Lu Huaishan, the 3 prime ministers, walked in front. Wei Zhigu, who had just been moved from the position of prime minister to the position of minister of works, walked behind with his head lowered. Last was the junior supervisor of the Minister of Finance, Yuan Xianyao. The 5 people first cupped their hands in greeting to Li Longji. Then, they turned their heads and looked at the 2 things. Chapter 26. Your Majesty, what is this? Yao Chong was the first to speak. Other than the emperor, he had the highest authority here. Zhang Shuo did not seem to be in a good mood. Wei Zhigu was in an even worse mood. No one would be happy to be demoted. Lu Huaishan did not mind. He would listen to whatever Yao Chong said. Yuan Xianyao was interested. The imperial secretariat probably had work to do. He had helped the Sidong temple build many curved plows and reaping tools. He could tell what kind of tool this was. Thus, he went forward and saw a place that he thought was quite interesting, so he stepped on it. Crack! Crack! Everyone was startled when they heard the sound. Yao Chong seemed to have found the trick. He pulled Yuan Xianyao to one side and stepped on it himself. Kacha, kacha, rumble. The tube started to spin. Everyone saw it, but they did not know what it was for. They all looked at Li Longji. Li Longji smiled and asked, "Do you know how wheat and rice fall off the stalk?" The 5 of them looked at each other. How did it fall off? With your hands? Li Longji sighed to himself when he saw their expressions. He had thought that they were all good officials. Why were they so much worse than Brother Yi? How could they not know how to remove the grains? He did not ask them to analyze the upper echelons of the Tubo and Turkic Empire. He did not need them to know how to train cavalry and archers. He did not need them to come up with good things that would benefit the people. As for trying to figure out Shangxin like Yang Xiu, Brother Yi was enough. He had a headache just thinking about it. How did Brother Yi know that he wanted a strong army? Moreover, he wanted archers and cavalry. How could they not know how to remove the grains? Gao Lisher. Li Longji called him out. Gao Lisher answered, "Place the wheat with stalks on the ground with a hammer or dry it with chains." His answer was correct. He had been learning farming recently. He had learned how to raise chickens, ducks, and pigs. He had been waiting for this moment. Now that Her Majesty asked, he had to know. When the 5 of them heard this, a look of understanding appeared on their faces. So it turned out that he didn't use his hands to grab her. Looking at the situation, it was a misunderstanding. Yao Chong did not need the emperor to ask again and directly said, "It must be very difficult." Yes. Li Longji lightly nodded, "And this thing is." Take off. Grain. God. Weapons. The 5 of them looked at each other again. How should they play? What does it have to do with this, to press with a mace and flail? Divine artifact. There had been a lot of divine weapons recently. He saw another one. Men, send wheat stalks, mules, and flails to the door. Li Longji had already prepared everything. Outside men arrived with bundles of straw, and whips and flails. Everyone went out. The straw was spread on the bluestone ground. Li Longji ordered, "Everyone, give it a try." So saying, he took one of the flails, and began to beat it, and the head of the flail went round in a circle, and looked quite decent. Thus, everyone took a few shots. After a few minutes, they squatted down to take a look. Oh my God! Why were there so few grains? Mules were put on, and people pulled. Puff, puff, puff. A few minutes later. The effect was not bad, and there were more grains than the ones he took. After seeing the officials experience it, he had a personal experience. Li Longji ordered people to carry out the footwork inside, and personally grabbed a handful of straw. Stepping on it, the tube rotated, and he placed the straw on it. Crackle, crackle, finish. Picking up another handful, crackle, crackle, finish. It was so fast, there was no other way. The 5 of them stretched their necks and widened their eyes. They had personally taken off the grain just now, and now they were sweating all over. How can it be like this? Yao Cheng stuttered. The other 4 nodded in agreement, but their minds were full of question marks. After a few breaths, Yuan Shenyao, who was wiping his sweat and panting, swallowed his saliva. I feel that this thing is unreasonable. Is it beneficial to the people? Li Longji was in a good mood, and this was the effect he wanted. Yes. The 5 of them replied in unison. Your Majesty, let me try. Zhang Shuo could not help but grab a handful of straw and stand beside Li Longji. Li Longji stepped aside, and Zhang Shuo stepped on it himself. Although he was a little unfamiliar with it, he still managed to learn it. Without waiting for him to grab a second handful, Wei Zhigu pushed him away. Crackle, crackle. Each of them tried it once, and it felt so good. Your Majesty, this is a divine weapon. Who is it? Yao Cheng's desire for knowledge soared. Li Longji smiled but did not speak. Yao Cheng gritted his teeth. Gao Lisher spoke from the side, Your Majesty, many merchants know. Ah! Li Longji paused, and said helplessly, I will tell you, but you are not allowed to look for him. Why? Yao Cheng argued. Why are you not allowing us to look for him? If we find him and get him to work as a craftsman in the Ministry of Imperial Studies, how many good things can he make? Li Longji saw Yao Cheng's expression and knew what he was thinking. He clasped his hands behind his back. The 3 character classics were made by the same person. Ah! The 5 of them were surprised. Yao Cheng immediately dismissed the idea of sending him to the Ministry of Imperial Studies. He was actually not a craftsman. Your Majesty, please tell us to wait. Zhang Shuo's face was conflicted. Li Longji sighed softly, 7 Li Baishui East Bank of Tonghua Gate, Li Yi, Zhuangzi. The 5 of them said in unison. You know. Li Longji was puzzled. Yao Cheng shook his head. This subject did not know that Li Yi had made so many things. This subject only knows that Zhuangzi's soy sauce and 100 boiled round eggs are very expensive. This subject has only eaten soy sauce 3 times. The other 4 nodded, indicating that they had also eaten soy sauce and knew its price. You have worked hard, but it's just soy sauce. There's no need to be like this. Gao Lisher, prepare a caddy for each of you. Li Longji shook his head slightly and handed out soy sauce. This was because he knew how cheap soy sauce was. It was bought in the palace for 55 coins per caddy. Outside, it was traded with pigs and given a discount. After it was sold, it was at least 1,500 coins per caddy. It was even more expensive than the best wine in a restaurant. There were rumors of people adding salt water to soy sauce. There were also a few fake soy sauces, but the taste was not right at all. The 5 officials thanked him, but they did not pay much attention to the soy sauce. Instead, they stared at the threshing machine in front of them. Even if they did not know how to threshing before, they understood after doing it once. It was simply not done by humans. It turns out that the meals we eat are actually so difficult. Lu Huaishan sighed. They usually said that the common people suffered because they looked at the data. When they heard others say that the common people did not have enough to eat, they felt that their days were difficult. They had only worked for a short while today, but their bodies were sore all over. Therefore, the threshing machine in front of them had proven its status as a divine tool. Your Majesty, what about the other one? Wei Zhigu looked at the second one. It looked different in some places. The other one is even better than this one. It is driven by water. A water wheel can hold a few and there is no need for people to step on it. Li Longji introduced the second threshing machine that was driven by water. As long as there was a river, a water wheel could be set up and installed. Everything else was done by grinding wheat straws. Wei Zhigu suddenly understood the purpose of His Majesty calling him here. The Ministry of Works was in charge of water conservancy and other matters. Your Majesty, do you want to promote it to the world? Zhang Shua touched his hands and said. His hands were blistered. He did not notice it when he was flinging the flail. Li Longji waved his hand. There is no hurry. Li Yi said that we will use it in the capital office first. When other places know about it, they will naturally learn it. Your Majesty, why don't we summon Li Yi to the imperial court to ask about it? Yuan Qianyao suggested. He wanted to ask for more good technology. No need. I do not allow you to go there. Li Longji still refused. What a joke. If they find me and know who I am, can I still go to Zhuangzi to play happily? Chapter 27. The sky was dark and the moon had come out early. Beside the Ba River, torches lit up the entire valley. The villagers worked overtime at night, and those who were replaced went to the cafeteria to eat a few mouthfuls of rice before going to the bathhouse. There was always hot water in the bathhouse for bathing. The women naturally took a shower. If someone wanted to bathe, they would carry a bucket of hot water and pour it into the big bucket. Below, there was a cold water switch and a hot water switch. They would mix the hot water themselves. If they wanted to bathe, they would also have to carry water themselves. There was a small pool, and each person had a place to lie in after mixing the water. Dong Zhu said that he didn't know everyone's physical condition now. After confirming that there was no problem, the women also had a big pool to bathe in. After finishing work, they would eat some rice and take a hot bath. They would feel comfortable. After bathing and soaking, they would go to the cafeteria and eat meat. Those who were willing to drink would be given a bowl of cheap wine. Children under 4 years old would be taken care of by women, and children above 4 years old would go to school during the day. They just had to work, eat, bathe, and sleep. They didn't have to care about anything. They didn't have to worry about their family being unable to survive, and they weren't afraid of anyone falling sick. Everything was done by someone. If a family member had a fever, they could wake Dongzhu up in the middle of the night. Dongzhu would say time and time again that they had to look for him if they were sick. This was the life of a god. Everyone in Zhuangzi thought so. Li Yi was also comfortable. They were too obedient. None of them showed any signs of wanting to change jobs. They did whatever they were told to do, and they never complained about hardships or tiredness. They provided food and accommodation, gave a little salary, and didn't talk bad about the boss behind his back. They were given a day off every 10 days, but those who were given the day off insisted on finding work. If they weren't allowed to work, they would sulk and even cry. Was it a problem for an employee to wake up in the middle of the night to see a doctor when they were sick? They saw a doctor because they were afraid that their illness would be delayed and they couldn't work, not to ask for leave. Let me see if there's any equipment missing. Let's not change the medicine first. If anyone is sick, buy medicine from the system according to the symptoms. Otherwise, it will expire. Li Yi realized that his lifespan had exceeded 11,000 hours. He prepared to buy things and practice. When he was young, when he was studying, he didn't work hard. He spent a lot of time on relationships, and in the end, there was no result. Now that he started over, he was only 16 years old. If he were to follow the system's loopholes and learn medical books, it would be time for him to train his abilities. Where to find a cadaver is a problem. Why don't we wait for someone's family to bury their dead body, steal it out to practice before burying it back? When he thought about practicing, the first thing that came to Li Yi's mind was not suturing, but cadavers and cadavers. Digging up other people's graves was a crime no matter where one went. During the day, the eunuch in charge of the imperial plantation said that he wanted to cooperate. The management of the imperial plantation was indeed quite messy. I'm a kind person. I want to help them. Li Yi made up his mind. Since he hadn't had dinner yet, he went to look for Song De. Songda was checking accounts with someone from a military household. This military household said that he knew how to do accounts, so he became the temporary accountant yesterday. After checking the accounts today, he would be in charge of the accounts in the future. Songda was too busy. When Li arrived, he waited for her to finish checking a few pages of accounts before asking, "What's the name of the supervisor of the imperial plantation?" Wang Xing. Songda stood up and replied. "Take 2 people with you and ask. I want to invite him to eat skewers. Now." Li Yi said. The supervisor didn't say anything. He went out and called for 2 military households. Then, they headed north to the imperial plantation. 45 minutes later, Supervisor Wang Xing arrived with a smile. Beside him was a young eunuch. "I've wanted to eat Li Dongzhu's food for a long time, but I haven't had the chance." Wang Xing came up with praise and regret. "Supervisor Wang, please. I apologize for inviting you so late at night." Li Yi apologized. "I'm the one who should be the one to offend you. I was in too much of a hurry during the day," Wang Xing said. The young eunuch was led to eat. Wang Xing and Li Yi entered the courtyard. The food for the barbecue was ready. "Brother Wang, please." Li Yi held up the wine. "Brother Yi, please." Wang Xing accompanied him. This was the first time Wang Xing had eaten a skewer dipped in chili. It was so spicy that he stuck out his tongue, but he didn't want to put it down. "Brother Wang, do you know about the black fungus?" Li Yi took a bite of the lamb kidney and asked Wang Xing with a happy expression. "Of course. It's just that the price is too high. I rarely eat it." Wang Xing smacked his lips and tried to get the black fungus. "I have a way to grow it in large quantities. Brother Wang, why don't you take it?" Li Yi began to offer benefits. "You can grow it?" Wang Xing took a sip of the tea beside him. He thought he was confused by the spiciness. "Yes, I can grow it in Zhuangzi, but I don't have enough manpower. If you can grow it, I'll give you the method." Li Yi gave a reason. "I can't grow it much. It's a waste of the method." "You can grow it." Wang Xing would be lying if he said he wasn't tempted. The black fungus was very expensive. In any restaurant in Chang'an, a plate of soaked black fungus could not be bought for less than $1,000. In the eastern and western markets, as long as the black fungus was not too expensive, it would be sold out in less than half an hour. If someone saw it, they would definitely buy it. Now Li Yi and Dongzhu told him that they could grow it. But how could he grow it when the black fungus grew on wood? "Brother Wang, do you agree? I'll give you the method. Coincidentally, Zhuangzi also grows it. Let's discuss it together." Li Yi took advantage of Wang Xing's stupor to settle the matter. Wang Xing opened his mouth, but before he could say anything, Li Yi said again, "But the black fungus needs some time to grow. I have a method to make chicken. The chicken it makes is delicious." What chicken?" Wang Xing had not finished digesting the idea of growing black fungus when he heard about food. "Steam pot chicken. Recently, I made some steam pots. I planned to sell the chicken, but I didn't have time to manage it. Brother Wang, you can make it first and sell it to others." Li Yi gave an idea. "Sell? No, I can't sell it. I'm in charge of the imperial plantation. Brother Yi, people will die." Wang Xing heard that he wanted to grow the black fungus. He wanted to grow it and give it to the palace. What kind of pot chicken was he going to sell now? No, how could the imperial plantation provide food for others? Li Yi refilled Wang Xing's cup. "Brother Wang, do you remember that there is a ditch between the imperial plantation and my Zhuangzi?" "There is." Wang Xing nodded. "It's been raining for a long time, so there is a lot of water in the ditch." "Who owns the ditch?" Li Yi asked. "No one." Wang Xing replied. "I'll make a cart for Brother Wang. Brother Wang can have someone sell it on the side of the ditch. It has nothing to do with the imperial plantation." Li Yi gave an idea. Then, is it delicious? Wang Xing thought it was fine. I made 2. Li Yi said as he stood up. He went into the kitchen and brought out 2 steam pots and pottery pots. The top one had a lid, but the bottom one did not. When the top one was removed, a delicious smell wafted out. Wang Xing smelled it and used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of boneless chicken and put it in his mouth. N. N. He was floating. It was delicious. Is it okay? Li Yi asked as he watched him eat. Good, it smells good. Wang Xing picked up another piece of meat. Brother Wang, you have to raise chickens. There is a lot of space in the imperial plantation. How about raising 5,000 chickens first? Li Yi made a hand gesture. It's not easy to buy chickens now. Once you harvest the wheat, you have food at home. Who would sell chickens? Everyone keeps them to lay eggs. Wang Xing was very familiar with farming. I have some. Brother Wang, I have some. I used the Kong bed to hatch a lot of chickens and ducks. I can give them to Brother Wang. Li Yi had also prepared this. Wang Xing, after about 10 breaths, Wang Xing recovered and asked, can people also hatch chickens and ducks? Of course, there are many ways. Some are soaked in cow dung, some are placed in buckets to dry in the sun, some are soaked in warm water, and some are placed on the Kong bed to heat up. Li Yi introduced artificial incubation techniques. There were books from the Song dynasty. He did not find any from the Tang dynasty, but there were many advanced techniques from the Song dynasty. He felt that if there were no 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, the Tang dynasty would have been able to continue. Unfortunately, it was all Li Longji's fault. He was the one who succeeded, but he was also the one who failed. Chapter 28. Wang Xing didn't know what kind of heart owner Li had when he viewed history. He was dumbfounded. Li Dongzhu knew how to do everything. He could even help with the chores done by the hens and ducks. Sigh. No wonder the emperor and King Song valued him so much. If he had known about Li Yi's ability earlier, he would have thought of a way to capture him before the emperor arrived. Brother Yi, are you giving the hens and ducks to me for free? Wang Xing found the key point. Brother Wang, the hens and ducks weren't hatched by me. I used a stove. Furthermore, I'm not giving them to you. They are for the imperial plantation. Li Yi emphasized 2 points. The second point was that it was for the imperial plantation and not for him. He had great use for the hens and ducks and the pigs, so he decided to keep them in the imperial plantation first. It's the imperial plantation. I don't dare to take it. Wang Xing spoke the truth. How could he dare to take the possessions of the emperor? Zhuangzi was just beside Chang and city. Gao Lisher would occasionally wander around, and King Song would stroll around once in a while. Brother Wang, you must be joking. It's all because of Brother Wang's loyalty. Brother Wang. Brother Wang, I have something to say, but I don't know if it's appropriate. Li Yi was talking when he suddenly frowned. He felt guilty as he spoke. As a doctor, it was against his professional ethics to use his medical skills to fool others. Wang Xing, you've already said so much, and you're still asking if it's appropriate? Won't there be a problem if I say it or not? Brother Yi, feel free to speak. Wang Xing gritted his teeth. From Brother Wang's complexion and posture, do you have any hemorrhoids? Li Yi asked. Wang Xing had hemorrhoids. Of course, it wasn't Li Yi who could tell. He didn't have the ability to do so. It was eunuch Qing Song who said that because Qing Song had hemorrhoids. Embarrassed, he went to find Li Yi and asked how to treat it. Li Yi didn't care that it was dirty. He examined it and gave Qing Song some medicine to take orally and applied externally. He also told him some things to take note of. At that time, Qing Song knelt down and kowtowed, praising Dongzhu and the good doctor. Then, he told her about Wang Xing's incident. He told her the same story as him. Today, Li Yi used the medicine for hemorrhoids first. He would not examine Wang Xing. If they could not even use medicine, it would depend on their relationship. If their relationship was good enough, it would not be a problem for them to perform surgery. This was the life of a doctor. Wang Xing was nervous and hesitated to speak. Brother Wang, in that case, you can't eat spicy food. Li Yi moved the dish in front of Wang Xing away. He returned to the treatment room and took out the medicine for oral and external application. Take this medicine 3 times a day. After you're done with your business, wash it clean. Wash the inside too and apply it. You can't eat anything sour, cold, or spicy, such as onion, ginger, garlic, mustard, and so on. It's just that it can't be cured. Brother Yi, you. Wang Xing's eyes turned red and tears flowed down his cheeks. Alas! Li Yi sighed and said, it's a pity that I'm not capable enough. I can't find anything useful, and I don't dare to. Otherwise, Brother Wang's minor illness would be easily cured. What is it? Wang Xing asked very cooperatively. This. Li Yi hesitated, and hesitated again. Brother Yi, tell me quickly. Wang Xing was anxious. A person who was just buried not long ago. I'll use him to practice my knife skills. This hemorrhoid, if it's serious, can kill. I can treat it with a knife, but I can't practice on a living person. Li Yi finally revealed his purpose. He had given so many benefits and medicine just for this moment. A dead person? Buried? Wang Xing was in a difficult position. I'm not saying that I'll throw him away after I practice. I'll send him back. Once you practice to the point of perfection, you'll be able to treat all diseases of the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Li Yi offered a new temptation. As long as he cut more, his skill level would naturally increase. When Wang Xing heard this, he touched his stomach and looked at the medicine. He understood. At this moment, he was not only thinking about finding Li Yi to treat his viscera and 6 bowels in the future. He could also find Li Yi to treat the emperor and the nobles in the palace who were sick. Look, if Li Yi said that Wang Xing had helped him, he would be rewarded greatly. Brother Yi, this is easy. Leave it to me. Wang Xing decided to take a gamble. Li Yi clasped his fist and bowed, then I'll leave it to you, Brother Wang. Sure. Wang Xing nodded. After the meal, Wang Xing left with the medicine, a set of 10 gas pots and a small eunuch. Li Yi walked him all the way to the ditch and waved goodbye. He wished he could sing, outside the pavilion, by the ancient road, the fragrant grass reaches the sky. Or, here is a farewell, lonely for thousands of miles. Or, revolution often breaks up, the same goes for 2 different feelings. What a good Brother Wang, willing to contribute to the great cause of medicine. Li Yi felt better and went back to eat his skewers. He was not full just now and was thinking about how to trick people. At the same time, Yuan Qianyao was watching the craftsmen work in the Ministry of Imperial Studies to make the threshing machine. According to Li Yi, there was no need for iron. It was all made of bamboo and wood. He sent someone to bring a caddy of soy sauce home and stayed behind to work overtime. Li Longji also did not rest and went through the memorials. It seemed that there was a pear garden in Chang'an and everyone was playing, singing and dancing. But as Li Yi said, it was all fake. The Turks and Tubo were eyeing covetously. Internal chaos, they wanted to use troops to divert internal conflicts. Internal stability, they wanted to use troops to extort benefits. The personalities and relationships of the upper echelons of the 2 countries, as well as the soldiers that could fight, were all in Li Longji's mind. Previously, Li Longji and the ministers were guessing, probing, and judging. But after hearing Li Yi's words that night, Li Longji had a clear idea. Not only the external problems, but also the internal economic development and the situation of various places. Hedong Road, Jiangnan Road, Guanyi Road, Duji Road, Hunan Road, and so on. Li Yi had pointed out the key points of every place. Li Yi read according to the books. Many history books had different understandings of the same matter, so he combined them. Li Longji followed some of the things that Li Yi said, and it was much easier for him to read the memorials. After a while, he put down his pen, sighed, smiled, and muttered to himself. As Brother Yi said, there were people who wanted to use the imperial court's money to raise private soldiers. They should be killed. Li Longji said harsh words to himself, but his expression was relaxed. Because he already knew in advance, from Brother Yi's mouth. The entire domestic and foreign current situation was analyzed clearly and clearly. That was just a conversation that night when they were drinking. This was clearly an existence like Jiang Xia and Zhuge Liang. Gue Guzi played with the world, and the 7 heroes of the warring states were all in a jar. However, Brother Yi was different. Gue Guzi was not as good as Brother Yi. Gue Guzi only dared to hide behind, competing with his disciples and maneuvering. And Brother Yi was there, at the age of dancing elephants, helping the poor, raising children, settling the villagers, friends and neighbors. It's hard to find a drop of soy sauce. The Tao is selfless, farming is a divine tool. Li Longji mumbled, and slowly, a smile appeared on his face. This Brother Yi was too funny. He didn't seem to care about anything, but also seemed to value everything. What kind of person was he? Your Majesty, I made delicious food for you. When Li Longji was analyzing Li Yi's character, Empress Wang's voice sounded. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps, Empress Wang carried a tray. She put the tray on the table and said with a smile, "Uncle gave me the recipes of dozens of dishes, saying that I need to eat some protein if I stay up late." Li Longji smiled and looked at the food on the tray. There was soy sauce chicken liver, fried eggs, cucumber strips with black bean sauce, and beef tendons. For a moment, he seemed to have switched to Li Yi's zhuangzi and felt a sense of relaxation. Chapter 29. 13th of May. All the wheat on Li Yi's zhuangzi was returned to the warehouse. Without waiting for the government to ask for it, Songda had already paid all the rent for the year. Other people only paid for the summer harvest. Autumn had not arrived yet. Zhuangzi even paid for the autumn harvest. He didn't care about that little bit of time. The people of Zhang family's village ran to the Ba River, stood guard, and changed shifts. They kept the threshing machine. Li Yi's zhuangzi didn't need it. The Zhang family's village was waiting for the wheat to be harvested. They were afraid that bad people would destroy it. While waiting for the harvest, the people of Zhang family's village were digging wild vegetables, fishing, and catching sparrows. These items could be exchanged for silk and silk at the Li family's farmstead. Silk didn't matter whether it was good or bad. The villagers used it for exchange. In the past, when they were assigned to work by the imperial court, they had to do it. They were reluctant to exchange things. This year was different. Wild vegetables could be exchanged for silk. Some villagers had nothing to do for the time being. A few days after the wheat was harvested, they ran to Li family zhuangzi to ask for work. They didn't want money. They came for a meal in the morning, a meal at noon, and a meal at night before they went back. 3 meals with meat and fish. 1 day's work was enough to earn money. Eating fat meat for a day was equivalent to half a month's worth of oil and water. The Zhang family's villagers calculated it this way. Li Yi's zhuangzi's people were already angry. What are you guys doing? Eating a meal costs you more than your salary. This is our zhuangzi's benefit. Dongzhu gave it to us. You stay at home. You won't consume food if you sleep. Unfortunately, there was really too much work. No matter how dissatisfied the farmers were, they had to let Dongzhu find people. Making bricks, making pottery, burning kilns, stewing coals, digging a dead methane pool and adding more materials. There was also top-dressing the grapes, growing cotton, digging and watering the ground to prepare for planting rice. Vegetables were also needed. The cucumbers were stacked properly on the shelves. They were just waiting for the cucumbers to grow. They didn't dig enough ice cellars last winter. Presumably, there wasn't enough ice for summer and autumn. This year, they had to dig and build a fixed cellar according to Dongju's instructions. They had to put in sour, radish, and green onions. Brother Li Yi, thank you, thank you. A scholar expressed his gratitude to Li Yi, who was strolling around. It turns out to be Brother Dongqi. Is this screen easy to use? Li Yi returned the salute and conveniently asked the other party about the specific thank you. Screen windows. If it was cold at night, he would put two pieces of wood together. If it was hot during the day, he would take them all down. There were no mosquitoes yet, but there were flies buzzing around. There weren't many of them. It's useful. Many thanks to Brother E for your help. After harvesting the wheat, our families should have money. How about you let us provide for our own meals? The other party said awkwardly. When there was a shortage of food, it was Zhuangzi who gave them food for free. They never lacked meat. Li Yi shook his head. No, a scholar is bound to be generous. He refused. Don't take your family's money back. If you don't want it, continue to eat and live here for free. I will buy books for you. Because when they were eating for free, the 42 students would provide 20 to 30 hours of life for Li Yi every day. Li Yi couldn't bear to do that. Was eating a meal a problem? This matter was easy to understand. A boss opened a company with a few hundred people. He gave 42 people free food and accommodation, increasing their lifespan by 2 days every day. This was a win-win deal. On one hand, he was a good person, and on the other hand, he was earning lifespan. This year, after the building was finished, he would find a few hundred more scholars to come over. I am willing to support education. Whoever stops me, I will have a death feud with them. I will chase them to the ends of the earth. Brother Li Yi, is that right? The other party asked uncertainly. Of course. If you take my family's money, I will break off all relations with you. Li Yi used his trump card. The boat of friendship was about to capsize. The other party's eyes turned red. He bowed to the ground. Brother Li Yi is benevolent and righteous. I will never forget. Don't be polite. Don't be polite. The children in your village are doing their best. After 2 days, let's hold a poetry gathering. I will ask Zhuangzi to dig ditches. When the time comes, we will have a river. What do you think, Brother Dongqi? Li Yi was afraid that everyone would go out and not come back when the weather was warm. He quickly thought of a way to hold a poetry gathering. It was to open up the bodies and make it lively. Moreover, he had good things to let the scholars help him advertise and continue to earn money from the rich. The other party's eyes lit up. Another poetry gathering? It had been a long time since he had participated in other people's poetry gatherings. He was not happy. It was all the rich people bragging. He and the others helped to flatter them. 10 days. 10 days later. Li Yi gave a time. He was indeed building ditches and rockery. He wanted to divide Zhuangzi into areas. Planting area, breeding area, residential area, and entertainment area. The residential and entertainment areas had to have winding rivers, winding corridors, pavilions, brothels, and bamboo bridges. At that time, many of the big residential areas were like this. After playing for a while, there was no water. The developers left after making money and the property management did not care at all. Then, the property owners committee was formed to evict the property owners. After that, the committee members got money and moved. But this Zhuangzi was his. There was no need to cheat him. Thinking like this, Li Yi's mood became better. The farmers of the 22 counties were also in a good mood. The imperial court was crazy. They kept releasing good things. The officials of the agricultural temple, the imperial treasury, and the Ministry of Works were all close to the people. In the 22 counties, there were people stepping on the threshing machine to demonstrate outside every big village and county office. Those who were farmers knew how rare it was when they saw the wheat grains on the straw being knocked off. One could be used by several households. And where there was a river, the Ministry of Works used the fastest speed to build a water wheel. A pile of parts was moved over to assemble it. Once the water was driven, the threshing machine showed its peerless elegance. Nothing could be more charming than it. Tens of thousands of people in each county began to express their praise. Of course, the main thing was to praise Li Longji. As for who invented it, that was not important. The world is vast, the emperor unifies a region. Thousands of years of farming, 10,000 years of doing good. Spring plowing and autumn harvest are fine, the North Pole is the imperial court's leader. Beside the gurgling water, the majestic green mountains walk. Rice and wheat were once tired, but today they are not busy. The emperor of Chang and Ali, the people hide in their hearts. Li Longji listened to the tens of thousands of people while surrounded by officials. That was how excited he was. Yes, this was the feeling. Awesome. Now, who still said that I was wrong to kill Princess Taiping? Who still said that I imprisoned the retired emperor? I am a wise ruler. I have to be diligent. I won't leave the palace. I will stay in the main hall every day. So that night, Li Longji took the empress and ran away again. They ran to Li Yi's Zhuangzi. Li Yi had just bowed to a cadaver. After cutting and sewing, he was about to send it away. He secretly buried it back and bowed again. After finishing, he was about to take a bath when he saw Li Longji and Empress Wang. Third brother and sister-in-law, are you free today? Wait for me to take a bath. Li Yi had to take a bath, so he greeted them. Uncle, let's eat skewers again tonight. Empress Wang took the initiative to request. Don't worry, sister-in-law. Li Yi responded and ran away. 15 minutes later, Li Yi came back with his hair still wet. He wrapped his head with a towel. It was a new skewer. He had not fed it yet. So Li Yi exchanged some monosodium glutamate and ethyl maltol. He spent 12 hours of his lifespan. It was worth it. He exchanged them for 500 grams of each. Third brother and sister-in-law, you came at the right time. I have prepared the money for the 5 spice tea eggs. This is the account. Li Yi first handed over the account book. They had agreed that he would take 30% of the net profit, and the other brothers would take 70%. He was responsible for the production and sale, and the others would help him settle all the troubles. It was a pity that he was selling tea eggs and not drugs. Otherwise, he could have asked for 10% of the profits. The 10% was more or less, depending on the cost and the selling price. If the cost was 50 cents, the cost was negligible. 10% would be 5,000 yuan. If the cost was 10 yuan, half of the profits would only be 5 yuan. The cost was 1 yuan. The price of the 5 spice tea eggs was soaring. The key was that the 5 spice tea eggs matter was settled. If Zhuangzi sold other things, no one would dare to touch them. Li Yi had calculated clearly. Li Longji and Empress Wang were confused when they looked at the account book. Li Yi handed over the account book. All kinds of tables and data were listed out one by one. It was impossible to say that he couldn't understand it. But it would take a lot of brain power to understand. Little brother Yi, what is this? Li Longji rubbed his eyes and asked Li Yi. Third brother, this is the cash receipts and receipts, the summary of goods and materials, and the financial statements. Li Yi had already finished roasting the bean rolls and placed them on the tray. Li Longji trembled in fear. This little brother Yi was so proficient in financial matters. This was a list of data, but this was a table. He stopped looking at the numbers and tables. His head hurt. He looked at the picture. This picture is good. He knew what was going on with one look. Why didn't he see such things in the imperial court? Otherwise, why would he be so tired? Empress Wang simply stopped looking. She took the food and began to eat. She was thinking in her heart that she would do the same in the harem. Li Longji didn't even finish looking. He put down a stack of paper and reached out. Li Yi, before he could resist, his head was touched. Third brother was so fast. Li Longji rubbed Li Yi's head twice and asked, "Little brother Yi, do you want to be a county magistrate?" "Not this year, not next year. I'm too busy and can't find the time." Li Yi, who had been shouting for the county magistrate, shook his head. Chapter 30. What are you busy with? Li Longji was interested. As long as it was something Li Yi wanted to do, he would want to know about it. Natural disasters and man-made disasters. Li Yi handed over another lamb kidney. Empress Wang lowered her head and ate. She discovered that there was a white substance in the seasoning today, and it tasted delicious. Li Longji's hair stood on end, and the matter of eating was immediately forgotten. What natural disaster? What man-made disaster? Li Longji grabbed Li Yi's hand and asked anxiously. Li Yi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. I can't say. Why can't you say? Li Longji's grip tightened. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. Divulging heavenly secrets will lead to the wrath of the heavens. Ah! Li Longji let go. His face immediately turned pale as he stared blankly at Li Yi. How could this be? How could this be? Li Longji muttered. He had already regarded Li Yi as a special existence. When he heard Li Yi mention natural and man-made disasters, he wanted to know more. When Li Yi mentioned heavenly secrets and wrath, he was even more certain that his little brother Yi had other abilities. If he asked, little brother Yi would probably be finished. If he didn't ask, how would natural and man-made disasters be dealt with? Third brother, there's no need to worry. If it doesn't fall into Chang'an, the emperor and prime minister will naturally think of a way. If a few people die, you and I can still live as usual. Li Yi comforted Li Longji. It would have been better if he didn't comfort him. Once he did, Li Longji became even more anxious. What emperor and prime minister of the imperial court? I'm the emperor. The current 3 prime ministers don't even know how to deal with natural and man-made disasters. How can they easily deal with natural and man-made disasters? And if a few people die, it's a big deal. Li Yi raised his wine cup to his lips and paused. Speaking of which, Wei Zhigu has gone to the Ministry of Works to become a minister, right? How pitiful. I reckon that his health is not good now. He will catch typhoid fever in the winter. Based on the abilities of the people in the Department of Medicine and the Department of Household Affairs, it will not be able to cure him. Li changed the topic and talked about Wei Zhigu, who had just been promoted to the Ministry of Works. Brother Yi, do you know? Li Longji recalled Wei Zhigu's condition and felt that he was indeed not in a good state. Of course, but I can't tell you. Li sighed after saying that. Brother Yi, you can cure him. Li Longji's heart was moved. He did not teach Wei Zhigu a lesson just to see him die. It can be cured, but it can't be cured. Your Majesty wants him to die, how can I dare to save him? Li Yi said. Am I really going to fall ill? When did His Majesty tell him to die? Li Longji almost said the wrong thing. Third brother, you don't know? It was Yao Chang's son who asked him to do something he shouldn't have done. After he refused, he was afraid that Yao Chang would take revenge, so he told His Majesty. In the end, His Majesty insisted on asking Yao Chang. Yao Chang admitted it and said that the child was wrong. His Majesty felt that Wei Zhigu was not a good person. Yao Chang had helped Wei Zhigu before, so he dealt with Wei Zhigu. Of course, this is not important. The important thing is that Yao Chang is important. Yao Chang's students and old friends are all over the place. His Majesty has just finished dealing with Princess Taiping's matter, so there are still some people he hasn't killed. With Yao Chang around, many people's minds are not in chaos. His Majesty got rid of Wei Zhigu to vent Yao Chang's anger. Li Yi explained to Li Longji why His Majesty wanted to send Wei Zhigu to the Ministry of Works. Empress Wang stopped eating and looked at Li Yi with Li Longji, nodding from time to time. She meant, yes, Brother Yi, you're right. That's how it should be. What about Lu Huaishan? Li Longji was very curious and asked another person. Lu Huaishan is smarter. He knows how much His Majesty values Yao Chong, so he changed his attitude and became a man of few words. If Yao Chong doesn't deal with any documents, Lu Huaishan guarantees that he won't take over. His talent is not suppressed by Yao Chong, but by His Majesty. Li Yi explained Lu Huaishan's situation. What about Zhang Shua? Li Longji asked another person. Zhang Shua. His desire for power is the same as Yao Chang's, so there can't be two tigers on one mountain. Previously, he stopped Yao Chong from becoming prime minister, so he will be dealt with later. What I hate the most about the two of them is that they use their power for personal gain. They are lenient to themselves and strict to others. When one of their own makes a mistake, they try to cover it up, but they love to punish others for their mistakes. As for the administration, there's nothing much to say. Since His Majesty uses them, they naturally have to show their abilities. And the methods they come up with, sigh. It's just a so-so. Li criticized Zhang Shua, but he also didn't let Yao Chong go. There was no other way. The history books recorded it clearly. Li Longji and his wife listened in a daze. These were Zhang Shua and Yao Chong in Brother Yi's eyes. What was there to say about their administration? Brother Yi, I think the decrees of these two people are not bad. Li Longji said about his own prime minister. Empress Wang nodded, expressing her support for her husband. Yes, the two prime ministers were very impressive. Third brother, their government decrees are more for scholars. Next year and the year after, Yao Chong handled the natural and man-made disasters quite well under normal circumstances. Although a lot of people died, at the critical moment, Yao Chong was quite responsible. Unfortunately, he's not down to earth and can't bend his back. He doesn't know how to work, agriculture, business, and education. Education is the foundation. A year's plan is better than a valley of trees, a decade's plan is better than trees, a lifetime's plan is better than nurturing people. Without agriculture, you won't be stable, without industry, you won't be rich, without business, you won't live. People pursue profit, so we should use profit to drive them away. Merchants, farmers, and workers can make the Tang dynasty prosperous. Li put forward his own opinion. People who had good inventions in agriculture and construction should be rewarded. Li Longji drank a mouthful of wine to moisten his throat. Listening to others speak made his mouth dry. Empress Wang had her own ideas. She said, "What should the scholars do if it's good for the workers and farmers?" Sister-in-law, you're pitting the scholars against the workers, farmers, and merchants. The scholars lead the workers, farmers, merchants, officials, and scholars. They guide the other industries and then get promoted. The scholars are happy. Li Yi said with a smile. The matter was simple. Lift the scholars up and let the scholars think of ways to promote the other three. Li Longji asked, what about the merchants? Collect taxes. Exempt the people from renting and use the tax to hire people to work. Nowadays, the extra craftsmen are also divided into short, medium, and long-term workers. The imperial court gives them silk. Nowadays, people can't plant so much land, especially mulberry trees, hemp, and jujube trees. If they go to work, the land will be too busy. If they're too busy, their income will be less. They seem to be given a lot of land and let them pay rent. In fact, once they're transferred, they can't pay anything. If silk is used instead of rent, there will be people weaving or selling grain and mulberry hemp for money. Among them, the merchants will lower the price when the people are harvesting. When the people are short, they will raise the price. Li Yi analyzed the merchants bad for Li Longji. As for whether the merchants were good or not, It depended on whether the law was strong or not. There were loopholes in the law. The merchants took advantage of them the most, followed by others. The things he said, if it was in his era, everyone would understand. Some even thought deeper than him. But in the Tang dynasty, it was different. Li Longji was shocked. How could he know so many things? He was born in the royal family and didn't live in a poor village for a year or two. The things he could come into contact with were limited. The rent was based on the previous dynasty. When he heard people across countless dynasties talking to him about the scholars, agriculture, industry, and commerce, he was dumbfounded. So simple. If the scholars don't agree, they will be promoted again. Whoever can make the farmers work well will be rewarded. Brother Yi, what else do you want to do in Zhuangzi? Li Longji changed the topic. The shock was too great. He had to go back and think about it. Me? I'm going to set an example and tell others how a manner can be managed. If you want to show virtue to the world, you must first govern the country. If you want to govern the country, you must first unify the family. I can't even manage a Zhuangzi. How can I be an official? I can't even let the villagers eat and wear warm clothes. How can I be an official? If you don't sweep a house, how can you sweep the world? Li Yi sat up straight and raised his chin slightly. He had his own pride. This was the accumulation of experience and knowledge. This was the experience of 1,000 years later and looking down on this era. Chapter 31. Pile it up here. Hurry up and mix in the stone powder. Don't panic. The people who are digging the pool have tied the rope. People outside pay attention and get ready to pull people up. There was not much gas left in a big biogas pool and they were digging it out manually. The things that had just been dug out were immediately mixed with phosphor stone powder to prevent the rapid loss of nitrogen. After mixing a part of it, they immediately piled it into another big pit at the side and prepared to cover it with soil. Everyone wore masks and tied ropes to the people who went down. Once there was a problem, the people above would pull them up at the fastest speed. The firewood ashes were also prepared. When the dry ones were almost dug out, they threw them in to absorb the moisture and then dug them out together. Li Yi, Li Longji, and Empress Wang sat on the flatbed cart and ate. They were in the limelight. After Li Longji heard his cheap brother's words, he was deeply touched and didn't intend to stay in the courtyard anymore. After discussing for a while, they put the things on the flatbed cart and pushed it away. Wherever they wanted to take a look, they would stop and continue eating. The moon was relatively bright. With the help of torches, the people on shift in Zhuangzi took advantage of the fact that the sun was not shining and dug the biogas pool. When the sun shone, some gases evaporated quickly and the good things ran away. Li Yi frowned and was unhappy. He had clearly prepared oilcloth boots and pants that reached up to the chest. However, these people didn't wear them. They just wore a pair of pants designed by Li Yi and competed with the biogas. Moreover, they had just put on the pants because his sister-in-law came with him. This is the biogas made by people. Li Longji still had some knowledge about it. He knew that many people were willing to buy the biogas from the mud after the rivers and canals were cleaned up. There were also people in Chang and who pushed wooden buckets to collect the night incense every morning. The collected feces and urine were also sold to make money. In the square of the shops that weren't facing the street, people came to dig the latrine every once in a while. Hurry up and pull it out. Hurry up, water, rinse, soap. As expected, some of the people who went down to dig were fainted by the smell. Everyone yelled and pulled them out. They put them aside and poured the big buckets of water over their heads. Someone came up to apply soap on them and then rinsed them. Li Yi was still frowning. Didn't they agree on using the long spoon? Why did they have to jump down because it was too slow? If I had to treat it, I would have to spend my lifespan. Fortunately, that person didn't have any major problems. He sat there and could even rub his body. Uncle, there are so many bubbles. What soap? Empress Wang focused on something else and saw the soap bubbles. There's a spray bottle for washing your hands before eating in the courtyard. Third brother and sister-in-law didn't use it? Li Yi was surprised. Li Longji and his wife shook their heads at the same time. Who knew that it was used to wash their hands? Tao Hong, Cui Lu. Li Yi shouted without turning his head. Got it, Dong Zhu. The two palace maids responded and ran away. Not long after, one person carried a basin of water, and the other carried a towel and soap. The two palace maids carefully washed the hands of the emperor and the empress, rubbed them with soap, and soaked them. After washing and drying, Empress Wang put her hand in front of her nose and smelled it. It smells good. It's better than the soap powder made by the palace workshop. Li Longji also looked and smelled it under the light of the fire. He asked, Brother Yi, this is good stuff. His tone was obviously dissatisfied. Why didn't you give the good stuff to your brothers? I'm your third brother. I just thought of making it 5 days ago. I was too busy and forgot. I'll send it to them later. Li Yi quickly expressed. Here, it's just soap. Li Longji understood. Just thought of making it meant that he always knew how to make it, but he didn't think of it. Li Longji glared at the palace maids and eunuchs. Why didn't you report it? Qing Song, who had hemorrhoids, said, At first, I didn't know it was to make soap. When it was made, Zhuangzi's people told us not to let others know. Otherwise, Dong Zhu would send more. He explained. It's not that I didn't want to, but I didn't have the chance to report it. Zhuangzi's people were very strict. Li Longji's eyes slightly brightened. He nodded slightly, indicating that he forgave them. Uncle, how much is this soap? Empress Wang lowered her head to smell the soap in the soap box and asked. Sister-in-law, take 100 with you when you leave. Li Yi generously gave it to her. He couldn't tell the price. The cost of the materials was not high. It was just a saponification reaction. He also extracted glycerin. However, the cost of the materials was not equal to the total cost. The technology was also a cost. Uncle, you still have 5 brothers. Why don't I bring them back together? Empress Wang rolled her eyes and suggested. Okay. Li Yi didn't care. 600 soap. Here. Li Longji was very happy. He had already decided. The 5 brothers from the prince's mansion didn't need that much. 20 per family was enough. He would take the rest back and give some to his father. He would use the rest for himself and reward the ministers. Li Yi didn't know what the couple was thinking. He stared at the person who had just fainted. He saw that the other party stood up and walked without swaying. He also didn't feel nauseous. The frequency of the rise and fall of his chest under the fire was normal. He was relieved. Otherwise, he would have to take him to high pressure to give him oxygen and observe him. He would have to inhale the medicine and push the veins in his arm. It would take a lot of lifespan. The person who fainted didn't know the lingering fear. He even turned his head and grinned at Li Yi. The person next to him said, Fang Lao San, say it early next time. Otherwise, if something happens, you will have to trouble Dong Zhu again. Hearing this, Li Yi immediately understood. The farmer knew the danger, but he was not afraid because Dong Zhu was a doctor. Li Yi shook his head. He was helpless, but he understood. Like the people who lived next to the affiliated hospital of the medical university, if they suddenly fell ill, they would be directly carried to the affiliated hospital. The probability of dying was very low. Li Longji, who was watching together, also knew that his big brother said that Brother Yi seemed to be able to cure any disease. Tuberculosis, intestinal abscesses, typhoid, wound abscesses, fever, brain disease, even dystocia, as long as the other party could accept the male doctor's treatment, it would be solved. With such a miracle doctor in charge, the people in the village were naturally proud. Thinking of this, Li Longji asked casually, Brother Yi, what if the woman is infertile? Li Yi asked naturally, does the man have children with other women? Yes. Li Longji answered. Does the woman have her period? Li Yi asked again. Yes. Li Longji answered again. Then, one is a blocked fallopian tube, one is an unhealthy egg, and one is a uterus. Li Yi began to talk about the reasons. There were a lot of reasons. Li Longji and the anxious Empress Wang didn't understand at all. They only knew that Brother Yi was amazing. He actually had so many reasons for infertility. Uncle, can you cure it? Empress Wang asked. This. Li Yi shook his head. There is a difference between men and women. If it was a woman on Zhuangzi, they wouldn't dare to say anything if I did it, but other people, what about taking medicine? Empress Wang asked. If I can't see the symptoms, how can I prescribe medicine? It might not be good to take it casually. Some medicines are harmful to the person. Third brother. Li Yi said and suddenly realized something and looked at Li Longji. Sigh. Li Longji sighed. Li Yi got up and ran back to the courtyard. After a while, he came back with 2 bottles without any labels or words. The small bottle once a day, 1 pill each time. The big bottle 3 times a day, 2 pills each time. After a month, we will see your period. Li Yi said as he put the medicine in Li Longji's hand. This was the medicine that he exchanged for 120 hours to stimulate ovulation and suppress anti-sperm antibodies. If it didn't work, he would have to do a further examination to see if it was suitable for surgery. But, Li Yi didn't care about it. A doctor only cared about the patient. The difficult part was the thinking of the people in this era. Chapter 32. Li Yi didn't have much confidence in the medicine since he didn't check it. Li Longji and Empress Wang felt hopeful. Li Longji held the medicine bottle tightly. Third brother, don't drink or stay up late. Eat 2 boiled eggs a day, mutton and rice. Braised liver is also good. Steamed fish is delicious. Li Yi advised the patient's family. If this medicine doesn't work, take it for a month or 2. I'll take the medicine out in a hurry. Li Yi couldn't say more. Without waiting for the 2 to thank him, Li Yi changed the topic. Soap can also make money. Third brother, do you want to do it? No, Brother Yi. You don't have to give us money. The spiced tea eggs are enough. Li Longji refused to do the business himself and thought of the tea eggs. The income of the 6 of them was 2,800 coins, with a discount of 2,800,000 yuan. The net profit was 4 million yuan, with a discount of 500 coins per egg. So, they sold more than 10,000 tea eggs. It seemed a lot, but this was Chang'an. Not to mention the people in the city, the peddlers also bought a lot. Empress Wang made 2,800,000 yuan in just a month. It was not a small number. It was more than 9,300 buckets of rice. Yes, it was earned by Empress Wang. She didn't intend to share it with others. In Chang'an, no one dared to touch soy sauce and 100 boiled eggs. If you offended the emperor, you could count on him to be magnanimous. If you offended the emperor would never be magnanimous. Those who didn't have the ability to touch these 2 things couldn't touch them. Those who had the ability didn't dare to touch them. Everyone knew that they came from Li Yi and Zhuangzi, but no one came to find trouble. Empress Wang was happy with the dividends today. I'm not in a hurry to sell the soap. There are too many things to make money and people hate me. My Zhuangzi uses it and I give some to my brothers. I don't care about others. The main thing is that I'm afraid the emperor will think of it. Li Yi explained the situation and temporarily stopped selling the soap. Soy sauce and herbal tea eggs cost a lot of money. Even the relatives of the imperial family would not be able to handle it. What if Li Longji became jealous? Li Yi felt that this was not a problem with Li Longji's personality. If it were anyone else, they would think twice when they saw someone crazily making money. Brother Yi, you are very thoughtful. Li Longji said helplessly. Why am I thinking about it? What I want is you as a person. I don't care about soy sauce, 5-spice tea eggs, or soap. I want to see how you make Zhuangzi better and better. I want to see how you continue to bring out divine weapons that benefit the country and the people. I'm not overthinking, but I'm really worried. Sister-in-law, am I right? Li Yi asked Empress Wang. Empress Wang held back her laughter and nodded. Yes, uncle is right. Then she said to Li Longji, San Lang, you have to be careful of Her Majesty. Li Longji, let's eat somewhere else. The wind is blowing again. An unpleasant smell drifted over. Everyone hurriedly got off the cart and ran away. After a while, they arrived at the place where the bricks were made. A group of people were bare-chested, with a piece of cloth over their shoulders. They were making bricks with mud and bricks. Sweat flowed down their cheeks and the muscles on their bodies. Under the moonlight and the light of the fire, their bodies lit up. Some of the people working had missing fingers and some were lame. They chatted as they worked, and a smile appeared on their resolute faces. Next to them was a large wooden bucket. A woman on duty covered the spoons and bowls of soup with a piece of cloth. Some people were sweating too much. When they came over, she gave them a bowl of soup. This person gulped down the soup and turned to work again. Li Longji looked and knew that these were retired soldiers. They could not survive and fled to this place. They were sent to Zhuangzi by his elder brother. He personally approved and provided these people with crossbows and armor. Although they were injured, these people could not be defeated by a random 100-man team in Chang'an with the same equipment. 36 households, 36 people. Fighting a 100-man team was like playing. How could an army that had not killed anyone compare to those that had survived the battlefield? Uncle, what soup are they drinking? Empress Wang stood beside the cart and looked at those people with appreciation. Her family was a family of military generals. She was also the mastermind who persuaded Li Longji to rise in rebellion. When Li Longji broke into the palace, she was armed. Mutton bone and mutton giblets soup. There are green onions and coriander. Oh, coriander. The person who serves the soup will put green onions, coriander, pepper, and a little salt at the bottom of the soup. Li Yi knew what soup it was. He specifically instructed. Although the people working were hot and sweating a lot, they still had to replenish their water and heat. It accelerated the body's metabolism. Sweat water did not go to the kidneys. If it was cold water, part of the body's heat would go to the kidneys. Urine was always hot. If the body's organs were heated for a long time, the damage would be too great. Others might not understand, but he could not pretend that he did not know. The people on Zhuangzi's bed were obedient. They drank hot water when he asked them to. The sun was high at noon. If they drank cold water, it would be cold water. Give me half a bowl. Do you want to drink it, San Lang? Oh, 1 bowl. Empress Wang went over and asked the woman to drink the soup. The woman took the bowl. There was something in the bowl. She scooped the soup and asked, Do you have oil? No, I still want to eat. I can't eat with too much oil. Empress Wang explained. She did not have the attitude of an empress at all. Empress Wang scooped out the soup and brought it back. She put it between her and Li Longji. San Lang, let's drink it together. Sister-in-law, it's time to change shifts. Are you still watching your man? Go to sleep. I'll watch your man. A few more women came over and changed shifts with the women here. One of them joked. Here, I'll go to your house after changing shifts. Your man is also next to you. I don't know if you can take it. This woman was not weak at all. She retorted. The people around laughed. The fatigue in their bodies seemed to disappear a lot. Li Longji also laughed and then fell into deep thought. Brother Yi's Zhuangzi had 3 shifts. It was better than the palace. There were people to replace Zhuangzi at any time. Those who changed shifts could rest for a long time. When they had enough sleep, they would naturally be free. However, their efficiency was not low at all. It was faster than a person working all the time. What was the reason? Ask if you don't understand. Brother E, why do people who take turns to rest for a long time work more than people who work all the time? In detail, it involves the psychology and physiology of a person. It's too complicated. Simply put, if you have enough rest, you can exert all your strength in 8 hours. Li Yi's explanation was very simple. These 8 hours were for outbursts. To be precise, it was more than 12 hours. There was also the time to eat and rest after meals. The more one worked, the more tired one would be. The more tired one was, the slower one would be. Especially when it came to physical work, there was a limit to how long the muscles could withstand fatigue. If they were guarding the door, it did not matter. They could watch while resting. Li paused and added, the 3 shifts in the logistics department give the people working a kind of dependence and relaxation. Because they know that they can eat at any time and take a hot bath at any time. Especially the logistics patrol personnel. They walk around and show that Zhuangzi is safe. Those who are tired from work and change shifts to sleep will sleep soundly without any worries. This is called humane management. The price paid is proportional to the benefits. Li Yi said. Li Longji and Empress Wang tried hard to remember and ponder to keep up with the rhythm. Many of the words sounded unfamiliar, but after thinking about it, they understood the meaning.